more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses left the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7 free from Clayster.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic boys.
He gets him.
Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. We're, of course, live with day 2 of week 2 of the GPL, the first ever Global Pro League for Call of Duty Esports. My name is, of course, Benson. I'm going to be hosting the studio throughout the day. Joining me is my expert panel. I have Merc today. Mr. X, he decided he wanted to hop on.
I had a lot of fun with
duo ship.
I had a lot of fun with that yesterday.
Yeah, we're really good up here.
Special guest, of course, Aches this week. But everyone having a good day so far. I hope we're excited for so many awesome games throughout today. But before we get there, we should obviously talk a little bit about what's at stake here on the Global Pro League. And there is so much money on the line. Of course, I mean, you'll see it here. $200,000 regular season prizing, $500,000 playoff prizing, and of course, prizing available for each regular season finisher as well. So there really is, Merc, a ton of money on the line. I bet you wish you were still playing at times.
Sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes it can be tough, but $500,000 does sound great for a few matches in the playoffs.
Definitely does. We should talk a little bit as well about how the format is going to work here at the Global Pro League. The top 2 teams will proceed to playoffs. Third doesn't make it to playoffs, but importantly does secure a spot for Season 2 and the Call of Duty World Championships later this year. For 4th, I'm sorry, Pat, you have to obviously fight for that spot in Season 2 through relegation. Relegation will be over at Anaheim. We can as well take a look at our standings now coming into day 2 of week 2. FaZe Clan sitting pretty at the top of Group Blue, 2-0. Rise Nation and Fnatic actually both tied there. They're even on map count as well. They're going to be 1-1. And for Evil Geniuses, well, let's just say things didn't go too well yesterday. 0-2 on the day, and honestly, it's going to be very, very tough for them coming into today. I mean, X, you went 0-2 on day 1 as well. What is the mindset when you have such a poor performance like that on the first day?
I mean, the biggest thing for them is they have some tough matches today, right? So like they have to get some map wins under their belt, regardless of winning series. They need the maps right now. If there is a tiebreaker that's forced, that was the problem for us last week with Mindfreak. Like we just did not have any maps under us from day 1 or 2 to combat the ones they took from their teams in the group. So
definitely can be very, very tough. But as I said, there was so much action yesterday. Let's take a look at the recap.
CWL Global Pro League Blue Group kicked off today with FaZe Clan, Rise Nation, Fnatic, and Evil Geniuses battling at the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. In the first match, FaZe Clan came out guns blazing with a 3-1 victory over Fnatic. They went up 2-0 after a surprise victory in Search and Destroy against the European squad. Fnatic would bounce back with an uplink win, but FaZe Clan would seal the deal with a 250-168 hardpoint win in Game 4, thus giving them their first series victory of the weekend. The second match of the day showcased Rise Nation stomping Evil Geniuses 3-0. The series began with Rise Nation nearly doubling the score of Evil Geniuses in hardpoint, 250-131. They would continue to roll right on through in Search and Destroy, and then absolutely decimated Evil Geniuses 20-0 in uplink on Throwback. EG would drop to 0-1 in the group and would have to play back-to-back matches up against Fnatic next. Fnatic, who are also 0-1 in the group, would wind up taking the first hard point by a score of 250 to 171. EG, though, would continue their losing streak as they dropped the S&D 6-3 and then fall just short in the uplink. That ended EG's day one with a total series count of 0-2 and a total map count of 0-6. The biggest match of the day, though, without a doubt, had to be FaZe Clan going up against Rise Nation. It was a battle to see who would end the first day of matches sitting atop this blue group. FaZe, who had yet to drop a hard point in the Global Pro League 100-point club Rise Nation in the first map of the series, 250 to 82. The Search and Destroy, though, on Throwback was absolutely one to remember, as we saw a 1v3 clutch by Looney, followed by a 1v4 clutch by Attach, and then a dramatic round 11 victory from the Rise Nation squad. FaZe would bounce back, though, in the uplink to take the series lead 2-1. The final match of day one ended in the Game 4 hardpoint on Scorch, where FaZe took it 250 to 208, thus ending the day at 2-0 in their series score, while Rise Nation were tied with Fnatic at 1-1. This has been the day one recap of the blue group here in stage one of the CWL Global Pro League. Be sure to stay tuned throughout the weekend for more action.
There was, of course, so much action yesterday and so much action still to come throughout the weekend, but we should, of course, talk a little bit about Anaheim, June 16th to the 18th. It is a fantastic place. Obviously, Matt, you've coached at like 1.5 Anaheim.
Yeah, we'll give you credit for half during Ghost.
Half, yeah.
Half, right?
Not too many, but in terms of the crowd and the atmosphere from your perspective, I always ask the players, but what was it like as a coach seeing all the fans?
It was insane. I remember the year Black Ops 2 Anaheim, like just being on that stage, like the energy in the room was just unreal. Like it's unlike anything else that I've ever experienced. And then, casting, obviously, the crowd is just, so loud. So many people turn up. It was just an awesome experience, just overall.
Well, as I said, there's still so much action here at week 2, day 2 of week 2 for that. We should take a look at the schedule as well, so we know exactly when our squads are going to be playing. Rise Nation versus Fnatic is going to be the first game of the day. FaZe Clan versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses back-to-back. It's going to be a rough one for them. They go up against Rise, and then to close out, it's going to be Fnatic versus FaZe. Merc, in terms of the day for Evil Geniuses, obviously, they're 0-2. Did you see any kind of likelihood that they could finish 2-2 today? I mean, it's a big day for them.
2-2? No. 1-2 or 1-1 possibly. It just depends how they play versus Rise. I think a big story is gonna be told when how they come out versus FaZe, because there's two things, right? You can either sort of roll over and die, or you can come out hot. I mean, it was only one day. They did go 0-2, but today's gonna be very tough. They have the two juggernauts in the group, and they haven't played very well throughout the weekend.
They played awful. They've played awful so far. I think that first map against the first match against FaZe is going to be it for me. Yeah. I mean, if they can keep that one close, like maybe they win the second series, or maybe they steal the series off of FaZe and they make like this tremendous comeback. But if they do not show up in that first series, it's going to be another long day for EG.
For me today, I feel like is the day that FaZe solidifies first and EG kind of solidifies fourth, right? They got Rise and FaZe. Those are two rough matches, so we're going to have to see if they can turn it around and hopefully battle back and get that third spot.
Definitely could be a struggle for Evil Geniuses, of course. So the first game of the day, Rise versus Fnatic. We caught up with both of our squads yesterday to get their thoughts on their upcoming game.
What I know about Rise as a team, they've fell off quite a bit since the start of the game. Like the last event, they won like one game after pools.
What I know about Fnatic specifically is that their S&D is really well. It's what's carried them to this point. Pretty sure in Europe they're like one of the best S&D teams, so definitely have to beat them in those S&Ds if we want to make it a quick series and not allow them to prolong the series.
I think the difference in this match will be is our S&D. I know their S&D is good as well, but I reckon ours is better, so I think that will be the difference.
I think if we're rolling, the first series against Fnatic may be a 3-0, and then if we just keep that going, I think we can 3-0 them both times.
I think to be able to beat Rise in like a respawn mode, I just think we just got to match their aggression, push them out. Like, don't give them a chance to breathe, just keep pushing them out. I think the outcome of this match will be, I think we'll beat them in both series, 3-1, 3-2.
As we said, Rise versus Fnatic, the first game up on the main stage. Here is a look at the maps we're going to see. Scorch Hardpoint, Crusher Search and Destroy, Precinct Uplink in the first 3, a Throwback Hardpoint, and a Retaliation Search if it goes the distance. Aches, when you glance at these maps, do you see any benefit here for either of the two teams?
Yeah, I'm scared for Rise. I mean, yesterday Rise started really slow against FaZe on Scorch, and then Crusher we know is Fnatic's better maps in S&D, and then Precinct I want to think favors Rise, but Fnatic is a good uplink team, so We'll have to see how they do on the first 3.
Very true. Well, I believe the game about to get underway, so we can send it over to our fabulous casters for the series. It's Courage and Momo.
You believed right, Benson. It is time for our first match of day 2. Courage joined by Momo here at the caster. Well, I was going to say desk, but we're standing now. Our legs get a little bit tired as the day goes on, but right now we got all the energy in the world. Momo, biggest takeaways from day 1. What are you looking forward to about this matchup?
For me, this is probably one of the biggest matchups today. You know, you've got two teams really gunning for that second spot if you like FaZe secure that first. But these guys, the one who takes the W here, can go toe-to-toe with FaZe. And they could steal it. Like, we could see some upsets here today. But this team, in fact, both teams, so much pressure early on in today.
They come into this matchup basically with the exact same story, right? They both 3-0 EG.
Yep.
They both dropped their series to FaZe Clan by a map count of 3-1.
Yep.
So now we got to see who can come out on top. This is purely a battle for the second place spot in the blue group. Another thing I want to point out, shout out to everybody in the venue. We're open to the public today. We're here in Columbus, Ohio. And you know what? It was thundering and lightning last night. It was very loud and scary, but we made it on through, and now it's time for more Call of Duty.
Absolutely. Rise and Fnatic going toe-to-toe. Game 1, this is where the pressure starts. You've got to start off hot, because we saw yesterday, you know, Fnatic, they were slow in their map 1s. Both series, they fell behind. For me, that's what I want to see improving. I want to see Fnatic come out with a fiery start. However, Rise, I actually think this map in particular really does favor them.
Okay, yeah, actually, ironically enough, you say that. Facento and them were practicing this prior to starting today's match. They know the map's going on in, so they were just getting their shots warmed up here. Facento was showing me some little spots he knows of this map, some tricks he likes to use, especially when they have to retake certain areas. Either way, though, it is time. This is the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Rise Nation versus Fnatic, NA versus EU. And off the break, we're watching Looney.
Looney's going to be rocking that Erad. Ooh, a bit of a hiccup there, straight into the wall. You're going to want to get those out of the way straight away. But we're going to see both teams battle out on that bridge. It looks like Looney's actually heading for a quick flank here, hoping to catch one off guard. Aqua's going to take down his teammate in the process, but the flank does come in from Looney, secures that side, and we're going to see him go into Ob straight away. Rise starting hot.
Yeah, and Looney now wondering where exactly these players will be pushing on from. He's going to try to stay alive inside deck. Nice cleanup by Wuskin. The player that's really made a name for himself this year, mainly in the Search and Destroy game mode. Starting off this game right now at 1-2, currently the score 18-1 in favor of Rise Nation. Now, Momo, we always talk about how this hard point is back and forth, but talk to me about the fight for spawns for this next hill in Turbine. Right now, some awkward splits coming in for Rise, but they're going to be happy getting that back Turbine spawn.
Oh, 100%. The spawns for the next one is the catalyst to what can become a very successful map. But you want to drop back into this area. Tommy's pushing it now. We're going to see with 9 seconds left, you want to be edging right to the back of this map if you like. But Felony's going to beat him to it, and we're going to see Rise control it just for a second, but scraps with the 2-piece, cash your eyes to that mini-map. It is all yellow, and that is Fnatic, which will control the spawns and push Rise Nation right out.
You saw when Tommy slid out, it was awkward, right? He basically just died, and you thought, oh God, why did he do that? He really didn't even give himself a chance. Well, it was because he had Scraps pushing low and a teammate following up from right behind. They win the 3v2 trade and thus getting control of the hard point. But as we commend them for that push, Rise Nation hit from every single angle. They flood right back through. A very unorthodox start to this hard point, Momo, as teams are breaking the money hill with ease.
Yeah, and really quite bizarre to see this. And for me, I think that's a little bit sloppy from Fnatic, but I will say Rise Nation, they're just winning their 1v1s. You know, they're winning those gunfights. Fair play to them. We're going to see Looney get into a bit of action here. Double kill coming in for him, as Fellow does find the third, but Sunny B will answer back with one. There is a bit of a scrap point going down. Felony's going to catch those last 10, but again, rotations so key. Fnatic, of course, giving the majority of those up. They're going to be the first on to the next hard point. Facento, though, eagerly awaiting for the attack.
And as we wait for this push to happen, I do want to bring up, and remember, the crowd already getting into it here. Some of these players feed off the energy in the room. We know how that works out for FaZe Clan. Facento, another one here from Rise Nation. The likes of Study and Nameless from EG. That is something that will come into play. Absolutely. I'm sure you experienced as a player when a crowd got into a moment and you made it happen, it just got you amped up inside the booth.
Oh, it's electrifying. Absolutely. But it can be the complete opposite. You make a mistake and the crowd goes wild for that other player. You're like, I have done something really bad. Felony's on a 7-kill streak, surely ended there just by Wuskins. But again, Rise Nation, they break in, they secure that hard point. And look at this, Looney's pushing out.
Whoa! Looney is snapping right now. 9 and 5, nearly gets the 10th kill there. Him and Felony dominating the slang for the moment. And thus Rise Nation do have a 40-second lead. Felony fully streaked out. He'll definitely want to save that for Drill. Another two-piece from him. How about a third is what he's chasing down now. This is the Rise Nation you needed to see to start off day 2.
Absolutely. We heard on the dash yesterday in Search and Destroy, when they get those streaks, they are not afraid to use them. Will Felony just act quick, try and gain, even bigger leads here, or will they save them for a little bit later on? Scrap's going to find 2.
Wow.
Felony answers back with a double himself, and now we see a 50-point margin. 2 pieces everywhere as Sunny B gets into the action now. Fnatic, though, they'll recontrol Drill for a second. Will those streaks come in?
And while this game has been so seemingly one-sided up to this point, you've got a 30-second lead, and that's it for Rise Nation. Streaks now coming into play. Sunny B playing close up with this RPR Eva, which just shreds. As you can tell, the high rate of fire is so good, gets all 3. And in the middle of that, Momo, the Trinity Rocket comes in from Rise Nation, team kill. Fnatic now nearly within 10 seconds.
That's a little bit of a nightmare. I say a little bit. It's a big one. You waste your streaks, you don't gain control, you give more points away, and Sunny B finds himself on a 6-kill streak himself, 75 points away from that bombardment. We know how important streaks were. Rise, they have not utilized them to the best of their ability, but we're starting again, Jack. We're going back to the bridge, and Sunny B, for me, he just needs to play for this 1 kill.
Yeah, and that's what he's trying to do right now, challenging both, can't clean it on up. Unfortunate circumstance, but either way, the damage has already been done. Look at the scoreboard on the top of your screen, 101 to 97. We've now started our second rotation of these hardpoint hills. We'll keep continuing them on the map. Another streak now coming in from Scraps. Obviously, the brother of Wuskin, both of them currently at 11 kills, and both of them leading the team in the objective.
Yeah, interesting play as well. Rise Nation really starting this rotation. You asked about, the rotation of onto Turbine. It looks like that's what they're playing for. They want those spawns. They're going to get them as well if they continue to keep pushing out. However, Fnatic, they may drop back here. They may not go for this last 15 seconds. They're already 25 ahead, Jack. They could really set up on Turbine.
Another thing to keep in mind as well, payloads will slowly but surely start to come into play. Looney, he has been a monster so far at this Turbine hardpoint. Another 5 streak now. Does get cut down by Scraps. Thankfully, Facento there to at least back him up. And look at the spawns Rise Nation are getting. They do still get the close spawn inside Warehouse, so they have a chance to hold this push from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is a big 1v1. Could be a 2v2 if we see Tommy get in the mix as well. Those score streaks are going to be used. That's from Sunny B. He regained those on Drill. And you know what? This could be the start of the break.
And here come the streaks now from Rise Nation. It's flooding in from the skies. A very similar map to the one we had to start yesterday, where teams are neck and neck. There's the 3-piece from Fellow with the help of his bombardment. With 30 seconds left, still on Turbine. Rise Nation, they're putting more and more into this. Now Fnatic, they're dropping down a Trinity Rocket. 5 streaks already on this hill alone.
How many times do we see Turbine go back and forth 3 times within the first 40 seconds? It doesn't happen. That it shows the importance of score streaks. There's 15 seconds left on this Courage. Fnatic can gain a little bit of a lead, probably the biggest lead they've had in this whole game.
Big thing to point out as well, if they're going to go for this top push here, they need not only just an entry kill, but one thing to keep in mind, they don't have payloads yet. Typically, if you're going to make a play from this top bridge, it's to use a payload to break on through. Fnatic are nowhere near fighting for these back spawns. I'm wondering, what do? They try to open up with a score streak? Right now, they're just burning time. I am not a fan of the play we're seeing right now from Fnatic.
No, he's a bit questionable, I will say.
Listen, they're going one by one. Wuskin needs to stop. They need to wrap towards middle, play for the back spawn. You're going to get nowhere in this top bridge side with 2 Rise Nation players pre-aiming this.
Yeah, for me, a little bit of panic setting in. Wuskin, he does stop. He tries to get a few kills as he waits for his teammates. But again, it's not going to happen. We've got another 7-kill streak coming in from Looney, 23 and 13. I will highlight, he's been playing phenomenal throughout the weekend. Yesterday, he was on fire. Fnatic, for me, they need to cut their losses. There's 20 seconds left. Head over to that Drill. I think this is a bit of a disappointing push here onto the hangar.
This was really poorly played from Fnatic. Again, they both try to charge the top door. They get cut down. That is a full 60 seconds for Rise Nation. Not only that, they now have 2 payloads and full streaks.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. They've fed them almost those payloads. Those payloads now will go over to Drill, and we should see Rise really kind of take this game by the scruff of its neck. Tommy, though, he's going to pull out the E-Rad. I'm not sure if he's picked that one up or he's just rocking it as his primary. Looney and Scrap's going to exchange. Wuskin's getting into the mix as well. We have a 15-point game on our hands. Jack, it is getting ever so close, but once again, Fnatic control the Drill.
This is what we expected from these teams. Both of these squads lost their hard points versus FaZe yesterday. Looking to now gain redemption here. Still a 10-second game to start off this best of 5. Fnatic currently in control of the hard point. They've absolutely done a better job on Drill so far this game. How, though, can Facento and crew break on it? It starts off with an entry from Aqua and Looney.
Well, there you go, 3 down, and they'll push forward. 20 seconds left, and this is one hill where you don't need to rotate too early, because the next one is Hangar. Sorry, it is Bridge, so you can just calm down, slow down. I think we just score another score streak coming there.
Yeah, and something I do want to point out as well, Fnatic playing a very similar hardpoint style to the likes of what we see from E United. They're being outslayed right now by 17 kills, and they've still kept this game close. Very selfless of a push. If they don't give up a full 60 in top Hangar, they have themselves a pretty sizable lead in this game.
Yeah, the questionable thing is now, Bridge is going down, and this is where Fnatic need to claw themselves back into it, but they cannot give the rotation, those spawns, to Rise. If they do, they will punish them. Facento's going to find himself a double. Rise Nation, 35 points away from securing map number 1, and this man himself, he's been up and down through the whole of Infinite Warfare, but he's been fantastic this weekend. Facento still putting names on the board. Wow. 19 for him, back and forth. Fnatic, I mean, you can't just give this time up. This time up, you'll lose the game.
Rise Nation have kicked it into gear. They can win this map off this hold right now. It's been close up to this point. The largest lead of the game now, 60+ seconds. They've cleared things on out. They've got payloads ready to use. Score streaks now available. They will have to rotate towards Turbine, but Fnatic are now giving this one up. Sunny B's moving in towards the mid-warehouse area where he had teammates. Thankfully, Tommy is there, though, to get the trade.
Yeah, that's such a huge kill, and the reason why they will get all the spawns now for this Turbine. You can saturate 60 points off this if you hold it correctly. Look at Rise Nation. They're coming all the way through Obs. They're teaming up. We've got Looney, Aqua, and Facento. This is going to be a real team push.
They're waiting around a streak. They're waiting right now for Felony to get in position. Here comes the streak. Felony's going to have this reactive armor too on the outer wall run. Now we should see all 4 members of Rise Nation charge on through. The camo pop from Looney. He gets the kill into the hard point. Fnatic are nowhere near this now. This should be a map 1 victory, which has gone back and forth. Scraps a final push for the European squad. I don't think it's going to be enough. Rise Nation take map number 1.
Applaud through the venue. It is game 1, day 2, and I will say, the crowd's getting hyped as well. One thing I will say,
that crowd, I want that all day, all right? Not just that crazy map 1. We're gonna make a vote. Which week had the craziest crowd? So you gotta make a case for yourself here, Blue Group. Obviously, we still have a couple more weeks to come, and then, well, to be honest, you could put Maven and I up on the stage and play 1v1, and I'm sure the stage finals crowd will be hyped. So either way, great first map on Scorch. Rise Nation really pulling away at that Hangar Hill. I'm sure we'll get that breakdown of the scores to really see the difference there. But Momo, that is one where if I'm Fnatic, I'm going back and watching that VOD, and as Tommy, I'm saying, boys, this is what we can't do. This is what we can't do. This is what we can't do, and going for that push.
Yeah, they lost that game for me on Hangar. Yep. It's not only that they were going 1 by 1 and losing points at the time, but at the same time, they're giving that score, those payloads. Those payloads came in a little bit later, actually. We saw Camo used, obviously, on Turbine. For me, Looney won them the game right at the end. They probably would have won it anyway, just by outslaying the squad. You said yourselves they were -17 as a team, but they used that payload so efficiently, and I will say, Rise, they have come out strong here. Was a close game, but the North American team 1-0 up.
They most certainly are. Great start from Rise Nation, obviously, able to fight through some adversity there. Felony, one of the members who was going off alongside his teammate Looney, who was the camo player, had that incredible 1v3 clutch yesterday that I, for some reason, gave credit to Aqua. Walked up to Looney earlier, gave him credit, and apologized to him for that one. But again, there you see it on your screen. Rise up 1-0. We will go to Search and Destroy on Crusher next, and Momo, obviously, you've casted a lot of Fnatic, whether it's at the European events, now in the North American events. Talk to me a little bit about this map. How do you think they're going to fare against Rise Nation here?
Fnatic, this is probably the map that I've seen them play most, both online and offline as well. Online as well.
Okay.
They're a very heavily strategical team. You know, they won't split up though. They won't go for kind of crazy flank. If they're going to do something different, they will stick as a squad. Tommy, what he does like to do, and I'm saying this a little bit quiet, he likes to almost go a bit lone wolf on Search and Destroy. He's going to maybe go over towards A, and the rest of the squad, they're going to, you know, culminate around one bomb site, push it out if needs be, hold back if needs be, but they stick as that squad. The one thing that I will say is you've got to watch out for is if, you know, we'll see Rise Nation go full force. They take down Tommy straight away. Fnatic are going to be in a very sticky situation.
You talk about what we saw yesterday from Fnatic on Throwback. It was always Tommy, especially on offense, who would go towards that back blue area, watch kind of the field flank, and sometimes he'd have a huge impact. Other rounds, he didn't, and it's basically hit or miss. We saw that from Optic Gaming as well. Their Crusher strategy used to be to send Crimsix in towards A. He would basically throw a bait grenade. The rest of the squad would go for a fast hit towards B, try to get the objective planted, and then Crimsix would wrap back for middle. Did it work sometimes? Yes, but when it didn't work, it would cause Crim to be first-blooded, a natural pinch to be developed by the enemy team, thus really dropping some rounds for Optic Gaming in this game mode.
One thing I'd love to, see from Fnatic as well as Rise is I want them to surprise me. I don't want to go to every single event, every single, LAN League playoff, whatever it may be, and Fnatic use that same strategy. Teams will be watching these VODs, They're going to learn as well what we see. And for me, I want Fnatic to maybe change things up a little bit. Same for Rise. We need to see that surprise. If I go in and watch Fnatic, especially because, I know them a little bit better, and I see Tommy playing that lone wolf every single time, I'm going to question it, because one thing that Tommy does great is he knows when they haven't pushed. He will hit that flank. He'll hit it hard. Whether Rise can, step back and read that, we'll have to wait and see. But Fnatic, Search and Destroy, they're proven in this game mode.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, but then Game 3 will be Precinct Uplink, another one that I really don't even want to begin to try to call of how that one's going to break down. But if you had to choose, we obviously have Brian Saint doing a great job driving behind the scenes for this match. If you had to pick a player from each team that you'd want to watch a little bit more, maybe in this S&D that you expect to make a bigger impact for each team, who would you have to pick?
I've got to go with Aqua for Rise Nation. I think for his plays yesterday, I know Looney was kind of lighting the stage up with his 1v3, but Aqua, for me, was kind of Mr. Consistent. For Fnatic, I think the only player for me is Tommy. The reason being, he is the one that's going to pull out the sniper rifle. He is the one that's going to be hitting the flanks. He's going to be the one you want to watch. But if I'm a Rise Nation player right now, I am going, we don't let Tommy get behind us. We don't let him get behind enemy lines because he finds a way.
Yep.
He always does, whether it's underground, a late flank, straight through the middle. We'll have to wait and see. But this one for me, I see it at round 11 coming up.
Let's get it started, baby. Crusher, Search and Destroy, game number 2 of what has already been a great start to this series with Rise Nation battling it out for that first hardpoint victory. Off the break, we are watching Aqua. As you mentioned, someone you expect to be a big playmaker for Rise Nation here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go towards this front 18 area and immediately pre-aim the middle of the map for Fnatic.
This is what I'm talking about. We've got one player. Who is it? This time it's Sunny B over at A. Tommy's hit them hard and hit them fast. That is going to be a trade out. Wuskins is going to go down. We now have a 3v3. And look at this from Rise. They're going to back off. But Tommy, he's completely changed his role up. He was the, that lone wolf over at A. This time, he's going to be the hard hitter. But the problem is Sunny B, he's in a 1v3. Needs to take one down with him. Not going to happen, Jack. Now the advantage heavily in Rise Nation's
That's
favor.
an example of a kill that you just can't let go by. 3 versus 2. Scraps gets a drop onto Aqua. Another one there that you say Fnatic players should really get. So instead of it being really maybe a 2v2 or a 2v1, it's now a 1v3. Tommy, if he wants to win this round, he basically has to get the ace. And look how Rise Nation are playing. So unorthodox.
Yeah. Tommy's going to be a little bit confused here. He's like, I've checked A, nobody there. Check B, nobody there. Where are they? Funnily enough, they're in your spawn, buddy, and you could be walking into a death trap. He's going to be a little bit flustered. The one thing I will say is Rise Nation, they're leaving it very late to get this plant down.
Tommy does spot one player. Remember, this is a 1 versus 3. Not going to work out there. Nice cleanup by Aqua, the player you mentioned. Picks up a couple kills to his name that round, as Rise Nation do strike first on Crusher.
We have Aqua. K-Bar as per usual, and he's that consistent player. He was kind of my player to watch from this team, even though Faceno started the year so hot. Looney for me has played the best this weekend that I've seen him play in a very long time. But this game again, just to highlight the importance. Both these teams are really gunning for that playoff spot. You've got to come top 2, and with FaZe in your group, it's a difficult ask.
Well, Tommy, he's going to be the one getting a ton of information, and there tries to challenge Facento. No cover. Basically just gets first blooded for nothing. And now Fnatic are left in a tough spot of having to plant the bomb. They are going to decide to push on through, and Rise Nation see that entirely. They have all the information they could want. I don't see how Fnatic come back and win this round.
Absolutely not. Tommy getting picked at the start, it happens, but then what I saw was Fnatic kind of hesitate onto the B-bomb site. We're going to see another 1v3. This time it's in Scraps. And he finds the first. He knows where the second is, but he's very weak. 18 bullets in that chamber. And he knows he's coming from the flank. Aqua's going to have his name. And there we have it, 2-0 to Rise Nation. And again, for me, they are just simply outplaying them. They're outsmarting them.
It's 1-2 where it's almost like a test of the ego in middle map, right? It's like, I have an NV4, you have an NV4. Tommy, I don't think he was moving there if he ran through his whole clip. He was just trying to fire down and get that first blood for his team. Unfortunately, flips the coin that time, and it doesn't land in his favor.
Now what I want to see is Fnatic have changed things from what I'm usually seeing. Go back to maybe that 4-man strat or pushing all one lane. This time we're going to see a 2-2 split from the defensive side, and we're also seeing Aqua Started so strong, 4-0.
This is what you love to see from Rise Nation. They spot out multiple players middle, and they're going to try to push right on through. Tommy now dead again. Another time he gets first blooded. Rise Nation have fully secured the site. That not only is a great shot call, but beautiful knowledge of what they spotted off the break of that round.
I think it just says a lot when the likes of Tommy is turning around and trying to dip. You know, he's trying to run away. Bottom down, 4v3, numerical advantage in your favor. Aqua is 4-0. He started 9-0 in the previous Search and Destroy. We saw Felony's going to put one to bed, and now a 3v2. Faceno does get traded out, but with 23 seconds, Jack, that bomb still needs to be defused.
Yeah, and both players on these crates, one hitting the wall run. There's really nobody there. No shot. 3-0 round count lead now for Rise Nation. They're making this one look easy, Momo.
Aqua's almost like, I don't know, let's just work it. Yeah. Something's going right, and there we go. I will say Rise Nation, round by round, they're getting those first picks. They're pushing as a team. They're using the numbers to their advantage. And this is a Fnatic where, you know, they need to change something right now.
What I love, too, is Fnatic knew exactly what Rise Nation were doing right there.
Yep.
Saw them go towards B. But because Rise Nation did not hesitate at all, they got a beautiful timing window. They used it to their advantage, and now look, they've got one player inside. This is going to be a very quick round.
Okay, well, all 8 players heading towards that 8 site. Tommy's going to get the first blood for the first time here. An exchange does come in, but Tommy with the double, Sunny with the third, and now a 1v2 coming in for Aqua. Not going to happen. Fnatic, they go, you know what? Let's go fast. Let's pick this tempo up, and they back themselves around.
Now, I will also point out, Aqua, did he earn more than just that first streak? I know he's got the FTL jump. We'll have to find out in the next round. I couldn't tell in the narrow moment at the end of if he did earn anything else. But either way, they do shut him down off that streak. And Fnatic are now on the board. Seems like 44 aggression paid off right there.
Yeah, it really did. And you know what? That's I will say sometimes those rounds are a bit of a coin flip because you're going all out aggression. There's so much gunfire going down. It really can just get a bit too chaotic to even follow. But this one is going to be a little bit slower. Interestingly enough, Looney, he's the one in the A site, but he does have the bomb, and he's on his own. Look at Fnatic. They are changing things up. Fall through the middle. This could catch Rise right off guard. We're going to see Wuskins takes down Faceno. Now they will know the strategy. What? But look at Fnatic. Where are they going?
What is going on the minimap right now? It looks like all the focus will be on towards A. Another player spotted. Aqua cleaning him on up. That's Wuskin cut down. There's another kill for Aqua now. 8-1 FTL jump. Hello! Gets the kill with the help of his teammate. Some flashy plays from Aqua. The cleanup there for Rise Nation. And they've stopped the bleeding for the moment.
I love that use of the FTL jump. And the reason why, it wasn't to gain a kill. All it was to buy time for this player to come in. Looney just was given an extra couple of seconds to make that trade. Great play from Rise Nation. And again, that fast aggressive play worked for them once. It didn't pay off for them, but they got the first blood. How Fnatic react to this, I really don't know.
Oh, apparently it's this right here. Tommy, the veteran leader, trying to take matters into his own hands. He's got the sniper, he's got a player in his sights, and he whiffs the first shot. Multiple challenging now. Yeah, he's got to hightail it out of there, but look at already. Another member from Rise Nation, that's Aqua, who's already pushed up through Warehouse.
I like the strategy from Tommy because he knew that
here momentarily.
4v1, but Wuskin getting that angle, of course, looking down, always going to be an advantage 4v2. And now this is where Fnatic, it's a must-win round for them. They've started off strong with Felonies, getting a little bit high-pressured. And you know what? He's going to back off. He's going to regroup with Felony. And Fnatic, again, they're sticking to their guns. They're sticking together. But what's the plan here? What's the long game?
Well, obviously, Fnatic do have to plant, so they're slowly but surely inching on up the map. You see Felony get scraps into his sights. 3 players charging on through. The Cento should die here momentarily. There it is. Fnatic do get a second round.
And now we have an interesting game. 2 rounds now for Fnatic. I'm wanting to look at these payloads, see how far they've come through. We know Aqua obviously had a very, very strong start. He used his FTL. Which are the next ones in line? We know how influential they can be in a game mode like Search and Destroy, the likes of Camo, your reactive armor. These are game-changing and round-winning payloads. We'll, of course, keep you up to date on that one. But for Cento, 1-4, starting a little bit slow. Let's see what he's up to.
He will be the one leading the charge towards this B site. And again, they leave Sunny B at A. They send 3 towards this outer crates area. Last time it got him first blood. This time it does as well. Felony traded on through. It's Wuskin already with 2 to his name this round. Looney just trying to stay alive right now, doing what he can to challenge him. Momo, you spotted something.
Yeah, I just love how Sunny B, 100 miles an hour, he's rotated around. He knows that they're coming here, and they're going to use those numbers. First shots go down. The trade should come in. It does perfectly play from Fnatic, and now Aqua, a 1v3. We saw him do it yesterday. Can he do it again? The reload comes in. Not going to happen.
And who is it? Sunny B again. You pointed it out. Great job from you to see Sunny B charge across the map. They're full sprinting to make sure he's there to help his teammates. If he's maybe a second later on that wall run, Aqua's pre-firing it, and he's probably dead. But instead, Sunny B right there on your screen clutches up that round from Fnatic, and now, Momo, they're within one.
They are indeed, and you know what? You said it enough times, Jack. Even I'm believing it wasn't Aqua yesterday, it was Looney. However, Looney will retain that title, and you know what? Aqua's hit 10 already to his name. Fantastic search and destroy, but will we see that round 11? Tommy, he's going a bit lone wolf once again here, but it seems like he's put the brakes on. He's almost waiting for that attack. Doesn't want to make the first move.
Look at both teams have the same idea. Just play back, wait until they sprint into our weapons. Nice cheeky angle here from Aqua for all European viewers. As now the push comes on through Sunny B with first blood. A second player now there for Fnatic. They're putting on the pressure. 3 kills already. Vicento by himself. This man's 1 and 5. Probably not the person you want to have in this scenario.
That's very unfortunate for Rise. For me, I will say Fnatic, they individually just all won their 1v1. There was no trading in that. There was nothing against this, and Vicento more than likely he's going to... oh, yeah, you might want to cover your face as you go down there. But 4v4 Fnatic, this is not unfamiliar territory. You know, they've been down in Search and Destroy before. They're not a team that really tilt easily. They're one which has, you know, a fantastic captain who will be guiding them through this whole Search and Destroy.
Game 1, we had, what, 7 or 8 lead changes?
Yeah.
As the game went on. Now, we're back up at even between these two teams. This is the matchup you wanted to see. They come into the series with the same exact map count between the two squads. Rise Nation, what's worked for them so far this game, hits towards B, and hell, they might as well do it again. And Fnatic haven't even moved at all. This is going to earn Looney camo. Or no, so close. So that's actually big for Fnatic in this one.
It really is, and I will say as well, 3 players for Fnatic are very close. Vicento, should I say, picks up his second of the game, and he's going to take down Tommy himself. This is looking good for Rise Nation. Trades coming in, and again, a 1v3 ended very quickly. I've got to say...
You know what that reminded me of? Sorry to cut you off, but that reminded me of the Hangar Hardpoint last map.
Yeah.
Where you're kind of watching Fnatic and you go, guys, you know how to play this. Even there, you know how to play this. What are you guys doing?
One thing that I would have said is Fnatic should have known earlier they're not coming to A. But they kind of just went...
They didn't move.
We'll sit here. Yeah. Do they all 4 hit the flank? Or do all 4 rotate back? For me, they had to do something to play for the retake and give them a bomb plant is very, very risky. Scraps does have the camo, though.
Yeah,
I believe Looney is the same. Yeah.
This could definitely dictate how this game plays on out. Tommy will be that lone wolf, as you mentioned, something we've seen from Fnatic a lot. He does have that sniper rifle, so needs to get into a long-range sight line. The Oni pistol, not what he wants to have. For these close-quarter engagements, Rise will use a Scarab as a scouting tool. Going to be up to Scraps to shoot this, and there he does get it. So not a lot of information earned for Rise Nation, but at least the knowledge that, hey, they are near this B side.
Now
here they go.
Use camo. This is full force Fnatic. This is what they like. He's gonna find three, but no, that's a mistake, and well played from Rise. Looney's gonna answer back with a camo of his own. Isn't gonna be traded, and 2-piece comes in. Rise Nation utilizing that camo a little bit better, and we're gonna see Fnatic in a world of trouble. Tommy in a 1v4. He's not got the weaponry to do this, surely.
Oh, he might. He gets 1 kill. Looney, though, that beautiful camo to open up the round. Now Tommy does have that FTL jump to use. I'm not sure if that's the exact payload you want to have. And even now with the Scarab out, just trying to chase down one of the winningest European players of all time. Tommy will peek right around the corner. FTL jumps out to the rock, gets the 2nd kill, but it's not enough. Rise Nation now up 2-0. And it's the camo, as I mentioned, prior to that round, that makes all the difference.
One thing I will say, I wish Scraps would have waited 1 more second, used his camo when he had 2 people by his side. You know, you push around, you get that kind of information, but when he did it, he was alone. And, you know, a team shot onto that player, he would have taken it down.
It was Felony who spotted him right away, started putting shots in him. He shoots like 5 bullets, and the timing works out perfectly. He immediately goes, hits that slide back in towards that garage.
Yeah.
Scraps and goes to shoot, try to get the kill. Unfortunately, the slide already has him behind cover. Once he saw that happen, Looney then immediately read the situation, said, it's time for me to use camo of my own. Gets the 2-piece, and there you're left with Tommy with the sniper. The one before really did what he could, but just wasn't enough in the end.
I mean, Tommy, whether he had a sniper or anything, 1v4, it's a very rare occurrence. I know we saw it yesterday. We were, you know, treated to a little bit of nice Call of Duty. But this time, we will see Rise Nation secure map number 2. And Fnatic, they're 2-0 down.
They are 2-0 down, but hey, that doesn't tell the full story of what we've seen so far this series. Guys, this is match number 1 of day 2 of the blue group. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, it is Uplink on Precinct. It is time for our first G Fuel key player matchup of the day. This time it is between Skraps and Aqua. Of a matchup that I can't decide of where it's going to go yet. This could be the one that helps swing Fnatic back into this series. Skraps, the 1.25 uplink KD, just barely beats out that of Aqua, but obviously Rise Nation do have the 2-0 series lead at the moment. What can Aqua and crew do to close out the very strong uplink team in Fnatic? This has been your first G Fuel key player matchup of the day. You saw a look at Rise Nation there. The squad up 2-0 in this best of 5 against Fnatic. They're now going into uplink on Precinct. Great start to the day so far, Momo, with our first 2 games.
It really has been. It's been close games. It's been interesting plays as well. I will say Rise Nation, for me, they have been that better squad. They've been able to close games out. They've seen the faster paced squad and just more the strategical team. And the one thing that I will say is we're going into a game mode which, at this moment, I know we've only played it twice, but Fnatic, they're undefeated. They took down FaZe Clan in, of course, the uplink, and of course took down EG yesterday. They actually took FaZe down, I think it was like 7-0 or 9-0. Could this be the momentum changer, or did Rise just put the nail in the coffin?
It's got to be if you're a Fnatic fan. One thing I do want to point out, up to this point, you mentioned, the Rise Nation just clutching up in the first 2 maps to secure them. I almost want to say they just look like the better disciplined team.
Yeah.
Where a call's made, and they make sure it happens, whether it's the fast hit towards B on that 1 round in Crusher where they just took it over, got a quick plant, or when the retakes were coming in, even at the end of that Turbine hardpoint, where they start dropping on in with the streaks. They wait for Felony to push in from top warehouse with the reactive armor. Little things like that have made a big difference so far. Either way, that is behind Fnatic at this point. Now, this is where they've got to start to turn things up if they want this reverse sweep. It's Precinct, uplink. Momo, does it happen? Do we see a game 4, or are you counting out the Europeans?
You know what? I'm going to go off statistics here. 75% at Dallas. This is for Fnatic. Their uplink was strong, 100% so far. Yes, we've only played 2 games, but just the way that Fnatic played against FaZe on uplink, it was fantastic. The one thing I will say, I can't recall the last time I saw Fnatic play Precinct uplink. I remember them on all the others. Frost, we've seen them yesterday, obviously on Throwback. How this one pans out, I've got to say statistically Fnatic, but I'm going to go just out on a limb here. I think Rise have got too much momentum. I think this ends 3-0, Jack.
Oh, here we go. Momo says 3-0. I'm going to join you on this one. This map, very important to know when to drop the drone and slay, especially near that statue side. Sunny B, the guy who was watching the flank for a lot of last game, will be the guy we're watching off the break. And he does strike first for Fnatic. Unfortunately, 2 of his teammates do die in the process.
Sunny B, in and out.
Oh, this is a dunk.
Grabs the drone. It should be a dunk. It will be a dunk as long as they know that they have a free
wow.
path. And just like that, Fnatic start strong. And I will say, they need to get back to that middle. We've got Scraps and Wuskins.
How often do you see 3 kills from a team off the break and then they just give up a dunk because they decide, hey, we don't need to watch that entire half of the map?
You said disciplined. Where is the discipline?
Not right there.
It certainly wasn't. However, Fnatic may be gifted that first dunk, and we will see them go 2-0 up. Straight away, though, we're going to see a little bit more action over at the statue. Scraps and Looney getting into the action, and now, with the first minute gone, we have seen Fnatic take that lead, but now we're going to see if Rise Nation can bite back. That drone going back and forth. We're heading to Orange. I will say that's a death trap right there. 3 plays from Fnatic, waiting to pounce.
Yeah, a lot of players I talk to say how that tarp side of the map can be so awkward to get engagements in due to just how close quarters can be. Sometimes people will hit a high wall run to do it. You don't even know they've got above you. You just wind up getting shot in the back. Rise Nation doing what I mentioned at the start of this map, dropping the drone, playing for kills. Thankfully, Aqua so far 5-2. You need Vicento to begin to pick things up. He's currently 0-4.
Oh, Aqua and Fellow doubling up to find 2. Are we going to find the 3rd? No. Sunny B says, I'll take you both down, and Looney does answer back. But for me, the last 30, 40 seconds, that drone's been lingering around statue back and forth. No one's been able to make that move. I'm waiting for that first 3 down. A team's going to suffer. These gun engagements are going to get too much for one team. Could this be it? Looney finds 2. Scraps and Wuskins double up again and just say, you're not coming past this orange top. You're not getting into our base, and we remain here at 2-0.
This is a perfect example of what they did to win against FaZe. They don't let them get past this midway mark. Right there, Rise get 2 kills, Fnatic get 2 back, and there's really no way they can focus on this objective. Finally, Fellow does swing the tide in his favor. Nearly snaps right over to Wuskin. It's going to be up to Looney to try to see what he can do. Not going to happen. Fnatic hold off yet again.
Wouldn't surprise me if Fnatic rotate here. They wrap around, they go for something different. Well, they're going to come into Faceno, who has already read it. That's going to be a 2-piece 3 down as well for Fnatic. This should be a conversion coming in for Rise Nation. That's going to be a dunk. And the one thing I will say, Jack, is this is a map you can be punished on. Fnatic don't want to get in this spawn trap.
Well, here's the issue. Rise Nation, they sent Fellow as well with the drone carrier towards the portal. So instead of him being able to pinch and trap them in that back gas area, he followed up with them and gave Fnatic a window to at least peek on out. They should be able to stop the second score. Yeah, an interception from Fnatic. A possible misplay from Rise Nation having Felony run back when they already had a lead blocker watching that gas exit.
Yeah, smart plays from Scraps there. Just head over to that portal, stay around it, and make your move. And I will say, Fnatic, they played this very, very smartly. Counter-attack coming in, however, 3 plays in the face of Felony. That's not going to end well. We're going to see a dunk, however, it's going to be stopped right there. There is 1 player still left alive, and I want to see Scraps just kind of back off here, play for a couple of kills.
Yeah, on this 4 streak, he sees 1 player and immediately just hightails it out of there. Trying to go to see if he can earn this Trinity Rocket. Not going to happen. Nice slide by Aqua. So far, his NV4 from close range has looked quite good on this map.
Yeah, it really has. It's working for the squads, but we sit with 90 seconds
He's got to wait. He's got to wait. He's got a pinch coming in from Felony. There, the call-out comes into play. Rise Nation now fully on the offensive. It's 3 dead for Fnatic. This is where Rise Nation can come back into this game, get themselves a tie. They get the score only 1, so nice job by Fnatic to recover.
Yeah, it really was, and I think the 1 player that was lingering around just stopped the bleeding for a second. However, they're on the back foot. Fnatic need to answer back here. We don't want to see them change if you're a European side, but Rise Nation, if you're a Rise fan, this could be where they tie things up. 60 seconds left, Jack, but they do lose that gunfight over at top.
Again, Rise Nation sent a player through this back ATM side, and Fnatic are just not ready for it. This time it was Looney. Thankfully, they do cut him down. And because they still had Scraps keeping some pressure towards his top ticket area, there won't be a score for Rise Nation off of that. So, 45 seconds left. Rise Nation still down by 1 in this first half.
Felony tried to go for the flank there, read by Tommy. Sunny and Scraps are going to take down 3, and this could be a conversion here with 35 seconds. Could be a very strong end to the first half. 1-point play goes in, no interception. Tommy takes down 4, 1 of his own team, and you know what? Let's make it 5. There's only 4 on the opposing squad, but a multi-kill coming in for Tommy, a 6-kill streak. Wuskins, a little bit of a hesitation here. He's waiting for his squad, and with 19 seconds, I think maybe he could have gone for a play, but I don't think that would have converted. I think Rise was set up well.
They were ready for an interception on the side of Rise Nation. At the half, it will be 5-3, the score in favor of Fnatic. I will say, they look like the better team at the moment in the game mode. Yeah, you see Wuskin doing what he can to move it up, not enough time. Fnatic keeping a fight in this game.
Yeah, Tommy ends 12 and 13 there. You know, not a
that was with a 6 streak.
Yeah, it was all in the last 60 to 90 seconds.
Yep.
And you know what? Him heating up, he will, you know, be almost toe-to-toe with Aqua. We've seen those 2 MV4s going back and forth, and that's what Fnatic needed. Now we're going to switch things up, we're going to flip the sides, and we're going to see another 5 minutes of uplink. Fnatic, they need to close this out. They're 2-0 down in the best of 5. Rise, can they close it out?
Scraps, we saw him have a poor use of the camo back in the search and destroy. He's going to be the camo player, obviously, here in uplink. Can he get his redemption this time around inside 2? Already off the break, it's Fnatic getting 3, make it 4. With the help of Sunny B, he's cutting down everyone on this Rise Nation push.
Absolutely, Sunny B stops the bleed in there, as we do see him justifying. No, surely not Sunny. He's actually going to find him as well. Wow. Tommy's going to add to the collection, and Scraps is jumping in the mix as well. This should be a conversion, a 1 or a 2 maybe. However, Wuskin's going to go for the diverse route. He's going to put it in for 2, and Fnatic, they are keeping up the statistic. Their uplink is strong. No matter how much they deny it sometimes, they're a strong uplink squad.
Things that have impressed me so far this weekend, FaZe Clan and Hardpoint and Fnatic in uplink. It's more than safe to say, EG, Nothing. But no, back to this one. Felony trying to move forward. He's 20 and 15 there. He does get cut down, and you want to point out Scraps, 23 and 13, already has that camo earned.
He was your key player matchup, Scraps and Aqua, you know, and for me, he's really stepped it up in this later stages. Couple of payloads coming in as well.
Think about this. Look at
Scraps
Looney.
and Tommy.
Look at Looney, 11 and 16. The camo player for Rise Nation. So far away from earning that in this game. He's not going to at this rate at all.
At this rate, not going to happen, and we know that those camo plays should convert into a 2-point play. Scraps actually made a bit of a mess of it yesterday and fumbled over on Frost, but this time he has the redemption to change that. 3.5 minutes left on the clock, still a 4-point lead for Fnatic. This is looking strong here for them to get themselves back in the game. Tommy's going to get that drone. He's going to look for a push.
The thing that I'm most impressed by is Fnatic's ability to play defense. If they get wiped out, they spawn up in their base, and they're just so versatile at being able to stop whatever push is thrown at them. Right now could be another perfect example. Looney trying to cut through middle map. They've got this lane watched. He tries to target the drone carrier first. Some sloppy bullets. Can't even get one kill because Scraps is there to help and punish him.
I love that play from Fnatic. The drone carrier just dipped away. Now he's used the camo. This should be a conversion. Waits for the perfect time. Oh my! He kind of dips right through. And you know what? Scraps learned from his mistake yesterday. He rushed things.
Yep.
He didn't. He went for a 1-point play. Here, he knows. You're invisible, buddy. Go for a dunk.
That right there, I would love to see the misplay he had on Frost yesterday.
Yeah.
And then that side by side to show perfect example of a player improving from a day-to-day basis. There goes the pass, though, from Rise Nation. And this is where it can get scary if you're a Fnatic fan. You've got Rise all over the European squad's base. They're getting the kills in middle map. There's one more player they have to cut down. That will be Tommy. He's just trying to hold the angle. But Rise, they want to go for back-to-back dunks here. They will have to try to settle for one, but it's an interception again from Fnatic.
Perfect.
There's that defense I'm talking about.
Yep, it really is, and you've said it before and time again. Even before, you know, they were heavily negative on the hard point and keeping it close. This time, we've got Scraps dropping 29 and 17. He is the one that's separating them. Felony, keep your eye out for him because he's got that reactive. That should be utilized a little bit later on, but with 2 minutes left, this is interesting from Sonny. He's opting to wrap round. He has got the support of Wuskins and Tommy with him, but he needs to be careful here.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop that, try to reset his armor. And again, what does Fnatic do? Great at dropping the drone and playing for kills. Right now, they need kills before they can focus on the objective. They do get 2, make it 3. Sunny B with the drone. I think he should wrap back to his base here.
He really couldn't. I know he's got overdrive. The wise play is to keep that for a second. And with the 4-point lead still, Fnatic, yeah, let off there a little bit. I will say, strong team shooting from the squad. Tommy and Sonny B still with those payloads. Looney, though, he's going traditional. He's going towards that statue.
Oh, no!
Wow, Felony comes up from behind, utilizing that in-game mechanic, and we're going to see Scarabs come into play. That could stop it. Not going to happen with the armor. 1-point play goes to his teammate. He's looking for the dunk. That's going to be dropped. We've got one player on the floor, and we're actually going to see Scraps pick it up, pick the 2-piece, and throw it right away. Sonny B's coming in as well. Vicento will be stopped.
Wow.
It's all Scraps has just saved the day.
The defense I talked about with Fnatic there, you think, how do they stop this from point going in? An awkward pass comes forward from Rise Nation. The player slams down to the ground. No score off of it. Now if I'm Fnatic, yeah, move it as far away on the map from anybody. 3 dead for Rise Nation. We will be seeing a game 4 here, Momo.
We will be indeed. 35 seconds left on the clock, and this means that Fnatic not only keep their uplink record going, but they've beaten every single team in their pool at this game mode. They are looking fantastic. This man, Looney, you know, he's been strong throughout the weekend, and going into this next hard point, they're going to have to get the momentum back, Jack.
The clutch factor is what kept Rise Nation up in this series with the first map win, the second map win. Now, you can say the same about Fnatic, the clutch play from Scraps. What a performance from him, 34 and 22 he's currently sitting at. Vicento trying to use the overdrive. It is 4-0 Fnatic. They put up a fight and forced the game 4 in this pool.
And your key player matchup was Scraps and, of course, Aqua. Both of them went off. Aqua was 32 and 24, I think, at the end there. Putting up damage, putting up those kills, but again, it's converting that. It's making those kills into those points. And Fnatic, they were very, very strong at that on the second side. I will say, you know, that first 2-point play, sloppy from Rise Nation.
This reminds me a lot of the Fnatic series that they played against FaZe. Where, you know, they've got that hard point where they fight. FaZe winds up taking it off of a strong performance at the end. The S&D that was quite even throughout, that FaZe wound up beating them out narrowly on. Fnatic then, throughout that game, I mean, they were really in full control. There was a couple moments where we thought Rise could strike, but then Fnatic clutched up. And now we're going to another game 4 hard point. Then, like the last series, FaZe obviously clutched that one up when they faced Fnatic. Now Rise looking to do the same here.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, I've actually, the map set was brought up previously, and I thought, Scorch, that's a great map for Rise Nation. Looking into this next hardpoint, not only does the momentum just heavily favor from that uplink, but this will be a much better map for Fnatic. It can't be I don't even know what the map is. However, it can't get any worse for me. I think Rise Nation are a very, very strong Scorch team. And you know what? Reverse sweep. Is that too early to say? It could be, but
I would love it.
Yesterday, we saw a couple of games end 3-1. Of course, that in favor of FaZe. Fnatic, they will not be going down without a fight.
No, most certainly not. That's what it's all about, baby. In this blue group, people have been saying, you saw, I believe it was Scump go on Twitter and say this is the best group, really, of the four we'll see in the Global Pro League Stage 1. Multiple other players excited about some darn good Call of Duty, and we're seeing it right now between these teams. Looking over, I see Clayster chatting a little bit with Aches. Clay obviously has this match up next against EG after this. EG currently 0-6 in their map count up to this point this weekend.
Yeah, not a great start, and you know what? To come in on day 2 when you're 0-2 down against what is, a top 3 North American team, top 3 global team. FaZe Clan, that's a tough one.
It most certainly is. Rise Nation, this team, though, has had their ups and downs. They've made it this far, though. Let's see how they got to this point.
Rise Nation, as an organization, came into Infinite Warfare after having their best year in 2016. The team underwent drastic changes heading into the new title, with only Looney remaining on the roster.
Looney, you guys made a couple of roster changes under Rise, and now you find yourself in a grand final. How good does that feel?
It feels great, man. And they've been a consistent top 3 team, so it was obvious I was going to go after these guys when my teammates left me, and we're here again.
Looney would build the team around himself by adding Vicento, Felony, and Aqua. The former Elevate trio had been teaming together since MLG Anaheim of last year, while the Vicento and Aqua duo goes back even further. This is a team built around chemistry and strong S&D play. This new look Rise Nation roster came out of the gates hot. They took home first place at the CWL Vegas event, with Vicento being crowned MVP for the tournament. But from there, things got a bit shaky. Due to the fact that Rise Nation consistently performed poorly in the 2K tournaments, they needed to rely on top finishes at the international major events. From their first place finish in Vegas, they dropped the top 12 at Atlanta, but a week later, they appear to be back in form with a 3rd place finish at CWL Paris. But my, how the mighty have fallen. At CWL Dallas, things couldn't have looked worse for Rise Nation. They went 1-3 in pools, which resulted in starting in the losers bracket. In their first bracket play match, they would face off against Evil Geniuses. Rise Nation would lose that series and be knocked out of the tournament incredibly early, having only won 1 series the entire weekend. Rise Nation thus far will be defined by their polarizing performances. From a first place finish at CWL Vegas to a team that didn't look like they even belonged in the GPL at Dallas. The changes in the meta of the game has affected their ability to compete, and their confidence seems to be lost heading into the Global Pro League. How can they recapture the form that they began the year with? Well, first, Vicento needs to prove he can perform on the level he did at CWL Vegas consistently. And overall, the team needs to get back to the basics. Normally, this is a group of players that excel in Search and Destroy, but they won only 14% of their S&Ds at Dallas. Looney needs to rally the troops and find ways to dig up the confidence they once had. Tune in April 28th to 30th to see how Rise Nation perform in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
Rise Nation, a handsome, handsome bunch, ready for this next matchup. In this game 4 hardpoint, Momo, I know you might have your predictions for what you think would happen here on Throwback, but I know your heart, your European heart, wants to see a game 5.
My European heart most certainly does. However, I think logically, as a caster, as an analyst, my prediction there was Rise to end this 3-0. Didn't happen. Fnatic keep that uplink statistic going. Now, going into Throwback hardpoint, we saw Fnatic yesterday, I believe, against FaZe on this map. They actually impressed me. They rotated at the right times. They headed to bomb when they needed to. The baseball field as well. And one thing I will say is, for me, I'm not saying it favors Fnatic, but this is a much better map for them than Scorch, in my opinion.
Folks in the crowd, I'm going to quiz you right now. Tell me, do you think we're going to a game 5, or does it end right here? Yell it. Oh,
they think a game 5.
Most people saying game 5. All right, I'm with it then. Let's see if Fnatic can get it done. We're off the break here on Throwback Hardpoint. Rise Nation do get early control, and already look at how these spawns have flipped for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, Scrap's in a good position, but noted by Felony, and straight away we're going to see Rise Nation take a very slight early lead, but surprisingly enough, you can, when we see those box scores at the end, one team, they're dominating this train platform, it can lead to their success, and Rise Nation starts strong, 3 kills for Sento. We know he started a little bit slow in the other respawns, but this time, Tommy and Scraps are going to answer back. Rise Nation, though, they're thinking about those next spawns as well as Fnatic. With 15 seconds, though, you're looking at Fnatic for Barn.
And look at these challenges already coming in between these players. Fellow getting the call-outs if the person is weak near fence. He's just pre-firing whatever he can. He's the man looking to clear out this lane for his team to push towards Barn. The first hard point held quite well from Rise Nation. And look at how high up Felony's getting on this wall run. Can't win the gunfight, though, versus Sunny B.
I was very disappointed with almost both teams in Scorch Hardpoint. They let a lot of control just slip away. A lot of breaks came in on the hard points. Will Fnatic just be able to hold strong and dominate this Barn? We'll have to wait and see.
But I wonder, and I'll ask you this while we see if they can break on through, was it that they weren't able to hold, or were the pushes just well executed? Because from both sides, you could make an argument for that too. The use of streaks, the payloads that came in. You saw Tommy would bait himself for his 2 teammates to flank in from 2 different angles. Yes. Could they have held? Absolutely, if they had better communication sometimes and some shots that went in their favor. On the other hand, though, some great use of streaks, some smart payload plays made the difference in that game, and we'll see if Rise can use it again here to their advantage.
Well, they do take over Barn, but with 10 seconds left, we're going to see the rotation come in, and we're going to see a slight lead from Rise. It's going to be 20 seconds. We're going to go down to the bike path, and it looks like here Sunny B is trying to set up around Lemon, but Looney, he's going to get the scrap points going into this next one. Fnatic to go down on rotation. That is not what you want. They will respawn together around Bowling. This next wave of kills are very, very important. Looking strong for Looney, trying to find number 2, doesn't happen.
Felony has been a monster this series in Hardpoint, keeping it again into this map. 10 and 5 currently tries a challenge. Nice play by him to just back on out, play his life for the moment. Unfortunately, though, Scraps holding that angle does get the better of him there, and Fnatic, they will break on through very clean, led by the 3-piece from Tommy.
And it's interesting to see as well, Tommy, he's gone from using an MV4 in Search and Destroy to an ERAD in Hardpoint. And one thing I will say about Tommy, such a versatile player. He can change at any given time, and he really does try and get his squad back into this one.
Sunny B, who's really impressed so far for me in this series, a 2 and 8 start, from him, does get 2 right there. Only 1 second to his name in the objective. Need to see him get a little bit more involved as this game goes on, but for now, Fnatic have brought it back within about 5 seconds. If you look at your minimap, though, if we can make this full screen for a moment, you'll see the boys of Rise Nation, they're set up now on that top right area, waiting for this baseball hard point. They're in the right position they want to be. Fnatic here's a perfect example. Rise have the setup, Fnatic waiting for the perfect push. Let's see if they can get it done, Momo.
I like the way Scraps has waited, he's bided his time, but it's not going to work as Aqua and Facento block out their push. Looney as well, and we see Rise dominate here. We are going to see Fnatic, they're going to have to wait. They're going to have to, give up 5 or 10 seconds while they regroup, go for push number 2. Will Rise Nation be able to hold off? It's looking good. Aqua and Felony winning those 1v1 gunfights. The trades come in, and Rise Nation, they should keep control. However, Wuskins, their 3-piece does take them down, and now Fnatic, they've got a bit of an off-spawn, Jack.
And Looney doing a great job of using the statue as cover. Will force players to slide out at him. Felony's got his help. Does get 1 before he's traded on out by Tommy. It's a 2v2 near this hard point, but in the end, it's Aqua who comes out on top, 11 and 7. Great start from him in this hard point. At the end of our first rotation of hills, it will be Rise Nation up by about 50 seconds, Momo.
Yeah, they're looking strong here, and you know what? They started strong on train platform. They're going to try and do the same here again. Everyone just scattered around this map. No one's got the control. No one wants to jump onto this hard point. But Fnatic, they're thinking about the next one as well. Both teams will be, as we do see the clock tick down. Felony and Aqua, and once again, Rise Nation as a whole, they're outslaying them. We've got Felony to +6. Aqua's on +4. It's looking good for Rise Nation.
And they've got this cross-watched as well. They got a 30-1 lead off the first hard point in this middle tracks area, now looking to make it even better for them here. They're up by a full minute. They've taken command of this game in the slang, and I talked about the slow start from Sunny B. It's only gotten worse now, Momo. 6 and 15, still with only 1 second of objective.
And this is a map, sometimes we see Sunny actually, come into his element. He's the one which is using an ERAD, sometimes an Evo himself. And we see him go crazy in hard points like Barn. But when it comes a little bit more open, Rise Nation, I feel, are drawing them out. They're drawing those long-range gunfights, and we're going to see things go to the next rotation. Again, Rise Nation still in control, around 50-60 points.
Very similar scenario. to the first Barn play where Fnatic had a couple players in position. Rise had a good opportunity for a break, and it was pretty heavily contested back and forth. Right now, though, look at your kill feed. It's all Fnatic. They know exactly where Rise Nation are pushing from as well. They can absolutely get a full 60 here, Momo.
Well, Wuskin's 20 kills to his name. He's definitely stepped it up in this hard point. Can he make it 21? Not going to happen as Tommy comes in to sweep away, but he won't be disheartened about that one. He's keeping control. He's going to give the call-outs, but 2 fall down. Scraps answers back, and now he needs to take control. Sunny jumps into the action as well, and suddenly we're in a 20-point game, Jack.
Yeah, Fnatic, they're clawing right back in. They've gotten 40 seconds on this hard point already. While they have done well up to this point, it's now Rise Nation in control. Another push coming on through middle map. That is Scraps who gets cleaned on up. And now it'll come down to this rotation towards the bike path. Both teams going to get there at about the same time. Fnatic, though, should have the number advantage.
They will have the number advantage over at bike path. You're not mistaken there, but I'm looking at the payloads. Aqua has already unlocked it. Cento, a little bit further off. Felony's going to find himself with that payload, and I think these will be saved just for a little bit, obviously heading to maybe the baseball field. But on the bike path, 50 seconds left, Jack, we're going to have a bit of a bloodbath down low.
Yeah, and both teams just happy with contesting for the moment. It all comes down to who can win those over-the-top gunfights to then put the pressure on the player contesting from the other side of this bottom bike path wall. Rise Nation back up to a 35-second lead, but it's Fnatic keeping things close. It really all could come down to this next baseball hardpoint.
I know we've been watching the plays in the hardpoint. I've been keeping my eyes on the minimap. Felony has been dominating over towards the train platform. He's now 25 and 16. He's been keeping full map control, pushing Fnatic down that one bike path. They know what's happening. Again, kill feed, Looney, Aqua, Rise Nation, dominating.
And look at the timing of that. With 10 seconds left on bike path, they wipe Fnatic off the map, and now they're going to get perfectly set up for this back baseball hardpoint again. This could be a deciding moment in the series. Felony, is it time to pop the reactive armor?
It may be so. One thing I like from Fnatic, they've gone fast, but Felony could catch them off guard.
There's
Tommy's
one.
going to be the first.
There's 2. Make it 3 for Felony. He gets the help as well. He did pop the reactive, but I do think it's worth it in that scenario.
Yeah, they could regain baseball field. They now have control. Scraps has just used his payload as well, entering. He wants to regain this. He's going to be the one jumping in.
No,
he takes him down.
Camo. He runs in with the camo and gets team killed by Sunny B. Wasn't it Scraps that team killed Sunny B at the end of the hard point yesterday on Breakout? He's getting his revenge.
Yeah, I tell you what, revenge is not what you want to happen when you're 70 points down. You're a 2-1 down in the series. Rise Nation now about to hit 200. Felony has been dominated. 30 kills, 5-kill streak over a minute in the hill. He's just taking numbers right now. Make it 31, Jack.
Felony is going off 31 and 17. Rise Nation have now blown open the floodgates. It's a full 70-second lead as we head into our third rotation. Rise are all over middle map again. And if the story stays the same to what we've seen so far, they should outscore Fnatic again on this middle hill.
Yep. If they just keep doing what they're doing, outslaying, outperforming.
My God, Felony. Just watch Felony. Just switch to Felony, please. There we go. He's in the hard point with the Scarab. Double positive right now. The man's on pace for 40 in this game.
This is a ridiculous performance. We're at the right time against the team, which are fighting for second. He does find one. Teammate trades out the second and Scraps. He gets a double, but it's not converting into any points. And with 30 seconds left, this is just seeming like a simple slaying battle. And you look at that, and Aqua make it 4. Not going to happen for Rise Nation. They have just taken this game by storm in the last 60 seconds. Jack.
Aqua and Felony, the duo right now in the hardpoint game mode, going off with a combined, what are they even at now? Almost 65 kills in this map alone. You can see, again, it will be, for the third time this game, Fnatic with early rotation control for Barn. Once they got 20 seconds. The second time they got 40 seconds. This time they 100% need the full 60.
The problem is here, Fnatic are probably going to have to burn their payloads to keep this.
Yeah.
Rise Nation, they can, if they wanted Aqua and Looney, they can save them for maybe, a more crucial one if it goes the distance. But they're going to push in as a squad. We're going to see Tommy and Scraps go down. That's good news. That's not good news. Look where they've spawned. We're going to see Looney take down Wuskins. This could be the end of the game right now. Not even a payload to be seen.
Again,
with the camo.
The camo from Looney uses it to secure a key part of the map. This time it's the hard point. Rise Nation, they want to end the game right here. Fnatic are getting desperate. They're trying to push in from whatever angle they can come from. Scraps has been spotted. GG, Rise Nation will take the series 3-1. To kick off our...
Oh, and there goes Jack's headset. Jack's jumping up and down. He's lost his headset, so Jack...
Hello, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Get back here.
Oh, we stand on these boxes, and I just tripped on my wire and dropped my headset.
Never mind. We're going to leave that. And
I'm going to be in Maven's mishaps.
Most definitely are. Fnatic, fist bumps all around, but with a 3-1 defeat, that puts them in a bit of a sticky situation because those are two teams which will be fighting for that second spot. Of course, EG started slow on day one. They're 0-2. Both of these teams have one series to them. Rise, they've just added their second.
Rise Nation looking very, very good. The big statement there again. Winning both hard points. That's been the theme so far this weekend. Clutching up in that game mode can easily secure you the series. Biggest takeaways there, Fnatic still look great in uplink.
Yep.
Both teams very evenly matched in Search and Destroy. Of all the rematches we'll see later on this weekend, because remember, this is double round robin, so these two teams will match up again tomorrow. I'm most excited for this one right here.
Oh, yeah.
Rise Nation and Fnatic.
I mean, you know, it's the game mode where these are going to go fighting for that second. If FaZe just keep storming ahead like they have been doing, if EG continue on their slump, these two teams are fighting for that playoff spot. Yes, third, it, you know, solidifies that spot at champs. Great. But these guys, they want to be in playoffs. $500,000.
Momo, you might be happy to hear this. We have Maven on stage with the man himself, Felony, who went off that series. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. All right, I want to rewind a little bit because I want to talk about kind of the squad coming into this, because I think you guys lost a little bit of respect from the community and fans after Dallas, right? You guys have been heavy favorites. You came in here not so much. There were people thinking you could finish 4th, 2nd, 3rd, all over the place. Did you feel like you had a little bit of a chip on your shoulder coming in this weekend?
Honestly, when we perform our best, it's when people think we're not going to play well. So going into this event, we just made sure our teamwork was back to the way it was at Vegas and just play together.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what you think was going wrong with the team a month and a half ago? The search was abysmal. The teamwork seemed off. What did you guys fix over the last month or so?
Honestly, I feel like the two events we placed bad, we just honestly got lazy. Since we started playing together in Black Ops 3, Search and Destroy was our best game mode, and at Dallas, we couldn't rely on winning our Search and Destroys, so our whole team chemistry was just thrown off.
Well, you guys have improved greatly here. Now let's focus on this series, because you come in, you're tied up. This is a big one, right? What was the team chat like before going into this? Because if you win, you're looking pretty good. You haven't secured 2nd place, but you're in a good spot.
Going into this, we knew that they were a pretty fast-paced team. We knew that they like to use submachine guns. So we just made sure we played together, played at a good pace, and Dan played his submachine gun position really well that whole entire series, and it helped us greatly.
Well, let's talk about you, though, buddy. You were gunning. That game before, you were phenomenal. You were going off on that last statue hard point, really throughout the entire map. What was working for you in the squad there in that game 4?
That was just one of those maps where everything I hit was just good timings. I was hitting all my shots, and everything was just working in my favor. But I feel like the team played great the whole series. Very proud of them.
Hey, great stuff so far. Thank you for coming on Hot Mic on Thursday, and keep it up. But for now, we'll toss it back over to Ben and the boys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. Great, of course, to hear from Felony as well. Congratulations to Rise. They now have a bit of an advantage over Fnatic, of course, but Fnatic were able to take a map. We'll break down the series, though. Of course, it was a Rise 3-1 victory. We'll start with map number 1, Hardpoint. And I want to start off the discussion, Matt, with something you mentioned yesterday. Watching Fnatic kind of reminded you a little bit of Mindfreak. They'd start very well. They'd have a great first half, but then somewhat disappear a little bit in the second.
I mean, we're sitting here, and Rise gets off to an early lead. Like, after drill, we go back to the center hard point. I believe it was something like 97. Like, they were like really close, like tied. And we're like, oh, this is a great first half for Fnatic. The second half was pretty bad. I mean, not a lot of good things going on in the second half of the game for them. So I think you kind of take the same things that Mindfreak had wrong last week. They need to close out these games. When you get off to a good start, you need to kind of carry that through.
Not to mention, I think it was 180 to 170 on that drill hill. Yeah. They were being outslayed by 19 kills, right? Wow. So, like, they kept it close the whole time, even though they were kind of getting outplayed. Like, they were getting outslayed, but they kept it close, which is pretty good, right? But then they just went in that last hill, and they had no payloads, right? Like, Tommy had a really bad game. He went 13 and, like, 28 at some point. You can't really have that. And then Danny was playing great.
The slaying's a huge issue for Fnatic overall.
I think one of the key moments as well was something that you pointed out. Rise got a full 60 seconds at Hangar. I mean, I feel like you can't let that happen at this level.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the hill before that, that Turbine hill, that second hill, that's really the money hill on this map. And there was like 6 streaks used. I mean, teams were just trading it back and forth. Rise decides to give it up, and Fnatic, they just kept hitting bridge. They were going one by one. Rise were just cool, calm, and collected, and they get a full 60 for it, and that's really the difference maker in this game.
It's something I noticed about Fnatic watching them yesterday play against FaZe. I believe it was like a throwback hardpoint. It's like I'm looking at the mini-map, and that's kind of where I study a lot, and it's like there's players just spawning everywhere. Like Fnatic is just like running all over the map. Like it's one guy going this way with an SMG. Now you got another guy flying this way. And you saw there, it's like just there was no like, okay, let's stop. Let's all get together.
Right.
Let's push this together. It was just like, I'm going to go run in and try and get a two-piece. Didn't work. All right, here, let's throw the next guy in. It's just not a way to play.
They slay a little better on that map, they potentially win that, right? Like that was a close game at the end, right? But a little more slays, they probably win that game 1.
Very true. Then, of course, we go over to game 2, the Search and Destroy. And this one kind of started off almost similar. I mean, in terms of the first bloods, I mean, the first 3 rounds, Merc, I mean, you see there, it was all Rise Nation.
Yeah, I mean, the big first story is Rise Nation just always having a 4 versus 3 in that. And in the way Crusher is played, it's every team is grouped together, and teams are looking for trade. So unless, you know, Fnatic gets lucky playing that bomb or killing a bomb planter, it's a tough round to win when you're always down a man, you know, 15, 20 seconds into the round.
And what was interesting as well, Aix, was we saw Rise come out to a very big lead. Then all of a sudden, Fnatic kind of flicked the switch, and they changed their pace completely, and they come back into the game.
Right, yeah, they go down 3-0, right, and not really playing, not together at all. They're getting blooded and then consistently just running away from each other, it felt like. And then they're like, okay, guys, like, let's go. We're going to figure something out. Next 3 rounds straight, all aggression. Just all together, flying together, going together, complete aggression, and it worked for them.
Definitely.
And then it just they were in such a big hole from those first 3 rounds, they couldn't battle back and get the win.
Well, speaking of map 2, I believe I can send it down to the wonderful TP on the Telestrator to break down a key moment.
Thanks so much, guys. A common issue we see from some of these second-tier teams, I like to call them here at the GPL, is they're not able to close out some of these rounds. And here's why. Especially round 9, I'm going to break it down for you guys here as to why Fnatic just giving up too much map control and letting Rise just play wherever they want on the map. So we look at this initial setup early in the round, and all of Fnatic is towards this right side, A side of the map on defense. This is fine a lot of the time, but they're not gaining any sort of information. They wait way too long, and they get punished because of it. So basically, these players wait towards this A side way too long. They aren't pushing up. Nothing really happens for them. They don't know if Rise is at A at all because they're not pushing up to gain an angle. Tommy's looking towards middle and doesn't see anything for about 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Rise is just doing that, that B strat we've seen so many times here this year in Infinite Warfare. So they're able to get the bomb down so easily, push through to this sort of the rock side of the map right here, and there's really nothing that Fnatic can do to stop them. What you need to do originally on this map is maybe have Tommy or another player over towards this side of the map here, and all this guy is doing, you need to position him better so he can gain some sort of information towards this B side. He has an angle to see if these players are pushing towards the crates, towards the wall run, anything, and then he has the ability to back up, wait for his teammates over here, and then play the retake. They weren't able to do it. They wait way too long and basically give Rise that 5-4 lead in a late search and destroy round. It just shouldn't be happening. They need to do a better job of creating map control. And if you want to play a retake, you have to get your team together. They weren't able to do it, but let's see. I want to roll this clip and break it down to see how Rise is just able to get to this site and just push wherever they want. Look how long it takes. We're already at 1 minute and 15 seconds. 15 seconds into this round, what are they actually doing? You need to look at this mini-map right here. They're not really moving up towards A. They have a little bit of help towards middle. And look at that bomb. They're just pushed out way too far. Facento gets pushed up towards the rock, gets the kill towards the middle of the map, and now they're just down in numbers, have to defuse the bomb. It's just bad execution overall. It shouldn't be happening at this level, in my opinion. And that's why they sort of just let these games get away from them. A very solid team in Fnatic, but an amateurish sort of round gets away from them. They lose the map. But that's it for me. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Teep. Fantastic breakdown there of a very, very crucial round. And, you know, Aix, I asked you about that pace of Fnatic and how that was the problem in the first 3 rounds, and then all of a sudden it was as if they went back to that.
Right, so they went up, or went down 3-0, and then won 3 straight, and then that 4-4 round people just did, like, where was the aggression at? They just, all 3 of them sat in A and just played it so scared, no information, no nothing. Maybe a weird guess, and they thought they were going to go A that round, but you can't really risk it on that at a 4-4 round, which is so crucial.
And it's such a big round because you had Camo going into the next round.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go into that next round, you're up 5-4 with Camo. If you use it any other way other than what Scraps did with it, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about that. Maybe you end up winning that round. You end up taking map number 2 as well.
The big issue with that round is Tommy has to know that he's alone. Like, he cannot get picked to middle there. He doesn't even stay alive to retake that bomb site again. That 4v3 situation for Rise, they're going to clutch up. They have all that map position. All they have to do is watch the bomb, and Fnatic just not able to do it. If you're Tommy there, you have to stay alive the best way you can. Realize, all right, they plan the B-bomb. I need to get out of here.
And obviously, Matt, you touched on that Camo. Obviously, 5-4 up. You have 2 players with Camo. Scraps uses it. doesn't really get anything. He gets information at best if you want to make that argument. But then Looney, he uses his camo, and he flies and gets himself a double kill.
It's actually almost like what we saw Scraps do yesterday in the uplink. I think the one that me and you watched on the desk on Frost. Remember when he had camo and he came out of it so fast?
He didn't take patience. You have 6 seconds, full seconds that you can make an entire play with, and he just rushed it.
So yeah, I mean, he pops his camo, goes through the B site. The first guy, he catches like a sliver of him, and he fires the bullets, comes out of camo. He had no chance of even chasing it. If he actually waits a few more seconds, maybe he trails that guy. There's, what, 2 players in there in that little like warehouse?
He
at least gets 1. So I think that would just be a completely different round for Fnatic if he plays that a little bit differently. But on the other side of things, Looney uses his, and he goes big with it.
Perfectly. And Looney yesterday, again, on the throwback S&D, the 1v3, perfect camo again. So I think that S&D was a payload usage in favor of Rise 100%.
Patience definitely a virtue, and to the point Aches made as well, is you look at how that began. Could have been 2-0 Fnatic. It really could have been a 2-0 Fnatic series. But moving over to map 3, and I mean, Fnatic and Uplink, it's just a masterclass. It really is. They seem to be playing this game mode so unbelievably well. Scraps, who you could maybe say, I don't want to say cost the S&D, but definitely a bit of a misuse of his camo. I mean, what a performance from him, Merc, in terms of the Uplink. A 1.52, 35 kills as well, 3 scores. It was just wonderful from Scraps.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want from this guy, but the issue is he wasn't doing that the entire series. On the other side, looking at Rise, it's Faceno. He had a very slow start, and this is a player who you talk about. He was the MVP at Vegas. If Faceno has a bad series like he did last night against FaZe, they lose. So it's a lot of importance on Faceno to keep that slaying up.
And you would think he was also their MVP yesterday almost. Like, loud the entire time, played really well in that EG series, and kind of fell flat versus FaZe, and it was the same thing here. But also in that uplink, like, I just feel like Looney didn't get his camo, right? Didn't slay. Bryce didn't even use overdrive to the very end. Didn't slay. Scraps, the camo player, played almost phenomenally the entire time. And then tactical usage. Where was Rise's tactical usage?
Where to go in game 4? I mean, the tactical use was there in game 3. I mean, it was great. Like, where to go in game 4, it was non-existent.
I think, just touching on that uplink one more time, Eric, you mentioned it as well when you were watching defense for Fnatic. Yeah. It seems almost impeccable. They're clutching up time and time again.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday when they win map 3, 7-0, and we just talked about how they don't let the team get into their base. They may always wait for each other. They play interceptions well. They make it very difficult to get control of their base, and that's what you saw at the end of that second half. It was just very difficult for Rise to get any sort of momentum. Even if they got a dunk, they couldn't hold on to it. Fnatic just did a great job of retaking their base.
It's just kind of funny. Like, I'm listening to you talk about this, right? And it's like they're so great at, like, getting together and taking their base back.
When they do it.
Like, where is that kind of teamwork in Hardpoint? Right? It's like they have it in Uplink and they're great at it. It's like, why is that a non-existent
all of their kills in Uplink lead to dunks. They hardly get any 2-point throws. It's like they clean wipe the kill feed and get a dunk almost every time.
Yep.
Then, of course, you move over to map number 4. It was the final map, of course. Rise take it 250 to 143. And it was the Felony show, Aches. He really stepped up, and that's the kind of performance you want to see from him throughout the entire week.
Yeah, if he's slaying like that, Rise is scary, right? But at the same time, it's like, I feel like they could have shut him down. He stacked his gun the entirety of that map and was able to go 30, 35 kills. Like, if they would have had the same tactical uses they had in game 3, I feel like they could have shut him down a little bit. But they really just let him run around the map and do that to them.
And of course, you can see that scoreboard on the top left. Yes, Felony has a fantastic game, but on the flip side, Sunny B, who's such a consistent player usually, is,
I mean, he has 10 kills at this point. I mean, he finishes the game with 12.
Yep.
And you think that was the same story in game 1 for Tommy, right? Like, if they didn't have one person kind of lacking the slaying, that could have been a different story.
And especially on throwback, Sunny B is such a quick submachine gun player, and if he's doing that, going 10 and 24 is just really ridiculous. And Sunny B teammate Scraps, who popped camo at that time, just, something we've seen.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah,
we saw the exact same thing yesterday.
They team killed. In every respawn, there's been a team kill.
They have such a good payload usage in game 3, but not in 1 and 4, right? And that's both days so far.
And that's been very kind of strange to watch. You see some of the payload usage that Fnatic has had, and you're like, okay, some of it's fantastic, but then other times it seems as if they just have like a midlife crisis halfway through the game.
Right, it just feels rushed.
Look at that hill number 1. 52 seconds on a hill that should be so, contested.
Yeah.
It just, that's ridiculous. I don't think we've seen that all year. And then hill number 4 as well, baseball. That's like one of the money hills on this map.
That you can kind of expect, right? Like that, if the team's out slaying, they're going to do that on the 4th hill. But first hill, that should never happen.
Especially like baseball, especially if they're going to run mostly SMGs, they're going to fly one by one like that. You're going to see that happen.
Fellow, of course, finishes with a 1.86 as well. As we mentioned, a fantastic performance from him. But Rise with the advantage now. If we look at maybe head-to-head, Rise, Fnatic, I think they're the couple of teams that we think, all right, who is going to take that second or third spot? They definitely earn themselves a big advantage. So Fnatic now really, they're going to have to 3-0 them next time they play. So
that's what I was going to say. It was very important they took that uplink at least. So now they still have a chance to get that second spot if they go to a tiebreaker.
Did you realize when you guys were playing how important it was to actually win maps? Like when you guys were like, like the question sounds like that when I asked.
Yes,
there,
we wanted to win maps. But
yeah, but like, did you realize how important maps were going to be in the overall?
Right, but after day 2, we kind of realized mathematically, Mindfreak had a better map percentage than us, so we still just had to beat Envy, and that was all it came down to. But for them, in that head-to-head, they still have a chance, right?
Yeah.
They definitely do. Of course, there's still plenty of action to come here at day 2 of week 2. We'll just talk a little bit about MLG's enhanced viewing experience. Eve, you can see it in action at mlg.tv/COD. You get the up-to-date event statistics, the featured player POVs, which I believe you can vote on this week as well, which is super exciting. We have our score streak prediction game, and of course, the fantastic source quality. But as I mentioned, still plenty of action here at day 2, week 2. Coming up next on the main stage, Evil Geniuses versus FaZe Clan.
I expect FaZe to be really good. They've had some really good showings at these tournaments, and they've been one of the most consistent teams. So we got to bring our A game and win our searches and steal a hard point or one of the uplinks off of them.
I think EG is such a good team because of just the amount of like slaying power they have on the team. Like you'd think that's kind of weird just because looking at their players, you're like, they don't have a lot of slaying power. But in this game, they actually do.
FaZe is a good team because they've been teaming for about 2 years. And, you know, that consistency and just knowing what everybody's going to be doing. So obviously we haven't been teaming as long as them. So they kind of have an edge in that regard.
So in all honesty, I think that team wouldn't work if it wasn't for Nameless. Nameless is kind of the glue that holds them together.
If we're going to take out FaZe, like I said, we're going to have to win both of our search and destroys, and then, you know, steal a hard point or an uplink. Respawn's been looking a lot better for us. We've been playing a lot more, so going into that match, we're just going to make sure our S&D strategies are on point.
We have the maps. I've looked over them, and I think that's why we're going to beat them. We got some of our better maps. I'm predicting a 3-0, 3-1. It could definitely go the distance. I mean, you never really know how some of these maps are going to go, but I'm fully confident we're going to beat them 3-0, 3-1.
Welcome back to day 2 of week 2 of the GPL. Coming up next on the main stage, Evil Geniuses versus FaZe. And this could be a big one for FaZe, could really solidify potentially that #1 spot in the group, especially if they have a 2-0 day today. Definitely could. And for Evil Geniuses on the flip side, it definitely could be a Cloud9-like performance. Sorry, Eggs, had to go there. But joined by a special guest in the studio, Marky B. Of course, you're not playing this week, you're going to be playing next week. But what are your thoughts overall on this group as it's played out?
I mean, it's got really interesting with that most recent result. I think that beforehand, I was actually favouring Fnatic to advance. I was obviously
European bias.
I mean, yeah, European bias. I'm going to throw that in there, but I mean, I think that most recent result actually changed a lot of things for me. My predictions. I think that now it's kind of looking a bit open. They could progress in playoff spot. They could come fourth. Really, I don't really know what's going to happen now.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. But as we talked about, the next game up on message, EG versus FaZe. I have to ask you, for EG, just really how important is this win?
I mean, they got to get some maps, right? Like 0-6, same boat as we were last weekend. You got to get some maps at least. If they can pull this match win, though, they're in a good spot because they're taking it off FaZe, right? So that's something that probably no other team's going to be able to do this weekend with how FaZe has been playing. So if this is a match to show up, it's definitely this one for EG.
Then, of course, we talk a little bit about FaZe, Teep, and have they impressed you as much as you expected coming in? Obviously, last week when we talked about Envious, it was like, yeah, they're playing well, but there still seems to be some room for improvement. For FaZe, on the other hand, where do you see them?
I think there was a few issues yesterday, but are they really glaring issues? I really don't think so. Going into today, they have their easiest competition in terms of Evil Geniuses. Yeah. Not to disrespect by any means, but they had tough games yesterday. They obviously stepped up to the test as we expect FaZe to do. They do it pretty well. They dropped 2 maps yesterday. It's not that big of a deal, but we look at this map set here, and EG needs to win Scorch. 100%, they need the energy. I need to hear Study yelling, Nameless as well. When those 2 guys get energy, it's a completely, they're different players. They need to show up here.
Nameless is like a chain effect for this team. He has to get loud. If he can do it, they'll all do it. But for me, FaZe, it's Clayster, right? Like, he has finally showed up to form. And of all people to give credit that I don't like giving it to, you're right. But he's deserving it, right? He's playing really well, which has been a faulty point for FaZe in the past.
I saw that tweet yesterday as well. You said your day 1 MVP. You were giving it to Clayster. If he can continue that performance, FaZe definitely going to be sitting pretty at the top of this group. That's everything from the studio for now. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Maven and Mr. X.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. Let's have some fun, man. But you know who may not have fun? EG. Because yesterday was actually their quote-unquote easy day. They didn't win a map.
Yeah, no, it was not pretty for them yesterday. I don't think we even really need to explain much of why they didn't win a game, didn't win a series. Well, obviously, if you didn't win a game, you didn't win any series. And then FaZe obviously just looks so strong. And I think it's really just been the resurgence of Clay. Like, if you see Clay play like he did yesterday, today, they're going to win both their games today. They're going to cruise through.
Yeah.
And I think if he played like he did yesterday against like the likes of United and Optic Gaming, like this is a FaZe team that probably gives them closer games, probably comes out on top in a few of those series.
One good thing on the other side for EG, this is one of Nameless's better hard points, is one of their better hard points kind of overall. So if you can steal the game 1, you know they can be solid in S&D. If FaZe wins the game 1, it's a 3-0.
Oh, I would agree. I think this game 1 is everything for EG, especially because you're trying to correct the mistakes of yesterday, right? So you come in, everyone's feeling good today, you've talked everything over, you've warmed up, you're ready to start today. To get like blown out or to lose like a really bad game 1, it just kind of ruins everybody's morale.
Yeah, and, I was talking to the guys, they were talking about Havoc, and I'll just cut myself off because, if you're at home and you're an up-and-coming amateur player or a fan, typically You'd like to win more than 0% of all your game modes.
You would say anything more than 0% would be successful. That's
tough.
Not great win percentages from EG there. Obviously not winning a game yesterday. But this is a team back at Dallas, so strong in S&D, 85% win rate. We thought coming into this, no, they win S&Ds. They're able to take some of the respawns. They can definitely contend for, maybe second place. But you see FaZe here.
Yeah, and we talked about how important this game one hardpoint is. The scary part for Evil Geniuses is that 100% win rate for FaZe Clan. FaZe has been, there have been weak spots. They talked about it up on the desk a little bit, specifically in hardpoint. I know they've won 100%, but they've had some 80 to 100 point leads that we've watched sort of disappear.
That was them last year.
Yeah, the mirror of last year, really. But let's get into it. FaZe Clan versus Evil Geniuses. We're going to kick things off with a hot hand from day one. It'll be Clayster.
We'll see how he starts off here on day number 2. It's the first match for FaZe here today, and they're going to get control of this second hardpoint as it's going to be EG trying to go all the way towards Hangar in the wall run, and they're just going to get wiped out by everyone from FaZe.
Yeah, when you come down to selecting sides, you always want to be on this start from FaZe. You're usually guaranteed 30 to 40 points on the first hard point because you can see how hard it is for EG. You hit 3 bridge and you hit over the lava pit, you get taken out, you try to fly out the door, there's nades waiting for you. It's very, very difficult to retake, but the main thing they need to focus on is not allowing FaZe Clan to flip these spawns. They need to be ready to set up for Turbine.
Which is why I thought it was dangerous they pushed so hard off the spawn. Imagine if they just said detach and zoom a little bit further out, past that hard point, trying to get aggressive on bridge. They would have lost them instantly. You see the hill right now is in control of EG, taking some time here as Study comes through the middle. And it looks like they do have control for Turbine as well.
Yeah, that's right about what I said. You have 30, 40 points, you're pretty much guaranteed from FaZe's side, but you do get set up nicely for Turbine. So this all comes down to this first kind of rotation here. This first wave of kills. Can they come out on top? The first pick is going to come in for Nameless. He will get traded out, but Study able to do it. It's a 2-piece from Attach, though, to possibly get the breakthrough. Now look for the spawns come out. Everybody flying back to get on the action.
Yeah, so an Attach holds that position. His teammates spawn on the bottom side. It spawns EG all the way out by Hangar. Fantastic play there by FaZe Clan as they get a break here. And now, Maven, this does not look good for EG. They get broken here on Turbine. A lot of time left. FaZe can take this score almost up to 80 points at this moment in time. Would not be good for Evil Genius.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I said. It couldn't happen. You couldn't get broken on that first wave because you can't even push here. Because let's say you push and you wipe out all 4 from FaZe, they're going to spawn out to Hangar. So you have to give it up pretty much immediately. You only got really 1 crack at it.
Other than losing these spawns for that hill, that was probably worst case scenario for EG. And you see right here, it's going to be Enable with a teammate inside of Hangar. They're able to pick up 2 kills. I believe that's Clayster with Enable. Enable's able to take out Havoc. And now you see the rotation 1 over to Hangar by FaZe Clan. So just when you thought things couldn't get worse for EG, they do.
This is awful. You've had a setup at your 2 maybe strong hills in Turbine and in Hangar. You've been over there early, not because you really wanted to necessarily, but because you were getting blown off the map. And now you got streaks going for FaZe Clan. Enable with 4 in a row, Clay with 3 in a row, and EG has not looked able to hold anything when it comes to hardpoint.
Yeah, and Havoc right now sitting at 1-6. He was so strong yesterday in their games. A lot of the talk coming into this, he put aside the streaming, really focused on making this team better coming into this event, struggling thus far. But to be quite frank, you can't really say everybody else is playing much better. 5 kills for Study and Nagafen each, 6 kills for Nameless. EG has looked pretty poor here in this first hardpoint.
Yeah, I think Havoc was kind of the lone bright spot yesterday, and I know 6 map count. He's starting to pick it up, though. You see he's picked up 3 kills in a row. When Enable starts to rotate over, I do want to get back on with him just because he's on that 6 streak and 1 kill off the bombardment. So he's going to start to push through. He's playing pretty slow here. And the reason he's playing slow is because he's wrapping around the back and he wants that bombardment. There it is, 7 in a row. He's fully streaked out. And when you get streaks early in a game and with an advantage like this, you almost feel like FaZe has won. I know there's a lot of time left, but this is terrifying.
Well, he's not going to be able to pick up any kills with the streaks there, but this is the one hill that is completely out in the open. Bridge as well, but you can use a lot of these streaks here to give your team the hill back. And you see it's going to be EG still in control of Drill. They've done a fantastic job holding this off, but they're going to need a lot to go right in the second half to come back.
Doesn't that remind you a little bit about the Scorch, though, in the previous matchup, where the only hill Fnatic kind of found time on was Drill? They got thumped kind of everywhere else.
Yeah, they made it close on Drill going into the second half of the game.
And sort of was happening here a little bit. They brought it back. They're in striking distance. They're down 50. But if you allow what happened on Turbine and Hangar to happen the second side through, this game will be shut out by FaZe. But here we go, into our second set of rotations here, back to Bridge. It's Study, close in the pocket, Enable ready for it, and Enable's been brilliant so far. 13-4 on a 2 streak, 45 seconds to go objective.
Oh, he's been phenomenal in this game as well. I mean, I thought he was great last year at the beginning of Black Ops 3. You know, he was phenomenal inside the objective, just picking up so many kills. He's kind of taken that gameplay, transitioned it over here to Infinite Warfare, and he's been tremendous. But the man we're on board with right now, Maeve, Nameless. I feel like if EG is going to, you know, win some series, they're going to start getting things going in the right direction. It starts with Nameless. 100% agree with Pat. He's on a 5 streak now. But if he plays well, he just kind of, it's almost like Clay, where if he plays well, like he just gains a ton of energy, gives it to the rest of his team, and you just see things starting to go in the right direction.
And we brought it up beforehand. You know, this is a stronger hard point for him. He's doing well. He's at 15-10 currently, and they're staying in this game. But here yet again, Turbine, they're getting it done for FaZe Clan. You at least kind of split back and forth a bit that you're not going to get complete control from Bridge, but set him in the back is attached. He's going to have 3 players coming in to hit him. He gets dropped, and EG gets the break. So they had control early. Last time, FaZe had no issue breaking through. I wonder if Enable maybe uses bombardment here if he's going to hold on to it.
Well, now EG is starting to make a comeback. So they get a full hold here. They're right back in the game. They most likely have the lead. This would be a huge swing of events here for EG. You see Naga's going to be in the feed. He's going to get one. The kill's just being traded back and forth right now. And if you're FaZe Clan, you got to wonder, do you try and push this back? Do you try and, you know, go set up for Hangar? You have some decisions to make now.
Well, they get the bottom spawn right there in research, so they're able to flood until they get the hold. They'll get the final 20 or so seconds, attach a big piece of this as he picks up 3 in a row. But all basically a tie game here as FaZe gets the scrap time. It's now on Hangar. EG was in first time. They weren't able to hold on. It's attached, going big, finds one, tags up a second, and the kill will be cleaned up. But look at the wave of blue arrows starting to come in. They're getting the close spawn. They're trying to fly through.
Yeah, Nameless is going to entry. He's going to be able to pick up one. Clay, though, with a huge 2-piece, and he's going to back out, wait for his teammates to come in, flood towards this back area, and you see Zuma now with the ERAD, putting down a lot of shots, does not connect with anything. It's going to be Havoc with a 2-piece, Nagafen with another kill. EG gets control.
And you still have Enable kind of sitting in the back. He's trying to give them that kind of sneaky spawn there in the back corner, but you see they keep spawning Turbine, having to flood over bridge, flood over bridge, flood over bridge, and this should be a lead for Evil Geniuses here in the next few seconds.
Well, if any of Enable's teammates pick up a kill, he's most likely blocking that back spawn, which would have actually given them a great advantage going into the hard point. The issue is his teammates flooding through the front. They don't get anything going. So EG going to tie this game up, now take the lead, going over to Drill. A lot of pressure on FaZe Clan.
EG going huge, Nameless, finding kills, breaks the 20 mark. That was 3 in a row before he finally dropped. FaZe, you get the break, but it's at the very end of it. You only pick up a couple of ticks. Now, we're into Drill. EG had the advantage last time. It's Study doing a good job inside. He has FTL to work with as well. Maybe he tries to fly up over the top. Yes, he does. Gets behind one. Excellent use of the FTL, but can't sneak away there into research.
And even though EG is not in the lead right now, you just see the effect Nameless has on this team. Like when he starts to play well, he's gone on a few streaks here. They've come back and gotten really close into this game. You see, it's only a 2-point game right now. FaZe had a huge lead earlier. EG has climbed back. They have not taken the lead.
Attach, holding the edge, looking for the time to strike. They're really just waiting. I don't know if they're going to take another crack at this with under 20 seconds. They want to set up for bridge. I mean, the rotation is, what, 20 feet up, basically, from this setup. 3 players drop from EG. You've got Centurion for Nameless. We're at the point in the game you're going to see some of those payloads really come into play.
And this is the first time here in the venue you can actually hear, like, EG kind of be vocal. You hear Nameless a little bit, trying to give some energy to the rest of his teammates. This would be a huge map 1 win if they were able to pull it off, especially in the fashion they would be able to pull it off, making this huge comeback here.
And right, this is vintage FaZe. they get a big lead early on. They let teams come back. It's Evil Geniuses soaring back into it. Nameless hits the edge and finds one before dropping. The battle, it's a bloodbath here at Bridge. Enable trying to look over his teammate. It's hotly contested right now. No one able to pick up time. You can see on X-Ray, you've got several players in the back. FaZe, though, controlling the side they want to get set up for Turbine. But the number 8's kind of the key player here. It's Nagafen pushing on the flank for Evil Geniuses. He's going to try and get kills from behind and flip the spawns. He got one. They still spawn out in rocks, though.
Yeah, he's spawning FaZe over by Hangar. He just needs to pick up maybe 1 or 2 kills here and flip things for his team, but he's not going to be able to do so. So both teams going to spawn pretty far away for this next Turbine. It will be FaZe, though, that gets control early.
I wonder if Nagafin, didn't worry about wrapping back to mid, more just push straight back to Turbine, if maybe they would have spawned with him there.
I mean, then you're in what? If they don't, then he's in a 1v3, 1v4. But all the kills on rotation actually go in favor of EG, so FaZe gets there early. EG breaks it right away, and now they could end up winning the game here.
It's like the opposite of what happened on the first Turbine, right? FaZe broke so easily. Now it was EG's turn, but here we go. First pick to Nagafin. Study, rapid on the flank. He's behind too, doesn't finish the kill, trying to locate, but his teammates, Havoc and Nagafin, picking him up. Nameless in on the action as well. They only need 15 more points, and EG will have their first map win of the weekend.
And Nameless has been a monster in this one. 1:33 in the hard point, 30 kills as well. It has helped EG make this massive comeback, Maeve, and it looks like they will take game number 1, 250 to 215.
The crowd letting them know EG on their feet, and that is huge. If you're just joining us, what did we say? EG wins that first map, we got ourselves a series. EG loses that map, it could be a blowout.
And you see Nameless, he stands up there, it kind of hypes the rest of his team up. That's what he needs to bring to this EG squad. And when he plays like that, you see what they can do. This is a FaZe team who did not drop a hard point yesterday. They come in here, they get a big lead. Nameless kind of rallies the troops and gives EG that first win.
And I think the talk of this group, we talked a lot about the search and destroy prowess you had kind of between all the teams. So it's going to come down to this game too. Clayster said yesterday that's kind of the swing map for him. That's the one he thinks is the most important. So can FaZe fight back, tie this up 1-1, or can even if EG gets a 2-0 lead, I don't feel safe with him.
No, I would not. But I'm just kind of thinking in my head, EG is so strong at Dallas in S&D. If they somehow figure out a way to win this search and destroy, a 3-0 here for EG. I'm not saying they are going to do it, but a 3-0 would be so huge for them to come back in this group.
It's huge for them. It's huge for Rise and maybe trying to overtake FaZe. It's huge in a lot of capacities. I mean, this series is big if EG can take it. Look at the last series of the night. If Fnatic can beat FaZe, things become very, very interesting. I mean, the first person to take down FaZe kind of flips things on their head.
Without a doubt. You see Turbine, that is most of the time taken in that second rotation that we saw, where EG was able to break it right away. And then Drill, man, EG just punished FaZe 83-9. They made the game manageable going into the second half, and they win it there at the end.
And we highlight Nameless before. He has strong map for him, strong mode, and he gets it done. 1.52 KD, doing work in the hill as well with the 93 seconds. Phenomenal performance from him as they now take the lead 1-0. But it's going to be Crusher, Search and Destroy coming up next. Nagafin's the shot caller, man. That's what changed going into Dallas. He took over. They had too many voices. He became the one voice. A lot of pressure on him here.
Yeah, he did say, though, yesterday, speaking with Nagafin a little bit, there were some mix-ups in their S&D comms. Like, so they kind of went back to the old way. Like, some other players were calling. Like, he didn't feel like his calls were necessarily being listened to and gone with. So I wonder if EG goes back to what was so successful at Dallas with Nagafin calling the shots.
Well, speaking of Evil Geniuses, they were the final team in for North America in the CWL Global Pro League. Let's take a look at how they got here.
One of the biggest esports organizations in the world is back in Call of Duty. Led by the veteran Nameless, he's joined by his counterpart Study, who he shared a second place finish with at the Call of Duty Championships in 2014. Rounding out the roster are S&D phenoms Havoc and Nagafin. The year started out a bit shaky at the PSX preseason event, where they placed dead last at the 8-team invite tournament.
On Nagafin, their tournament hopes here may be crushed. EG for now, this new look roster is done and dusted here.
But let's shift focus to the 2017 CWL season for Evil Geniuses. Their subpar online results have plagued them all year long, and as a result, they've had to fight through the open bracket in 3 of the 4 CWL major events they've attended. Their placements in LAN events were the reason they were in the running for the final NA GPL spot. Despite their top 20 finish at CWL Atlanta, Evil Geniuses fought from the open bracket to place top 8 at Vegas, Paris, and now Dallas. The defining moment for Evil Geniuses came during the insane losers bracket run at CWL Dallas. After an unexpected loss to Era in the open winners bracket, Evil Geniuses would have to fight through Elevate, Rise Nation, and Millennium before setting up a do or die match against the Gosu crew. On the line, a spot in the Global Pro League. In what was one of the most entertaining and epic series of the entire weekend, EG beat out TGC by a series score of 3-1 and secured their spot in the Global Pro
And that's
League.
going to be Evil Geniuses who take this series. They will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
Evil Geniuses was built around strong search and destroy players. They boasted an 85% win rate in S&D at CWL Dallas. This is a recipe to push longer series and potentially even steal series from stronger opponents. However, for EG to truly have success, they have to improve in the hard points. Can they set the tone early and start leading a series from the very beginning? Tune in April 28th through the 30th to see how Evil Geniuses will perform at Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
Those final couple lines from Chris kind of defined it perfectly. Can they steal a hard point? Yes, they did. Now, if they can handle business and search, if this goes the full 5 games, I mean, they can take it, man.
Whoever wrote that was a prophet. They knew what was going to happen.
I did.
You did.
I am a prophet.
It's like your one good contribution to the broadcast.
Yeah, you know, I do what I can, Matt. Every now and then I have glimmers of intelligence. The rest of the time, I'm an idiot.
I like how you were honest there. I can't even really disagree. Sometimes you make some good points.
It's, you know,
90% of the time, though, you're just completely off.
I've realized that I'm smarter before I eat food. Sometimes I get dumb after I eat food.
That's...
I'm serious.
You saying that is dumb.
My casting gets significantly worse on a full stomach.
Yeah, okay. Well,
you're welcome for that.
Yeah, sure. Going into Crusher S&D, obviously huge map for Evil Geniuses. We saw how good they were in Dallas in this particular mode, and just the fact that they need to win series, they need to win lopsided series to really swing the map percentages in their favor. So be a good start for EG.
Aches, look over at me. Who's taking this search, buddy? He said EG 6-2. Here we go. It's FaZe on offense. Zuma tagged up a bit, backing down. 4 up still for either side. It's attached, dealing with the jammer, dealing with 2 players there on X-Ray. You see pushing in through you, and looks like they want to take it and wrap back, but who's that number 5? That's Nameless actually be behind. Finds the kill, but traded out quickly.
Yeah, pretty aggressive play there as Nameless pushes all the way out. Only gets 1. The trade, though, does come in. Havoc actually pokes out. He's able to pick up Zuma, and it's going to put Clay in an awkward position. Study team kills there, which ends up taking what should be a 1v3 to a 1v2.
Attach the 1v4 yesterday. Can he pull off the 1v2? Granted, you know, Rise may have fed him that one a bit.
If they fly at him 1 by 1, yeah, sure, you can pull it off.
But you see on the minimap, the arrows sticking together. It's Study and Nagafin. Want him to make sure they're in a position that they can trade it. But if it is an up-close fight, you know, with a gun like the Erad, if they're bunched up there to try and trade the kill, if he snaps, this is certainly doable with this weapon. And he's dead.
Yep. Goes back, gets bomb. Cannot make anything happen, but such a good point. The Erad is so strong up close. Obviously, you know, you can tell watching at home, but I know Joe is like warming up with a few of the guys, and you know, he's standing there with an AR, and like people flying at him with the Erad, he's like, he can't do anything.
That's what I meant. There's like, if those guys both have MD4s and he gets in a spot where they're both close range, I mean, anything is possible with the youngster attached. But it is EG on the board first. If you're just joining us, they took a crazy hard point and their first map here for week 2. They're trying to keep it going in Search and Destroy.
And you see FaZe, they stack over at the B site, and now they're going to have to rotate all the way around, but Havoc has gotten into a great position here. One player just flies through the cut. Yep, that's going to be an able. It's an easy gunfight for Havoc. He's quickly taken out, but Study picks up another kill on the other side of the map. So now it's going to be a 2v2 with Zuma and Attach trying to break in and defuse.
They have some time to work with. Just take a look at the minimap. You see Zuma and Attach basically holding hands, but now the break's going to come through. This gunfight will prove crucial. It's Nameless striking first. Now 1v1. Naga versus Attach. Attach is just going to stick it. He's halfway there, but he's caught. Nagafin gets it done. 2 rounds for EG.
It's a smart play by Naga to go in and check bomb. Attach, one of the better 1v1 players we have in the CWL. Jumps right on it, figures Naga may go on a long flank. Nagafin goes back, checks the bomb, picks up the kill, gives EG their 2nd round.
Can they keep rolling here? I mean, you know, you've talked a lot in the past about any kind of team. Call of Duty, a lot of times, who's hot, right? You'll have a very good Friday. You might take Saturday. A bad Saturday, your hot Sunday. FaZe looked invincible practically yesterday outside of a few maps. Right now, struggling against EG, and it's Nagafin with a first blood. Nameless getting in the kill feed as well. It's going to be a 2v2, similar production here to last round, and they're just going to fly at each other. This will go quickly. It's Naga yet again, attached in another 1v2. Can he do it, buddy?
Attach gonna get a few shots down, not going to pick up a kill. 3-0 in favor of EG. And I do have to say, Maven, there is something, here, a lot of the rounds are coming down to, 1v1, 2v2, whatnot. And EG is just clutching up. A lot of that, clutching up is like huge in these games. Like it just swings these individual rounds. And yesterday, obviously, we didn't see much go right for EG. But once you start winning some of these rounds, you start to gain more confidence, you get some momentum, and it makes it a little bit easier to kind of rally a few of them off.
It's the same thing I said with Cloud9 last week. If they just win one map a bit earlier, they can get some momentum. Teammates aren't wanting to kill each other. Things go a little bit more smoother. And now they're on the map, but Attach and Zuma just mowing down everybody. FaZe on the board.
Yeah, not the ideal round. Push into you and just get mowed down by Erats. Probably not how they expect it to go. Attach with a nice three-piece there.
Jumping into a wood chipper.
Yeah. You would not want to jump into a wood chipper.
No, that'd be uncomfortable.
I imagine that's an awful experience.
All right, 3-1 EG. And Clay now bringing out this sniper. Let's see what he's able to do. Clay and Enable have 0 production so far, Matt.
Yeah, and obviously not ideal for FaZe Clan, but see if you can get Clay going with the sniper in hand. Just barely misses the shot. Believe that was a sniper on the side of EG as well. It's going to be Havoc getting behind enemy lines, though, picking up 2 quick kills. And now the pin should come in from EG. Attach and Zuma. Attach and Enable and such. Well, Attach doesn't even want to try and fight out of this position. He's just going to jump off the map. Enable falls.
And you know what that comes down to? It's Havoc hitting the flank quickly, but the big thing there is he fights Clay, right? He gets a sniper there. If that's somebody that turns to check the flank and they have a K-bar, maybe Havoc doesn't find the first kill. He certainly doesn't get 2, but you have Clay with a sniper, nothing he can really do in that spot.
Well, and the fact that he just stays alive as well, like they don't trade that kill out right away, because with Havoc, behind enemy lines, staying alive on a flank, the guys on FaZe, they just don't know which way to go. I mean, if you're Attached, like you're trying to hit the wall run, make sure he doesn't come from behind, but you want to help Enable because there's more players coming from the front side. Very difficult, and Naga gets a hit marker there with the sniper. Clay is going to back down, pretty much give up the B site.
Yeah, I'm already 0-4. I don't want any of your sniping. Oh, God, he's going to peek over the top. You see him there. That goes right over Clay's head. Might want to back down. He's just going to challenge the edge. Yeah, he's feeling good, but unfortunately the nade from Zuma comes through, takes him down. Now FaZe has a 4-3 advantage. Make it 4 versus 2. It's on Havoc and Study. Now just Study.
We saw Naga play yesterday, and he actually made a similar play. As FaZe picks up the kills, they win the round. But remember, he gets one with the sniper yesterday on throwback, I believe, and he immediately pushes mid-map and tries to pick up another one. I think you were like, that's just crazy. Like, you start feeling yourself a little bit. He gets that hit marker, and he's like, I'm hitting. Yeah. He's like, I'm just going to hit this next shot. Regardless of where it's from, I mean, he just walks up to the B site with a sniper rifle. Well,
if the nade doesn't come through, I mean, he might be able to close peek and hit that, but I still don't agree with the attempt there. I don't know, you need a trophy or your Centurion player with him or something.
With how many players fly through that choke with an E-Rad?
How dare you doubt Nagafin?
I mean, I would have doubted any player in that position.
Yeah, that's a good call, Matt.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're trailing 2-4. In round count. FaZe trying to fight back, and you can see Attach is going to be the lone man up top towards the A site. So he's got a chance for maybe a timing here to the flank as soon as his teammates work to get that bomb down. But so much time has gone by, I think we might see the defense rotate and the offense kind of counter-rotate here, unless they find the opening kill. They do. So Zuma finds it with the grenade. They're able to get it, and they still look like they may wrap out.
Yeah, Clay picks up 1 kill. It's going to be Nagafen trying to even the odds here. It's going to be Naga and Study, the only ones up here for EG.
Now they're finally getting the bomb planted.
I wonder if they know where Study is coming from, how fast he's going to hit this. They have no idea. Study's able to get 1. Flies through. Going to pick up the second, so we're going to be in a 1v1.
1v1. Nagafin guns him. That can't happen. That cannot happen. TP and Eggs in disbelief.
I mean, they're just so slow from FaZe. They have nobody kind of watching that flank. And I believe it was Study off the wall run. He's able to get 2. I believe just 1 bullet to Enable there at the end. Kind of crazy.
I thought for a second the bomb went off the map or something, because they get the opening kill. Bomb is kind of the backside. Just push it and get the plant down. At no point do you get the plant. You had a 4v2 advantage at one point. Just sloppy stuff there from FaZe. And Aches called the 6-2 victory for EG. Well, looking pretty good.
I mean, we're getting really close. Study comes up, picks up first blood, has the Centurion as well. Nagafen with the FTL jump, 2 quick kills for EG, but FaZe answers right back, attaching Clayster in the feed. They need to go huge here.
He wants to chase it out. Does he get baited here? There's 2 players. It looks like they just decide to wrap out. You see Clay playing behind bomb, using cover here. The blue arrows are separated a little bit. Looks like they're hunting. Nagafen may be caught momentarily. How is he not? How have they not spotted each other? Nagafen actually gets it. We should see a 1v1. No, he's actually able to get away. The FTL comes right in. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Clay, Nameless, and Clay snaps.
You can't lose that situation.
Okay.
I mean, look, there's a huge fence here. You can just pick either side. You can jump over the top. There's so many ways you could have baited and switched that out.
I mean, FaZe...
Naga uses the FTL, just jumps right into him.
FaZe shouldn't have lost the last round. EG shouldn't have lost that round. Some sloppy play in the search and destroy. But the fact remains that EG still 1 round away. But you've got Zuma here with reactive armor. Maybe he can make a big play, bring them 1 round closer. This comes down to maybe one... Is he going to see anybody is the question. He has wrapped the edge. The reactive armor provides nothing outside of scouting, and it's a first blood there from Study. Zuma's got to finish one of these kills.
He's just going to get flooded by the members of EG. I feel like if you use reactive there, you got to commit. You just got to go. You get a guy weak, just fly into the site, create an opportunity for your team. Leaves Clay in a 1v4.
Clay, he finds another kill here, maybe gives himself a chance. Now there's a lot of time to work with. You can see on the minimap, everyone kind of wrapping through bridge. They're going to come right up from behind Clayster in a moment. Did he get in before they saw him? Nope, he gets spotted. Should be tagged up in the back. And EG up 2-0. What the hell is going on, Matt?
I mean, look, they make a huge play to win that first hard point. Every round where they need to clutch up here in S&D, they came through, whether it was Naga, whether it was Nameless a few times, Havoc being aggressive on the map. And FaZe, I mean, there's something to say, right? You go 2-0. Their games were relatively easy yesterday. You come in, you're like, we have the team that hasn't won a game yet. We'll be able to just kind of coast on through. Not the case.
Well, I think you're right in that there had to be that feeling probably with some of the players from FaZe. And then on the other side, it's do or die. Like, not that you have more to play for, but more pressure for sure.
EG, with their backs against the wall, have always performed. I mean, think about Dallas, that loser bracket run. Like, when they've been like, it's almost with this team, like they've had to be pushed to the point of basically elimination to actually put things together. And maybe yesterday kind of comes as, I don't want to say a blessing in disguise. You can't say 0-2.
Well, doesn't it feel like if you, I know you can't really compare round robin format here to a loser's bracket, but starting 0-2 yesterday, you sort of are starting in the loser's bracket now. And Nameless said to me yesterday after the first match, he's like, man, we've relied on those loser's bracket runs getting warm. And I said to him, it's a long weekend. There's a lot of matches, but guys, before we get to the Game 3 uplink, we have a quick break. Let's take a look at our G Fuel key player matchup. Now, these statistics are coming into this series, so it doesn't include the 2 maps right now. Clay, lights out yesterday. He was amazing, Matt.
Yeah, he had the highest overall KD at the, in our first 2 matches yesterday, but you see how important these 2 players mean their teams. Clayster, phenomenal day yesterday. They go 2-0. Nameless on the other side of things. I mean, he was not good in any of the game modes, really. And they struggled, but today he has come out, looked like a different person.
Nameless taking control of this series, and that is your G Fuel key player matchup. We are back for FaZe vs. Evil Geniuses, and I'll tell you what, Matt, if you had watched yesterday, all the predictions around how the 2 to 4 spot was so open, you'd have been like, oh god, not really. It's been pretty clear cut on the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
This series is exactly why I think people thought it was so open. Now you're seeing what EG can really do, and you're seeing the inconsistency of FaZe.
Yeah, and I mean, I took EG. I thought they would get second. I didn't think Rise would come out and look as good as they did. I didn't think Fnatic would look as good as they did either. And I was completely wrong, at least on day 1. At least on day 1. Still got a lot of weekend to go, but I mean, EG, they have just come out look like a completely different team today. If they take this series, really opens up this entire group.
Yeah, I saw Merc tweet. He's like, I don't know if this is a completely different EG or a completely different FaZe. I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think there's a little bit of give on both sides. I think EG obviously looks significantly better than they did yesterday. And I think FaZe may have come into this match kind of just expecting to coast on through, get an easy win.
And the big difference, you have to compare them to Cloud9 a little bit last week. The big difference is, Cloud9 came in and he could do nothing day 2. They didn't rebound from a poor day 1 performance. EG have done the opposite. They've come in, they've looked hot, and this is kind of their hardest day. Like yesterday, you match up against Rise and Fnatic, which you think would be their easiest day of the 3. Today, they have FaZe and Rise. So if you pick a day to play lights out, this is the one to do it.
If you are EG, you came in today saying, let's go 1-1, but let's win maps in the series that we end up losing, right? That's your best case scenario. You win this series, you take a quick break and you look at everybody and be like, we damn well need to win that second series. We go 2-0 today. We're right back in a chance to maybe get second in the group.
Oh, they flipped this entirely on its head if they're able to beat Rise and FaZe. I mean, it would be just crazy to look at from day 1. As casters were talking at the end, and we wanted it to be tight. We wanted to come down to Sunday, and it started to look like last week where it seemed like 1, 2, 3, 4, like day 1 had already kind of set it kind of clear cut, right?
Yeah.
It could not feel more different now. EG looking strong, but Uplink, can they get it done? Can they close out the 3-0? Well, FaZe has a good chance here to reverse sweep.
It's kind of crazy to say that after yesterday. Can EG close out a 3-0 against FaZe Clan here in Precinct Uplink? And I think if you're EG, you just need to kind of weather the storm on the least preferred side. I think if you're on the side that EG is on right now, you need to put up a ton of points.
Who do you think's the most important player here for EG in this series? Is it that
without a doubt, Nameless.
That chain effect for Nameless, like Aches was talking about pre-match. But here we go. It's going to be Havoc leading the way, but he gets picked up rather quickly. First, and to get set up in lobby is going to be Nameless. He's got one at the edge. Nice shot there to take him off. Turn, snaps. He gets the second, but there's a third player there. Attach now has it in hand. He's going to play in lobby. Yeah, that is a tough kill to get. When you're in statue just staring in the lobby, that's a power position on the map.
He doesn't even get hit. Just peeks out just a little, takes out the one player on top of statue. And now FaZe, they're starting to rally some kills together. Let's see what they decide to do with the drone. They're wrapping it back over here towards construction. Study takes out Enable, but it's going to be a 1-point play there from Attach, but everybody dies for FaZe. So now if you're EG, you get back towards mid-map, you pick up the drone, you can answer right back.
And I like it from Nameless. There's 2 players there, it's tough, but try to get to the cuts as quickly as you can to find easy kills. Catch people sprinting. The first few go the way of EG. They've got drone outside Ticket and trying to make a play through tarps, make a play up through Ticket if need be. Nice job looking back from Havoc. Can't quite connect on the shots, but unfortunately for him, everybody's dropped. So I like this. Just try to get into an aggressive position, be a nuisance, be annoying on the map for FaZe. That's exactly what Havoc's trying to do.
Again, his teammates now just need to get drone over towards this side of the map. Havoc could potentially pick up some kills in the back of the base, and he actually gets a little bit too greedy there, tries to flood in, and no teammate support, nobody picking kills up on the front side. Now everybody starting to fall for EG. Naga in the middle of the map. He's going to be able to get one. Cannot turn quick enough to take out Attach. And now FaZe Clan with a chance to put some points on the board. You have Enable on a 3 streak, Attach on a 2 streak. It's going to be Clayster with drone in hand. Here comes a dunk. It'll be a 2-point play for FaZe.
FaZe looking brilliant. 2 minutes in. 3-0 edge. They have one player in mid-map. That's going to be Zuma. He's going to grab the drone. This is more points. At least the 1-pointer should be coming through.
Yeah, and you see players from FaZe still streaking. Attach on a 4 streak. Enable on a 4 streak. Zuma with a 2 streak. Some nice long-range shots there with the ERAD as more points go on the board for FaZe.
The thing I'm liking the most from FaZe, they've been guilty of slaying really well on pre-sync, but not necessarily turning it into points. Right now, every time they're getting 3, 4 down, they're getting forward with the drone. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. Zuma closes out 1 in lobby before being picked off, and now some pressure going to be coming forward from EG if they can find intro kills.
Yeah, the side that EG is on right now is the one where we see a lot of teams, be able to pick up the drone, spawn kill for a little bit, put some more points on the board. They have nothing right now. Have not put really any kind of good offensive effort in as well. I mean, they have not had a great chance to score and even score more than 1 point. They have not been able to force that spawn trap in the back of Gas. So this has not been a good first half for EG.
Matt, we're going to 5 games. I know it's early in this uplink, but all right, the main reason I say that is a hot start from FaZe here, but if you look at a hard point, I don't see EG taking 2 hard points off of FaZe. They were 100% coming in today. I just do not see it happen. We know Scorch was one of their stronger maps. We're going the distance pal.
We know that FaZe is capable of, they get these early leads and then they give them up. So I don't think any hard point is really safe, especially if EG kind of keeps it close throughout. I think there's definitely a chance they could take another hard point, but the way this uplink is going right now, obviously still really early in this game. You see Study going to pick up a kill. Nameless now going to bring in a 2-point play. And this is what I mean. Now they have the spawn trap going. So just like we were saying, poor first half for EG. This trap that they have FaZe in can turn that all around.
They need to get the drone there. I think it was Havoc had to wrap all the way back to try and pick it up. You had to get more points here. At least a 1-pointer through. Okay, he gets it off. Nice job there to get 1 more on the board, but that took a long time to come. His teammates had to find 3 or 4 kills there to make it open up.
And still a minute to go. I mean, there's still time for EG to tie up this game or get it to a 1-point game going into the second half. So, for the struggles for the first 4 minutes for EG, 1 good minute in uplink could kind of erase all of it.
Yeah, and that good minute they've certainly had. Can they do it over the final 45 here, though, is the question. You see the hardline bonus popping up for FaZe players. I think pretty much everybody running it right now trying to build towards those streaks as fast as possible. Nothing really coming into play yet. I know we saw a couple 4-point streaks earlier for the side, but none of the big guns coming out yet. But it's a FaZe on the attack still right now, the dip and the slide in, but 3 players for FaZe dropping. Now here we go. Through Statue, through Ticket, everybody coming off a spawn. They need some intro kills there. Study was the lead man, but not able to open it up yet.
Yeah, Study picks up that kill. Potentially maybe able to get a 2-point play.
Nice shot.
Shot goes over the top from Havoc, and he connects. So it'll be EG within 1 going into the second half. And you gotta like their chances, Maeve. You keep it close, give yourself a chance to fight back. We know how creative they can get with set plays to get these 1-point throws off. They can come right back into it.
I mean, as soon as I said this was going 5 games, you get 4 in a row from EG. They answer the call. They want to close this out 3-0, but they are still trailing going into the half.
You're just a jinx too. I believe in game 1, as soon as FaZe got streaks, you're like, oh, this one's over. And then it's like EG
I didn't say it was over.
Back.
I said it can be. You don't want to give up streaks early on hardpoint, that's for sure. But EG mounts the comeback. Clayster be the first in to get drone. Looking to wrap and just get an early strike, but Nameless picks up 3 players, everyone down. And where that drone drops, this is in a counter position.
I feel like in a neutral objective game mode, one of the kind of rules you're kind of taught, I guess, is you have to play for kills at the beginning of the game. Everybody on FaZe just ran to the objective and then just gave it right back, not able to pick up any kills. See how close Nameless is to these streaks, currently on a 3 streak. Gonna go into the FaZe base. Oh, what is this? Okay, so they're throwing the drone back and forth for a little. He's gonna pick it up. One player coming on the cross. That's only gonna result in a 1-point play. Should have been a 2 there.
You forget about his Trinity Rocket? You see just what Scorchers and Warden he has going here. But they do get one more on the board. 2 points. Now separating. Nameless going beast mode in game 1. He's doing it here as well. 19 and 12. He's got 5 uplinks to go through to.
We have seen some really weird uplink plays at this tournament thus far. I mean, I can think of yesterday where Fnatic, they're throwing the drone back and forth at each other. Right there, when you have Nameless on streaks and he's like picking up kills in the base, why throw him the drone? Just run it on in, pick up the 2, let him slay out. I mean, granted, he wants the points, right? You get him the points for actually scoring the drone. Maybe you get closer towards those streaks. But the guy's hot, man. I mean, he's shooting well.
And do you think with as close a game this is, the lack of him having Trinity Rocket in his streaks can end up biting them? I mean, Trinity Rocket can shut down one push, right? It can. If it's going to be like a 1 or 2 point game, he would have it. He got the Scorches. He'd have Trinity to go with as well.
Yeah, I mean, you need those streaks. Especially on a map like this that's pretty wide open. I mean, and from the side that they're playing on right now, I mean, if FaZe were to get control of their base, you would definitely want that Trinity Rocket to clear out the middle of the street. But really odd that you would not select a 3rd streak, as you see that is going to be another score there for EG.
EG building this lead. Study still in a nice position here to make a play. He's got 3 in a row, trying to make it 4, but Enable and Zuma hold the base. Havoc and crew still coming forward. It's Nameless, a monster. 24 and 15, playing amazing. They just keep the fight here at Statue. They've allowed 0 offense from FaZe.
Again, you're going to lose vision of it right now, and we're on board with FaZe, but Nameless actually threw down that Centurion over by that top ticket. So if FaZe tries to get control, push through that top area, the Centurion is up there to kind of slow them down.
Well, just under 2.5 to go. Each gunfight becoming that much more important down the stretch is FaZe. Look at him out the comeback. He's hit mid-street. Attach with drone. Attach trying to line it up. He doesn't take the shot. Maybe take it from deep when you have the buses cover a little bit. I mean, as soon as he peeks that edge, you got 2 players waiting. 1 top ticket, 1 under the drone. And now here you have a push from EG again.
And crazy enough to say it, EG is 2 minutes away from 3-0ing FaZe and putting themselves right into the playoff hunt in this group. See Havoc set up on top Statue. But we cannot talk about it enough. How important this player is to this team. Nameless, 28 and 19 right now. 6 points for EG and uplink. He's absolutely dominated the series. Nameless, without a doubt, has dominated this series.
Absolutely has. He has been a phenom throughout this. 90 seconds to go. Focusing on FaZe as they're trying to mount the comeback. A couple kills go their way, but Study trying to play spoiler here outside lobby. His next gunfight is going to be with Zuma. Zuma picks up a couple big kills. It's going to be Drone in the hands of Attach, and now they're trying to get forward, mount this comeback, but they have to slow it down as Zuma not able to pick up kills in the lead blocker position.
And Study does have his payload ability available.
Oh! Oy! That's when you got to win. When you got 60 seconds left in the game and you're trying to come back here, but FaZe, they still have drone, Matt. Zuma trying to lead the way. He's able to get the long distance player there, but there's still one to deal with. Teammates looking over him in the back. Clayster finds it. 45 seconds to go. They're pushing up mid-street. Somebody's got to grab the drone.
It's the 2.
It'll be Enable in the back, and they're going to get reactive here. You might be picking up camo. They can absolutely...
Wait, why did they not just throw the drone forward and try and get a 2 there?
I don't know if they're just trying to get Enable with the camo. You have Overdrive to work with.
But I mean, you had a pretty decent chance to pick up a 2-point play there. I mean, you would have liked to have the 2 there. Then you're only down by 1. Then you have potentially the camo and the Overdrive. But right now, with 15 seconds left, I mean, EG just needs to play keep away with the drone. They're going to be able to nade this out.
And Enable is so close to camo. He needs 1 more kill, but you only have 10 seconds. I don't think they have time to even get a dunk. EG holding bar. There's the Overdrive around the edge. Not enough time. And EG with the 3-0. Well, we've got ourselves an interesting day 2 now, buddy. Everything flipped on its head. What did we just witness?
Today is going to be fun. A crazy match in which EG, who didn't win a game yesterday, comes out in their first game of the day and they 3-0 FaZe Clan. which kind of flips this group on their head. I mean, who knows what's going to happen now?
I mean, it's big for a couple of reasons in the upcoming match. EG gets the win, so they're in contention. Right now, maybe they can make a play. Also, this is huge for Rise, because if Rise now beats EG, they're looking poised to maybe steal that #1 spot from FaZe. This is fun.
It doesn't make Fnatic feel that bad about their loss earlier, because now there's more teams in the hunt.
Yeah.
You know, that second match against Rise is not, it's still going to be important, but it's not going to be kind of their end-all be-all.
Well, it's not like last week where you had 2 teams at the top, basically, and 2 teams at the bottom.
Yes.
Everything going to be much more jumbled up between all 4 teams. This is exactly what you want as a fan. God, that series, EG, that was impressive.
And with the way Nameless is playing, I would not want to be the team that gets up on this stage and plays EG next, because he was phenomenal all throughout that series.
Well, we do actually have been ready on the desk. The guy's going to break down the phenomenal series from EG.
Thank you very much, Maven. Thank you, Matt. If I'd have told you yesterday that EG was going to 3-0 FaZe, you would have thought I was drunk.
100%.
And it just happened. And I want to give some props to our special guest, Patrick Price, a.k.a. Aches. I'm not sure if you guys are going to be able to see this at home, but he wrote down before the series that EG was going to 3-0. He signed it. I timestamped it. Why? How? What went through your mind? Why would you say a 3-0 prediction with how EG looked yesterday? Like, I'm so confused.
They had to, right? They had to. They all knew it. And you got to think about, look at Nameless at Dallas. He was on fire all tournament, right? Yesterday, I know they call it when he's going off, he's wheeling. Yesterday, he was tumbling. It was pretty bad to watch. But today, Ant Wheeler was wheeling, and he went off every single map, and that's what happens.
And Marky, you made a pretty good point as well about the way EG plays when their back's against the wall as opposed to when it really isn't, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like EG as a team, they've shown throughout the whole entirety of Infinite Warfare that when their back's against the wall, when they've got everything to play for, that's when they play their best, and they've shown that today.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about map #1. EG, obviously, they take it 250 to 217, and there was a moment at the very beginning where I looked at the prediction that Aches wrote down, and I was like, you're insane. FaZe, they come out, they get a full 60 at Turbine, then Marky, they rotate, they win the rotation, and they get another full 60 at Hangar. I mean, it was impeccable play from FaZe, but from EG, they looked lost, Marky.
Yeah, 100%. I think that off that start, the prediction was out the window, and then something happened on that drill hill. They started playing flawless, and that's what it came down to. In the end, if you look at the statistics, flawless holds on drill.
I mean, you talk about drill, T, 83 to 9 points on drill for Evil Geniuses. That's big difference right there, T.
It was a really good map overall. Both teams did a great job of holding down those full 60 seconds, so it was really good to see high-level gameplay. And you're looking at Turbine, EG, rotated well for a few of those, and then we got to drill. Both teams are using a unique strategy. One was just able to do it a little bit better. Pat, why do you think why?
I'm a snake. You look at the first 3 hills, like FaZe consistently just jumped in and broke, right? It was free kills almost. There was the flying through the front door on Hangar, like that just cannot happen. And then they get the drill, and EG each got in those spots, and they set up, and they consistently did it, and they held it, and that's what happened. 83 to 9, that's a significant difference, and that was the difference maker in that game.
That is a huge difference, and as you say, yeah, it definitely was the difference maker. As well, something that you two have been very vocal about throughout the weekend is Nameless. Needed to step up. You touched on it a little bit. He finishes that with a 1.52 teep. I mean, he played a phenomenal map.
Oh, it's fantastic play from him, and that's really what you need to see. Still, I don't think we're getting that energy they need yet to continue this on, but overall, fantastic series. One thing you have to note, though, Ant was playing like that every single game this series. You look at his score streaks, he never fixed them. He's running streaks. He didn't have a Trinity. He didn't have the bombardment on. There's many games, many streaks he was going on. 32 kills in that first map. Imagine if they had an extra bombardment or Trinity rocket, it probably would have been an easy game for them, to be honest.
Both of those he would have 100% got in that uplink, so if they would have lost that could have been a really bad fall from him. But luckily they clutched up, won at 8-5, and yeah, Ant went off. Congrats.
Then, of course, you head over to map #2. Evil Geniuses take that one 6-3. Aches, you heard the casters talk about it. They asked you at the beginning, what do you think the score is? You said 6-2. Why were you so confident about that?
EG finally got that map win under the belt. It's the kind of same thing of every tournament. If you start out slow and you finally get that map win under your belt, things just start clicking for you, right? And Crusher, one of FaZe's weaker S&D maps, and EG really good at flanking, and flanking we know is really strong on Crusher, and that's what they were doing. It wasn't just Havoc like you expect. It was Study. It was Naga. Naga put out a sniper. They threw a lot of different things at FaZe that FaZe just couldn't keep up with.
Obviously, Clay starts off 0-5, and Abel started off 1-5 as well. It wasn't the best start. And then there was the moment, of course, that the EG 2 versus 4 TP. I mean, I feel like you can't lose rounds like that.
When that round progressed, it's just sort of, we were looking at EG's setup like, well, what are they really doing? But Nagafen, when he came out of that scarab, able to pick up a player in the back, a bit unfortunate on the side of FaZe. But the fact that Study was able to get to that bomb site and pick up both players, no one was watching that quick wall run flank. And the fact that he killed that second player so quickly was pretty much a shock to me. I'm not sure if the other player took damage from his teammate or what exactly went down, but he got those 2 kills so fast, and that's what allowed it to happen.
I just feel like it was really poor communication on FaZe's part. I mean, look at, I think it was Clay that first died, that just ran into garage and then ran out the opposite door. Like, what was the point in that? Just no point throwing his life away there. Naga just got a free kill. And then again, I guess they just assumed they were at the rock, and Study just hit the wall run and got a free 2-piece. I mean, that second kill, granted, was pretty lucky, but still, you just got to have a better setup than that. They were just guessing where they were, had no idea, and Study came behind him, got a 2-piece, then Naga won the 1v1.
Of course, at that point, it was 4-2. And then it gets to a big topic of conversation throughout the studio, Mucky, is payload usage. It's been pretty poor at times, and we kind of sort it out. Nagafen uses his FTL. He flies straight at, I believe it was Clayster, and then we see the reactive armor is welcome from Zoomer. It was very, very strange.
Yeah, I think that the specialist, the reactive armor and the FTL wasn't that great from that. Both teams on that map, particularly, I think that it was quite an easy 2v1 in the favour of VG to win 6-2, and that obviously would have been Ake's prediction right there. Which
ruined it for me.
Yeah, he was pretty mad about that, but I feel like that was pretty bad from them. And then the reactive armor, the round afterwards, wasn't great at all either.
Yeah. Zuma versus obviously uses his reactive, and you're kind of watching it and you're thinking, okay, he should be able to maybe get a play here or find a pick, but it didn't happen. So EG up 2-0. At this point, we're all looking at Aches as if he's some sort of Master Yoda at the desk here. We go over to the uplink, and FaZe started off so strong, Teepa, and it looked as if that prediction had gone out the window, and it was just beautiful play at the beginning of the map.
Overall, EG, they were on the good side to start that, and they just needed that one set of kills to try and put them into that back gas area. They were finally able to do it. So once EG got that momentum going back in the first half, yes, they lost it. They had that 1-point deficit. Overall, I just think it gave them that overall confidence they needed. And look again, 32 kills in the respawn for Nameless. Pat touched on it already. If he had those extra streaks, this game probably would have been, what, 12, 14 to 6? Yeah, right. So you're just getting free pushes, or should have had free pushes that you didn't have. And just overall good gameplay. I was looking towards Nameless and Study to have to step it up. Those are the two energetic players on the team, the loud players on the team. You're getting it from Ant. And they could go 2-0 today fairly easily if he's doing that every game.
And what I want to touch on is a big turning point when Enable got turned on by Nagafen. Enable and Naga are both the camo players for their team, right? Enable was really close. So if he would have got that kill, could have eventually led to that point. And then also he passed to I think it was a tap, or threw the 1 instead of passing to attach for the dunk. That could have made this game a tie game, 8-8.
And Marky, that was something that you highlighted, was just the pace of FaZe towards the end of that. It was as if they were rushing it, and I think that comes into that same play.
Yeah, I think it was one of those situations where it's like getting towards the end of the game, you're sort of trying to force situations. I think that FaZe were under pressure in that moment, and they were like trying to make something happen when they just needed to slow it down, pick up the kills, and then make the plays happen afterwards. And I think that was clear to see.
I feel if EG wasn't up 2-0, FaZe win that uplink. They played that really, really reckless and careless, and it had to be because they were down 2-0, and it did not expect to be.
I mean, it's made this group a little interesting.
They've been open, right? Now anything is possible.
A little interesting. I mean, in terms of the group standings, and EG, not just a 3-0 against FaZe, of all the teams you could have opted to 3-0, it definitely spices things up. Of course, EG, they're playing back-to-back. They're going to be going up against Rise next, and I have to get your opinions because I know you're not going to be with us the next segment. I think you're on break as well, like, so while I have you, I do have to get your opinions. Do they go 2-0 today, Marky?
Honestly, before today, there was talks of, are they going to go as...
break Cloud9's record?
Are they going to break Cloud9's record? Are they going to lose every map? And now after that, like, really, how can you predict it? Rise beat Fnatic, which, I mean, wasn't really a surprise, but I feel like it was a massive win for them as well. So both teams coming off massive wins that I feel like now this next series is wide open.
Right now, this is best case scenario for EG and EG fans, right? Like, they got a 3-0 in the day. Now they're going back-to-back, which is perfect for them. Rise is watching it in the back like, oh, man, they just smoked FaZe, right? Yeah. Like, that's scary. They could really put this group in a good spot for them.
Today just got interesting, that's for sure. For now, we're going to quick commercial break. When we return, however, Evil Geniuses versus Rise on the main stage.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets three. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Prime time begins now with a marquee matchup between former teammates and teams battling it out here in the blue group. The squad currently sitting at 1-2 just had a miraculous 3-0 sweep against FaZe Clan. They are now battling to sit at 2-2 up against the squad across the stage. It is Evil Geniuses. Okay. Got some EG fans here in the studio, but on the other side, the squad that has looked so good here this weekend, well composed as a team and ready to prove that they are still the real deal here in Infinite Warfare. It is Rise Nation. That's what I love to hear. Folks in the venue already, folks online already. Prime time starts right now.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for. Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
FaZe Clan continue to dominate their way to the Pro League.
And it's Fnatic moving on to Columbus.
Evil Geniuses have snuck in with the final spot.
The next stop for Rise Nation is a trip to the Global Pro League.
7-3 from Clayster.
Reaction comes in from the Fnatic point.
There he gets him.
Amos is going to be there.
And this is it, Jack.
It's prime time here at day 2 of week 2 of the GPL. And up next on the main stage, we have a fantastic matchup, of course, Evil Geniuses versus Rise. I can't wait to get this one underway. I have to ask you, remember, obviously you weren't in the studio, but you watched the 3-0 EG against FaZe. Can EG go back-to-back? Can they do it again? Can they beat Rise?
They have everything going for them right now. The momentum, they can just take this time and just go straight into the next game. If they had a break here, it would be a bit different. But I think one of the guys on the desk might have been, Pat said, you don't want to go up against EG right now. You don't want to have that task because they're just coming off probably the biggest upset of the GPL so far, I would say. And yeah, I think EG can do this. Rise have been looking hot all weekend, but when Study starts roaring, Nameless gets up, EG are just a different team.
Yeah, Nameless is wheeling right now. He is. Supposedly what it's called, wheeling. Evidently,
it's a thing.
It's a thing now. It's a phenomenon.
Is that the big difference, though, in your opinion, Matt? Is that really all down to...
I mean, when he plays well, they're a completely different team. It's just like the effect that Clay has on FaZe. I mean, when he is playing well, and, he's locking things down at the end of V4, he's being loud, he's, just kind of giving his team all his confidence and momentum. Like, Nameless definitely won that Clay versus Nameless battle in that series, and you see the effects that it had.
That's the combo for a lot of teams. If your playmaker is doing that, it makes so much easier on everybody else.
Now, Aches, obviously I showed the camera earlier on that you had predicted a 3-0. You wrote it down. You say EG is going to win 3-1. I have it in the paper in front of me. When you look at the map set, you're still confident?
Yep, they win 1-2, lose 3, win 4.
Wow.
Yes. 3-1.
3-1. Matt's looking at you like you've gone clinically
camera.
insane. Yeah, Matt, has he gone crazy or is he still
listen,
being
I thought
Yoda?
the last prediction was rigged. I was cast, and I saw you writing it like as the series was ending.
That is a lie, you know it.
So I made him write it down this time.
I mean, I can show you
I'm a witness
again.
to this because I'm the one that drew the arrows on this because I didn't understand why you put one team like 3 feet above the other team, above the score.
You got to get creative, like the prediction.
EG above Rise.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you.
Finn understands.
See,
sorry, Matt. You're not built for the desk.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I got Momo. I got Momo here with me though.
I'm glad to be here. I agree with you. Why would you put a team? Why would you have a team above? Like it just.
Hey, whose prediction was right?
Nice shot, Momo.
I still don't believe that he did it before.
He did. I can vouch for Aches. He did predict that before. We'll see if Aches can go back-to-back predictions or can EG complete the predictions we sent over to our casters. It's TP and Courage for prime time.
Thank you, boys. Excited for this matchup to get underway. It is officially prime time now. Aches is doing his whole, oh, I'm so smart at COD. I'm making my predictions. I've got another person with me that's very smart. I want to hear yours. Let's see who is the smarter one. Who wins a series? What's the map count?
Pat's pretty good at this stuff, but I think I have to ride the EG momentum right now. I don't think it's going to be a 3-1. I'll probably say 3-2.
Ooh.
They just smashed FaZe, the #1 team in the group, or so we all thought. If they're able to do this again, if Ant's playing like that, what AR player is going to stop them?
Yeah, it was mentioned, obviously, Nameless tweeted as well that I've switched from the NB4 back over to the K-Bar, feeling much more confident with that pace of the game. We'll see if it pays off here again. Scorch Hardpoint, they looked electric in this map against FaZe, dominating, especially on that drill hardpoint. We'll see if it works out again for them here, folks. It is prime time. EG versus Rise Nation. Can Evil Geniuses keep the momentum going? Or will Felony's ridiculous play so far today continue into a second series? Off the break, we're watching Felony push towards middle.
speaking on that as well, Nameless with a K-bar, above a 1.0 with an NV4, not quite as close at about a 0.7. So keep note of that throughout this series. I think if EG is going to replicate what they did in that last one, though, it's going to be Turbine and Drill once again. That's where they got the largest majority of the time and just contest the sorts on the rest.
Well, let's see how it all plays out for him here. Aqua, the 4-0 start, already working towards that Trinity rocket. There's a couple kills away. He's still dancing around inside the hard point. Rise Nation do have the early lead, and wow. I believe a nade just hit his feet. He basically just died in one bullet. He'll get cleaned on up, and now it's EG. With the early pressure towards this back turbine hard point spawn and TP, they actually get first blooded. Their Felony does wind up getting the kill onto Nameless, and he's going to try to push right on through with the help of his teammates. It's Facento now there. Rise with some early bodies near this new hill.
Yeah, EG needs to be careful here and not die in the last couple of seconds of this first hard point. Some trades going down back and forth, but this is a huge gunfight there. Aqua's able to win it, so the rotation... Nope, Nagafin. Wow! So it really looked like it was going into Rise's favor, but Nagafin goes clutch again. He gets to that powerful box spot we see him in now, but the trade's going back and forth. It's a crazy game so far, Jack.
Yeah, and we always talk about the flechette grenades and how good they are in competitive Call of Duty, but even more as of late, players have swapped over to the cluster. It's so good at just aiming right for a spot behind cover, forces the player to either move or be dropped really one shot or just straight up die to the grenade. Right there's a perfect example. Nagafen gets weakened by it. They easily clean it up with one more bullet. Because of that tool, they wind up breaking this hill, and they're now back in the lead, but it's EG surging right onto Warehouse to see if they can get some of this scrap time.
Yep, a couple of players surging up to see if they can get any of that scrap, but not going to go in their favor. I guess a little bit going to be going back, but a tie game going to be happening over towards Hangar. These gunfights towards the back are huge. Study and Havoc are doing a great job as a duo towards the back. I think they will be getting flanked a little bit soon here from number 6 on your mini-map, but overall, some fights, some trading back and forth. Both teams playing this really, really well.
Yep, and that's actually Facento, who was flanking for those back spawns. These spawns can sometimes be a little bit interesting towards this back area of the map. Even if you kill the guy back rock, if you don't have someone pushing it right away, they can still get one more wave up in that area, but unfortunately for the side of EG, it does look like they've now been forced on out. The play from Facento does pay off. He's now on a 3 streak and leading his team in the objective. 60-57 currently the score.
Another grenade coming in, catching Fellow just a bit. Some shaky shots, and it gets taken out. The trade's going to be happening, but Aqua is there to save the day for Rise. I think there is one more player that is Study that snuck behind enemy lines. Going to try and make a play, but Rise should be able to get the rest of this time.
And if Rise Nation, who they were just watching the series that EG had up against FaZe, they should know what worked for EG on this map in game mode. They should know exactly what pressure you want to have near this drill side. Because of certain ways that you can use the cover to your advantage, especially on this drill hardpoint, it went from being the side you want to hold is that deck side to now being you want to be pushing from this rock side. You want to be able to use those kind of boxes for cover, the crates for cover. And that's exactly what Rise Nation have right now. EG, though, trying to claw back into things.
Rise playing a little bit slow, setting up a contesting attempt here. Fellow picks up one, the first blood over. Scarab gets taken out as well. So Rise going to take control of the hill for now. A team kill, a little bit unfortunate for Aqua there. 2 versus 2 situation in the hill. Nameless picks up 2. Some good movement from him. The trades, but Facento answers right back again. So some high-octane gameplay going on here. It seems like one team has the advantage and one just answers right back.
That's what I love to see, man. So evenly matched off the break of this game. Do want to, again, commend Nameless. The switch and the decision to go over to the K-bar. He looks so much more comfortable in how he's able to play with his team. He's currently 10-9, but the first team to break that 100-second mark will be Rise Nation. Havoc and Nagafen in your kill feed, doing what they can to at least play for a little bit of the scrap time. But either way, TP, what are some...
Oh, bye.
Like, okay.
Bye, Ant.
What are some of your biggest takeaways from the first rotation? Anything that really stands out to you?
Nothing really. Both teams just playing those back spawns when they need to. I guess EG's doing just a little bit better at getting intro kills when the new hard points pop, like we see it again right there. Getting intro time is quite important, but Rise just seems to be doing a better job of getting in an entire chunk of kill, whether it's 20, 30 seconds, and it's largely due to Aqua and Facento.
Yeah.
It always seems like it's those names popping up in the red, getting those intro kills to answer back when EG starts out strong.
And right there, you see Aqua get 2 more, but then Nagafen with 2 of his own. So evenly matched again are these teams. Only 10 seconds separating them right now. Again, Nagafen just bouncing back and forth behind this cover. He's got help from his teammates now as Rise Nation. They don't really want to push through on this. Maybe get some contests. That's about it. Keep it close, as the focus will go back towards Turbine. And just like that, EG do get 3 dead. 1 player spawns out for Rise Nation, but thankfully Aqua again with another 2 PCs, now 19-10.
I think the game changer in this one is if you look at your scoreboard real quick, Stud and Fellow a bit even.
Yeah.
going back and forth. If one of those players can step it up, I think that will be the difference maker. Rise with initial control seems like a strong setup, and the spawns are pretty close. So expect Rise to take about a 30, 40-point lead in this one. EG needs to slow it down and focus on an intro.
Here's an example of slowing it down, waiting for everyone to be in the right position. It's now Scarab time, which can be a great tool to hold this outer catwalk area. It's now Felony, the player you mentioned, who was really struggling, able to get that first two-piece to slow that push from EG. The lead you mentioned, you expected to go to 30 or 40. Right now, about to pass that 20-second mark. Rise Nation in a great setup to get the rest of this time on the Turbine Hill.
Just a great setup overall. The Scarab was disrupted that push towards that wall run on the right side, and nothing really EG could do. Vela picked up the first two, and now we need to focus on these rotations. I think this hangar hard point, this very next one, is going to determine whether this game is going to end very quickly or go to the last seconds. We focus on Facento again. He's going to be that guy on that rotation. He's so darn important, and that's why EG sort of has a lead in this one. He picks up that kill on the Nagafen again. They're working towards the back spawns, and that's why they won the first time.
That's exactly what happened the last time. Great point to bring up. Now we'll see if it works for Rise Nation again. Study, who's in charge of watching that, does get cut down by who? Facento, the man who just knows how to play that back rock area. Facento still staying alive, but finally the trades go in favor of EG. But look at the spawns, TP, still close for Rise Nation.
The reason they got that spawn is Facento stayed alive just long enough to give him that influence towards the back. So Rise in a good spot, but look at the scoreboard. EG is racking up all this time. They need to make a move very quickly. Facento might be focusing a bit too much at the back at that time, and maybe should have just flooded the hill, so there's only about 30 seconds left.
Nagafen going big for his team, now 18 and 17. Still both Havoc, and Study and Felony having really abysmal performances so far. One thing to take note of, we know how confident EG are in their gameplay near drill. Do they use this Trinity Rocket? Do they use the camo as tools to get control of this next hard point?
Expect those streaks to come down probably over towards Turbine, but no, decides to call it now, not wasting any time whatsoever over towards this new hill popping. Will he pick up any, though? He's keeping those players locked in the building, and a couple of kills, 3 down now for EG. Going to storm up, and dead for them. A brilliant use. I thought he was going to wait for a little while, but I guess if you're going to use it, drills, they want to end this game very quickly at drill.
What's also huge is that Nagafen actually protects Havoc while he's in that Trinity Rocket. He was getting tagged up, about to get killed, instead stays alive middle map. Now Nagafen playing from this close observation deck area. Rise Nation, the pinch no longer works. That was Facento again. He's been doing it the whole map. EG are now picking up on it. This is now a 30-second lead for EG and growing.
There's really not much Rise can do now. You can see those spawns just so far away. 22 seconds left in this hard point. Havoc playing this really well, pressuring when he needs to and staying alive when he needs to. The rotation seems to be going in their favor over towards middle once again. And EG, again, we thought FaZe was going to win Scorch the first time around, but EG's answering back again. It's crazy.
Yeah, and that's showing right there, the full 60 from EG. How they beat FaZe on this map. They outscored FaZe on that hill at drill, 83-9 right there. 60 seconds, giving them that huge lead they have right now. They're already in middle map again. They've got 3 payloads to work with, all signs pointing towards an EG map 1 victory, unless Rise Nation can make some miraculous plays happen.
I kind of feel bad for Facento in this one. He seems to be making a lot of good plays. Trying to answer back over towards middle now. Seems like Rise has a little bit of control, but every single time they get the couple dead.
Wow.
Now Nameless turning up. He's getting loud on the stage. 27 kills again for him here. They only need 15 seconds. It's looking like an EG win very quickly here, Jack.
If Nameless ever says he wants to pull out an NV4 again, I'm slapping him in the face because he has been playing so much better with the K-Bar. It is night and day, and it reflects in the performances from EG. They're just dancing around, staying alive. Nagafen, he's quite confident with his performance so far in this game. EG already near the new hill. They're just 9 seconds away from taking map number 1.
All EG needs to do is focus on this next set of kills. If they're able to get it, they need 9 seconds here on Turbine. Trades go down early. Rise needs to make the play, though. They do get 2 kills. Name is the last one alive, and a clean wipe for Rise. That cannot happen if you're EG. They had the setup. They challenged gunfights. It just shouldn't be happening.
And look at how far they've pushed out these lanes. Looney all the way in middle. You've got Aqua clearing that warehouse. EG are not expecting this at all. Thankfully for EG, Nagafen tries to recover in that middle map area. They're going to go ahead and push towards this outer catwalk side. If you're Study, you do use FTL jump, kills the player behind the cover. Now it's a counter FTL for Rise Nation. Payloads coming into play. The pace of this game picking up right now. Both camos too.
Camo battle.
Oh, no!
Nagafen stops shooting at Facento. He gets the beat down, looking for the second. Looney has his help as well. One player on EG trying to contest as long as he can, but there's not enough time.
They've got to rotate.
They have to rotate. There's not much time left. EG only needs 7 seconds. they might get it here, but Aqua's winning the race.
Oh, Aqua is winning the race. He's going to go down low. Are EG ready for this? They've got 2 players inside. He hasn't been spotted as of yet. Loses the 1v1 versus Nameless, but he bought enough time for his teammates to get in position. Rise Nation not out of this yet. The reactive armor does nothing. We have ourselves a game. Rise Nation going for the comeback.
Oh, a crazy rotation. Rise able to win it. And I thought Nameless was going to be able to break it, but Trade's going back. Rise doing such a better job.
Centurion.
Back. Centurion's down. Not much payload abilities left. None whatsoever. Fellows, I guess, is the closest with reactive. They could do this here.
Scarab will be the first push for EG. They've now got to go. Only 15 seconds left for Rise Nation needed to win this game. The entry kill from Nameless. Vicento's got help. Nagafen charges on in. EG have done it. They've gotten the break, and they will win map number 1, 250 to 237.
What a map number 1 there, Jack. This is prime time.
And TP, you've got to love the patience from EG. They knew how much time they had to go for, confident in their abilities to go for the break. You saw Vicento, they were coming in from every angle. He didn't even know where to look.
It was good timing. EG took their time. All they needed was that first fight, and then you flood all 3 entrance points. It was beautiful. I thought Rise was going to be able to make that comeback. That turbine hold from them at the very end was very, very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
But they got they got those backside spawns. It just wasn't enough for them. EG clutches up again.
We've got ourselves a series, and the storylines are getting better and better. I was watching the last series with EG and FaZe. They keep mentioning it up in the Pro Player Lounge, you know, hearing from Fnatic, hearing from the boys of Rise on what their thoughts are. Think of what this means now. If we wind up seeing EG go 6-0 in map count today, they're now sitting at 2-2. That would drop Rise Nation down to 2-2. You would have Fnatic, if they're able to beat FaZe tonight, we could have 4 teams sitting at 2-2 going into day 3. That would be the absolute perfect scenario.
That's the dream right there.
Oh, yeah.
Going into a Sunday, everything on the line. But, man, you can't ask for anything better than that game 1, really going down to the wire. Somehow, EG starting off slow in a lot of these hard points, but they answer back. All it takes was 1 hill, that full hold of 60 seconds. They're able to do it multiple times, and they're right back in it. And they just clutch up at the end again.
What's crazy to think, some of the individual plays from Vicento, if he doesn't make those,
yeah,
that is not a close game at all. That is like a 250 to 150 type game. Instead, Vicento was doing what he could, but EG with some clutch 2 pieces, Nagafen getting heavily involved, and realistically, just having 1 solid push wins them that game overall. In their 2 scorch hardpoints they've played today at Drill, they've outscored their opponents something like 150 to 25.
Wild. Absolutely wild. Turbine. Rise gets 117 seconds, which is insane, but it goes back to Drill. EG definitely seems like the best Drill hill holding team in this group so far, but Bridge as well. They did such a good job of getting on both sides of it, pushing out when they needed to. And you know, when you focus so much on the first hard point, it's going to hurt you for second, so maybe that's why the score leaned a certain way in that regard. But Drill, man, it's important for him.
I love it. Look at how similar the stats are there between former Tweak teammates Nagafen and Aqua, both putting up 30-plus kills. Solid KDs there, but in the end, it is Nagafen and crew narrowing out that team on your screen. Rise Nation, and now if you're Rise, the big stat, and I saw some people saying, you know, are the casters always just going to talk about Dallas? Well, guess what? It was the most recent major LAN event, but a thing to mention is the difference in S&D for EG at Dallas and Rise Nation. Rise, who you think should be a strong S&D team at times, they fell completely flat in the game mode. I think it was something like 15% of S&Ds they won there. EG, on the other hand, won 85% of theirs. You think now, is this a must-win map from seeing what happened the last time Rise and EG played in Uplink earlier this weekend?
I think it kind of has to be,
right?
To be quite honest. The way EG's looking, though, and the way they play Search and Destroy so consistently, I think you have to give them the initial edge on this one, especially with the way Nameless has been playing. It just seems like in those 1v1s, those 50-50 gunfights, you always see Nameless coming out on top, whereas yesterday, just not really the same at all. So it's such a big difference maker and a huge playmaker today. The 2 players I want to focus on this Search and Destroy, though, is the 2 players that had that first rough hard point. Fellow, not great. Nope. Study as well. So I think one of those 2 players needs to change up their own momentum here on Crusher.
We are ready now for map number 2, Crusher Search and Destroy. EG and Rise Nation going at it. If you're wondering what's still to come today on the broadcast, don't go anywhere. We still have FaZe Clan versus Fnatic to come. Will FaZe bounce back after getting swept 3-0 by EG, or can Fnatic put up a great fight and potentially end day 2 sitting at that 2-2 scoreline. We're ready to get into it now. We're watching Felony off the break. You mentioned, how does he bounce back after that rough Map 1 performance?
Going to be interested to see how aggressive both these teams play this Crusher. See a lot of teams just do that normal sort of B-plant strategy, but it doesn't seem like we're going to see that this time from Rise. Not wasting any time getting over toward this left side of the map, and it looks like they're pushing through, actually.
Well, okay, they're just going to try to see what they can do to flip the map. And Vicento, that right there just gave his team all the information they could ever need. Seeing 2 players charging through, they know that this is a full-man play from the side of EG.
And this is beautiful from Bryce right here. He found all 4 players. They know they're trying to pull off a flank, and he just gets to the weirdest corner on the map, something he knows they're not going to check, and now things are falling in their favor. Now a 4 versus 2 situation. Bellow picks up the 3rd. Nameless now stuck in the 1v4.
And they've all won their 1v1 gunfights. Nameless by himself. Rise Nation, beautiful. The shot calls, we saw it last series.
Beautiful. I love that, Jack.
They look very well composed on this map, and I'll be completely honest with you, team. I've seen 2 people go to that back crate area. One is Vicento there. The other one was Fastball, and it's 1v1 versus Carver.
Oh, yeah. You're completely right.
This time it works out a little bit better for Vicento and crew as they take that first round, and you've got to love the shot call. There's no hesitation from Rise on this map.
Vicento's making game-changing plays.
Yeah.
And that's something I love to see. In my Telestrator segment earlier, I talked about gaining information. Vicento does that, stays alive, picks up the first kill in the back, basically opens the map for his team.
Now, Havoc does love to push towards middle. Nice grenade by Looney to at least clean up the one-shot player. Rise Nation, they know how much Nagafet likes to snipe because 3 of them used to team with him. So do they spot that coming out as a strategy in this series? And look, okay, I thought he was off the map for a second. I had stress right there from my own flashbacks, but there he does stay on for a moment. And even for Vicento to get that kill and get out, it's little things like that.
Very important stuff. Nagafen challenging with a pistol that high up on a wall run, however. Not the best of plays you can make. He may need to switch it up with how fast Rise is playing in some of these early rounds.
We'll see if he does that moving forward. For now, though, his teammate Nameless still alive for a potential 1v3. He has been spotted. Now 1 shot as well. Things should be ending for him here quite soon unless they all body stack for a quarter of a second. I was like, oh my God, this could happen. But instead, it is Rise Nation up 2-0.
Bit scary there for just a second. Vicento getting those intro kills once again, playing with so much confidence. And this is a new Vicento we've seen in Infinite Warfare. He was the Vegas MVP for a reason.
Yep.
And he's been playing damn good this year. I've gave him a lot of flack personally this last year in Black Ops 3, but he's impressed me a lot. It feels like he's learned a lot as a leader for this team.
Oh, for sure. And he's very comfortable on this squad. Rise Nation, they all just had Chick-fil-A prior to this series, so I thought that was going to help them, but apparently so far they are down 1-0. So it's Felony, still middle map. He's going to have to back on down as he has been tagged up by the opposing team's NV4.
Rise seems like they leave that player sort of in their spawn to gain information as possible. A double flank looks like it's coming in soon. Some timing in the favor of Fellow in this one. See how this round progresses here in just a second.
Yeah, he should be cleaned up. First blood to EG. Potential first round victory on the horizon for the squad. Aqua just waiting, currently 3-0. He's gonna have to back away, and they're both hitting the wall run. They just both run into players on either side. Now it's Looney by himself. A nice retake of the B site by EG.
A bit unfortunate for those players on the wall run. One guy hops on it as one guy's dipping out, so the player at the alleyway just picks up a free kill. A nice round to bounce back for EG here, and that's one of the dangers of leaving one of your players so far away, and Fellow that we just saw right there. You know, there's so many flanking spots on Crusher that you can't always check. Fellow checks middle, he checks the left door A, but he can't possibly see the underground. So, unfortunate series of events for Fellow.
It's a lot to watch. It's a lot of ground to cover.
Right. So I feel like if you're leaving that player, he needs to be closer to your team.
Yep. And you mentioned the awkward timings. He had the right idea, right? As they take the B site, time for me to fall back, play a closer trade area, and now just watch that one lane that they can push from. Unfortunately, though, the players from EG were already storming on through. Now it's up to Evil Geniuses to convert around on offense. We're watching Looney here, who is inside warehouse across from his team. Rise should have all the info they need, though. That, hey, guys, watch out for this B play. EG looking to plant the objective.
Little bit of slow play going down. The contesting from the alleyway, though. The trades go down early. Looney has that E-Rad, which should have the advantage there, but now 2 versus 2. Everything's pretty much going on fire right now. Stud left in the 1 versus 2, picks up the first, and now the 1v1. Can he get it, though? No, he lands the beatdown, but not the first bullet.
Yep.
That was so close.
He tried to go for the hip fire, 1 bullet beat down. It is really the fastest way you can kill somebody right there. TP, I'll be honest, I think Nagafen lose that round for EG, still has the sniper. Whiffs an easy kill. Because of that, Rise Nation clear out that lane, they push it, and there Looney clutches it up.
It gets to the point where, yes, Nagafen has had good search and destroys, but I'm the type of guy where...
0-3.
Yeah, it's not happening. Right? He's had past tense, right? He needs to put it away.
Yeah, and now Nameless getting first blooded again. This Rise Nation team that only lost by 13 seconds in map 1, looking much more composed now in search and destroy. Nagafen and crew is pressuring towards middle map. Rise are, look at how slow they're playing this. They're all in middle, and Nagafen is not ready for that at all. He's been spotted 1 versus 4. If I'm him, I'm trying to find a way to jump off this map.
Yeah, don't give him any more points if possible. Catches 1 player, fellow at the middle of the map there, but Rise just doesn't even need to deal with him at that point. Is he going to stay on his streak or try and get off the map? He might try and clutch here.
Yeah, especially with the bomb still not being planted. Looney does have that payload now ready. Nagafen slowly making his way over, and he will actually get the drop on 1 player here. Should know the last guy's down on sight, but oh! Whiffs a couple bullets. Maybe if he kills him slightly quicker, he has a chance. But in the end, Rise Nation now up 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's a tough shot there. He changes momentum completely when he jumps to the other wall.
Yep.
And that extra couple of bullets it took was really the difference maker. But Rise is just really picking them apart early in these rounds. Rise is doing such a good job of pushing an area together as a team. If they don't find anything, cool. They rotate back and try and gain more information somewhere else. A lot of teams, in my opinion, need to replicate what Rise is doing on every search and destroy map.
They were just waiting for someone to come sprinting on through. Nagafen now with the sniper, though, does at least get a kill on the board for him. Spots a second player, gets a call out about someone in you. Felony, again, continually getting these first bloods for Rise Nation, but unfortunately does fall to the hands of Study, and now it will be a change in pace from EG as they rotate this bomb.
Looks like it's going to be a tough retake situation, but they know what's going on very quickly here. The trade's going to be going in. Nameless picks up the first. Bryce now has a chance, but is taken out very quickly. A nice shot from Nagafen. So we're giving him a little bit of crap for keeping the sniper out, but he hits a nice shot into A. And it was smart to get out. You got the pick. You got what you needed. Just go to the other bomb site and make use of your advantage. A great round from them.
Absolutely. That's what you love to see from Evil Geniuses. No matter what happens really in the series, they look much better than they did yesterday. That's more than safe to say. As it is Looney with camo, still a scarab in his back pocket. Does he use it this round to really kind of put them on game point, in this search and destroy?
It's not a bad idea, in my opinion. Nameless spotting out all these players.
You gotta get away.
Needs to be careful, but he has help very quickly. A good rotation in from EG. Looks like that would be probably the perfect time to pop the camo. Yep, gonna pop it over towards...
Oh! No! There's the thermal sniper from Nagafen. It's an incredible shot. And now, what looked like an easy first blood for Looney, it all falls apart. EG.
Wow.
Trust in Nagafen, and there's the little smirk. Nagafen shows some emotions for once.
Doesn't look excited at all, but an absolutely huge turn of events here. The camo burned. It's like, oh, this is a great play. Looney's gonna pick up a kill. Wham!
Oh, you already know.
Gone.
We're getting roasted. I hate when the casters tell Nagafen to put away the sniper.
Yeah.
He was 0-3, then gets a first blood, now snipes the camo. I'm sorry if he makes me look like an idiot. It happens a lot.
Don't say that about yourself, Jack.
Thank you. That's why
You're
I like
good
you
at
a lot,
this.
Tyler. But look, you know who else is good at things? It's Nagafen with the sniper. He went from 0-3 to now 6-4. EG, we're down by 3 rounds, now just 1. And we're gonna have a very quick round right here. It's about to be a 44 gunfight battle. Looney with first blood. Steady there for the trade. Vicento still pre-firing towards this outer bridge. He's got to fall back because he's weak. Thankfully for EG, Nameless decides to shoulder peek out. Why is Nameless peeking there? He's 1 bullet. Just hide.
I don't understand that. You know they're pushing up on you. They're just sliding pretty much crazily into the alley. No reason those two should have fought right there. Just buy time.
Oof. So what was a monstrous snipe from Nagafen in the previous round is just a botched push from EG as they get overrun, and now it's Rise Nation on the verge of making this series 1-1. And now this is what I love. They change things up. I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, FTL jump right away, catch the timing. Beautiful play from Aqua. No hesitation. Rise Nation have control of A.
I love that a lot. He saw that player turn the corner. Havoc not expecting that, obviously. Gets there just a little bit early, but a team kill going in. Nagafen picks up 1 with the nade.
What happened was the grenade goes in, blows up the Scarab on the teammate who's trying to get that objective down. And now, EG basically get a free retake. They're like, thanks, Looney, for calling in that scare, buddy.
Oh man, some self-sabotage there. A good grenade from Nagafen nonetheless. Still has that FTL to work with. Nameless getting close to payload as well. Looks like a rotation though. Vicento just on a mission to gain whatever information he can. And a little bit of a separate round from Rise in this one.
So with EG knowing where this objective is down, do you agree with them stacking this site? How should they play this?
Yeah, I think you just stay together, especially if you know that the
oh
bomb's there. Did he spot that player? I don't think he did. No. A bit unfortunate for Fellow there. But Vicento now making the play. Has the Centurion, if he can, get to this bomb, but not much time to work with in the 1v2.
And he's 1 kill off the Scarab or the plant. He already has that payload, so EG basically should know at this point, yeah, there's no way he can rotate. Vicento just waiting things out. Here comes the pressure. Nice job by Nagafed using that wall run, 5-4. EG not going down without a fight.
It's a good play. Good play. Just group up. Use the time to your advantage. You know where the bomb was.
Yep.
Check it every couple of seconds and you're good to go. But, man, just imagine if Fellow was able to spot that player under him. I don't know if his just peripherals wasn't working too well there. Just a bit unfortunate. If he picks up that, I think they get the bomb and they could probably get out of there.
So what, we have a FTL jump used, Scarab used for nothing for Rise Nation. Now, though, this is where things can swing for EG. They've got camo ready to go. Nameless should spot him, and he's going to go for it right away. He gets jammered, though, as he's trying to push it up. And Rise Nation, they've read this like a book. They run away. Yes, they get control of the site, but camo does nothing for EG.
Man, pops that just a little bit early in that one. You're not sure if you're going to be able to get in a gunfight.
Exactly. Is that bait from Rise? Right? I mean, they know.
I don't know if they knew that, though.
That is true. All right, sorry. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. I'm just excited. Rise now going for the retake. Kills being traded on out. Rise Nation do have the number advantage now. Nameless can't get killed here. Vicento finds it. And now it's up to Study in the 1 versus 3. He's got a player just in front of him. I don't think he's going to be able to get out with his life. No way. Rise Nation will take that map by a final score line of 6-4.
Whew. EG.
I love it.
Showing some heart in that one. It just really comes back to that one round. The botched push is what we called it. They had momentum. They had a huge round to clutch to bring it back just a little bit closer, and then they just let Rise get to that 5th round, and eventually they're going to get it.
You think if Nameless doesn't peek when he's one shot, he kind of stays alive. Study can just watch that middle lane. There's no reason to care about the guy from Crates as long as he's kind of shoulder peek it, keep an eye on it. You at least know, hey, we're not having to worry about the pinch as of yet, but this is what I like to see. We've got ourselves a series. It's now tied up 1-1, but remember, folks, the last time Rise Nation and EG battled in Uplink, Rise beat them 20-0 on Throwback. That was how the weekend started. Here, I expect things to be just a little bit different.
You think so, Jack?
Yeah, I do.
It's a good prediction.
Either way, 20-0, one of the most one-sided games I've really seen in competitive Call of Duty. Nameless with the K-Bar does look great in the respawns for the side of EG. Rise Nation, you now have yourselves tied back up. I don't really know if they're going to change anything going into Uplink, but either way, though, do not go anywhere. Prime Time is back after this quick break.
How do crazy people get through a forest?
I don't know.
They take a psychopath.
Okay. What's large, gray, and doesn't matter?
I don't know.
An irrelevant.
That was not funny. What did the duck say to the bartender?
The dog?
The duck.
The duck?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Put it on my bill.
All right, that was a clever one. All right.
What do you call a sidekick midget who has escaped from prison?
Wow. That one's like really out there. I don't know.
A small, medium, at large.
Oh, at large. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How do you feel when there's no coffee?
Dead. I don't know.
Depresso. Dead.
It is your G Fuel key player matchup between EG and Rise Nation. Study for Evil Geniuses so far has had a quieter weekend. You could see coming into this series, his respawn KD has been lackluster, but that was really for all players on EG. On the side of Rise Nation, though, Felony has been electric in Hardpoint, and has matched those performances in Uplink. Fully expect Rise Nation to have an advantage going into this next Uplink after they beat EG 20-0 in the game mode yesterday. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup. One to one is the map count between Evil Geniuses and Rise Nation here in the blue group of the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. I'm joined by TP at the caster stage. TP, for you so far, what have you seen from EG that's much better today compared to what we saw from them yesterday?
Just overall presence on the map, the confidence seems to be there somehow that they just weren't having yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that largely, like, we can all talk about all day about how much better Nameless is playing, but it's really all of them. They're grouping up together. A lot of those search and destroy rounds, it just seems like they have more confidence in each other today for whatever reason. They probably went back and watched some of those games and just realized the sort of bonehead mistakes they were making. So a completely different looking team today. They're looking quite strong in this even series.
Well, it's what you want to see. We want these storylines to be close. There is still potential for all four teams to be 2-2 going into our third day of matches. Obviously, that is mainly due in part to FaZe losing 3-0 to EG earlier. Still to come on primetime, as I mentioned, it will be FaZe versus Fnatic, but for now, we've got to crown ourselves a winner of this series. We will see a game 4, so we will see another hard point, but who will take the 2-1 advantage after uplink on Frost? I'm still siding with Rise Nation.
Yeah, I think you have to agree. I think when it comes to these ERAD situations, Rise has more of those players that are going to be more comfortable in those close quarter situations. I think this is the map that, I know we focused on the key player matchup on Study. He definitely needs to perform better, but I think it's Study and Havoc.
Okay.
Everyone's talking up Havoc, especially their team in general, about this event this weekend. And I feel like Havoc needs to just have a killer map if they're going to go up 2-1.
Yeah, they were really gassing him up, like saying how he might be the best player in the venue. We'll see if that can keep going here. I mean, hey, he's done well, but you gotta end day 2 at 2-2, and they have an opportunity here right now. Their destiny is in their hands. Some great storylines, obviously, with Nagafen being former teammates with 3 of the members of Rise Nation. Let's see how it all plays out. It's getting chilly here on Frost. It will be uplink. Off the break, we are watching Havoc, the man you said who needs to go big this game for EG.
Looks like he's going to be starting off with a K-bar. I'm not sure if I actually agree with that. Usually we see a sort of 3 ERAD apiece, but maybe they have their own sort of thing in mind. Initial battle is going to be happening over towards this mid-map. Havoc doesn't see anything yet, but looks like 2 players from Rise going over towards the left.
Yeah, this is the breakdown from Rise. They focus a little bit more towards Cliff. Only 1 player inside ship, and when you have 3 members lose their one-on-one gunfights, that could spell disaster off the break. Thankfully, because of the influence towards this ship bay side, they do at least have some presence near their portal, but this should be a very early score in this game. Already 1-0 EG.
Impressive push. Havoc just baiting around with the drone. He had those 2 lead blockers in Nameless and Nagafen pick up 2 apiece, and just the best start you could possibly have. Now, the battle's going to be going back over towards this mid-map. Aqua picks up a huge 2-piece there. 1 with the nade, 1 with the kill over towards blue. But not much middle map control. Nameless once again with a double.
Yeah, and 2 pieces, we talk about them a lot, but when these teams are so good at trading, right? When you have 1 kill on the other team, 1 kill back and forth, a 2-piece resets the trade advantage, and it does more than you'd ever think for your normal Call of Duty casual player. Oh, what's a 2-piece? You know what I'm saying? But in this, a 2-piece swings entire map advantage over to 1 team.
Why do they run the drone middle there? Nameless is absolutely slaying out on ship side of the map. That's just lazy plays right there from them. They should have picked up another 1-point play. I think it was Havoc that made that play. 0-3 start for him, trying to force the situation up towards the middle. He saw the kills on the kill feed. Should have took the time to go to ship.
Angry TP. Don't like TP. It's a TP that I love to listen to. Havoc with 2 kills, finally does get on the board, and you can hear the oh my god chants come in. That's a 4 times multi-kill from Havoc. He must have heard your criticisms there, as now he's actually started to shoot back. Still 2 minutes into this game, it is EG who have not only gotten the first point, but a majority of the map positioning and drone control so far in this game. Aqua took a tumble there, which will open up this lane for EG to try to make a move happen.
Looney buying time with the drone on that lower wall run. Nagafen making a heads-up play here, calling the push over towards the left, just trying to bait out the players from Rise as much as possible. One player was actually under him. He actually got by, sneaks over towards the ring. Trades going down back and forth. EG doing a great job of locking down this ship side, but looks like kills are going in their favor. Nameless answering back once again. 11 for him so early in this one.
Havoc from 3 to now 7 and 4. Nice shots from him to cut down Facento as well, and he's bloodthirsty right now, TP. Look at him surging right up the map. He's got no teammates with him.
He made a bad play earlier, but this is really good. My bad, dude.
Yeah, all right, we're even now. You can go back to being average. But no. In this game, you've got Nameless double positive still. Just looking so much better. We can't talk about it enough. From a 0.7 with the MV4 to a 1.06 KD with the K-bar today. The guy's been night and day, literally. Havoc still with the 2-piece there to try to hold off this ship push. The drone now back to middle map. Facento just dancing around, and it's Nameless ready for him.
Fellow, huge struggle. 3 and 13 on this first half right here. Just needs to get something going in these respawns. Another 2 from Nameless. For whatever reason, these Rise players cannot seem to get those last couple of bullets on him. Wrapping this drone over towards ship again, and when he's able to do this, 15 early in this one, he's on pace for so many kills in this round.
Hey, and that makes me happy. I want to see those kills get racked right on up. Havoc does get cut down by Looney. The 2-piece in from him now on a 3 streak, and you mentioned Felony needs to turn up in these respawns. He had an abysmal heart point as well. Him and Studdy were both the 2 doing the worst, and that theme really remains here now in the uplink as well.
Seems like they need to slow it down.
Oh, Nagafen!
Thanks for the drone, buddy. You're dead.
And the other 2 teammates prior to him as well. Makes it look easy. The 3-piece inside ice single-handedly stops a push from Rise. It's all blue in the kill feed as they now look to get more points on the board with just 1 minute remaining inside 1.
Looks like the storming push coming in. Havoc and Nameless leading the way. The lead blockers, 2 players in this back helipad from Rise, but the play call was made to go over towards middle again. Does he get the 1-pointer? Okay. I was having flashbacks of a few moments before where they took the drone up middle and it didn't go well. But I feel like Nameless could have just probably stayed alive a little bit longer there to execute more points. But 2-0 lead for EG, a solid half so far.
When that 1-point play went in TP, EG were outslaying their opponents by 16 kills, only to be up 2-0. What does that mean for someone watching at home? Is that something bad for EG? Does it mean that a lot of their kills are coming towards their half of the map? I mean, Rise Nation could tie the game right now with having all 4 players negative, or 3 of their players negative.
Towards blue, but it doesn't go in their favor, and that is a pretty heavy kill differential.
Yeah.
It's surprising that EG doesn't have more points on the board, but they are just getting these first waves of kills. So sometimes it just happens where you're not able to pick up that second wave, but looks like the drone moving pretty quickly up towards this cryo side of the map. Do they get the 1 off? They have time. It gets off. And okay, just a little short. I got excited there for just a second.
Yep.
But just not quite enough time to set that up properly.
Okay, EG holds close. How funny would it be if EG, who didn't score a point yesterday in uplink against Rise Nation, now stop Rise Nation from scoring a point against them?
Nothing would make sense.
It really wouldn't at that point.
Predictions are just impossible.
Exactly, unless you're Aches, apparently.
Yeah.
Who got that perfect prediction last time. He nods his head in agreement now. As we will follow the side of EG through the half. Nameless, the monster performance from him, on pace for 38 kills in this game if he could stay as hot inside 2. Unfortunately, does lose the first battle there against Felony.
So we saw in the first half, EG got the better of that first push. The first push actually leading to a point. And look at that. They copy it exactly. That throw was a little bit low for just a second. Rise on the board. The first push basically replicating what EG was able to do in the first half.
Great start from Felony of that half as well. I know he's sitting at 8 and 20, but the kills he got in middle, 3-piece there to push right on through, and the 1 and out right off spawn. Another couple chained together for him. As Rise Nation still doing what they can to take drone control. Don't be surprised to see them grab it and move it towards ship, and yet there they go right away.
That's something EG didn't really do a great job of early, putting pressure with the drone over towards ship. That's why I think they only got a couple of points. Kills getting traded back and forth, and Stud with a big 2 there should stop drone possession. And finally, EG has drone control. These guys are pushing up very fast. Havoc and Nameless leading the charge again. We saw it in the first half work out for them. Oh, this should be a dunk, maybe. Some kills coming in. The drone not moving quite yet, and it's thrown off. I'm not sure why a 1 point wasn't executed from EG there. Another huge mistake, and you just have to take the free points, Jack. Why?
I'm so confused. They had Nameless pushing up the wall run from that middle lane. All they had to do was have the drone go right, pass it to him. He would have easily gotten a one and had a lot of potential to go for the dunk. A situation where, as time goes on in this game, keep that in mind. EG definitely should have more than just a 1 point lead, whether it's the slaying they had inside one or the push they had right there. Rise fighting for every bit they can get on this map. I mean, it's great to see from this team.
Yeah, it's just 2 points given away basically from EG. Vicento with this Erad putting a lot of pressure over towards map. He has his overdrive ability ready. Nice shots over towards the middle, sort of forklift area. But again, just middle map control, battles going down. No team seems to be in complete control.
And this always seems to happen on Frost, man, especially when it's low scoring. This will now be a payload battle in the final couple of minutes. We talked about how in the series earlier on, you know, Looney wasn't able to earn the camo in that precinct uplink, and it really hurt Rise Nation in the long run. Now with Vicento having overdrive, this is a potential spot where he could use this to try to force a one. Instead, just keeping the drone in hand. There's the one! Intercepted by EG to keep them in the lead.
Huge defensive play from Stud there. Vicento making such a heads-up play to wrap that drone on the weak side of the map. He got the callouts from his teammates, but Stud's there to shut it down. But decides to throw it down for the reset. Maybe should have waited for just a second. You see those Rise players already up towards middle, so could have bought some time for his team, but a good win nonetheless.
Yeah, quick little gunfight victory against Aqua. As now Rise again, keeping their pattern. Move the drone in towards ship, drop it, try to get some kills. And EG, they're doing everything they can to just grab it and reset it right away, especially with Study here in blue. But now he knows this drone, since it's reset, Rise Nation have to track back, and he's ready for the push.
Study doing a great job staying alive for as long as he did, but you look at that middle map completely open for Rise for the taking. They need to take this drone and get those lead blockers up towards ship. Now they just need to keep control.
Again, it's reset.
Weather the storm, but it falls off the map.
I think Looney's like, where'd it go? What's going on here? Thought someone was low wall running. Drone picked up again by Rise. They move it in towards ship. Now they've grabbed it. They moved it up to the same position for the 4th time now in the last minute. They just keep playing hopscotch with it. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Vicento's got his payload. You've got 2 ready for EG. And already the first kills come in.
They really just need to wait and take those gunfights over towards ship. They're not able to do it. EG fights back, gets the 4 dead, and look at that bottom right, the payload. The camo is ready for Nagafen. He should get a play here.
This could be the dagger, right? If they go for a dunk, Havoc already with the entry 2-piece, Nameless with one of his own. Once he hits this corner, pop it. There you go. This will be a dunk for EG unless some insane chain of events happens. It does not. Nameless with 2 more. EG up 4-1 on the verge of taking a 2-1 map count lead in this best of 5.
I told you, Jack. Havoc was my guy. 31 and 21, absolutely dominating. And every single time it seems like EG has an offensive push, it's Nameless and Havoc leading the way. Rise just hasn't been able to do anything. EG should be up by even more in this game with those couple of mistakes, but ends up not really mattering in the grand scheme. Rise, they should have made those plays a bit earlier on. We saw Vicento have some success wrapping that drone towards the left side of the map. Maybe they should have tried to do that because EG was holding so strong at ship.
Well, that will do it. EG will take a 2-1 map count lead in our best of 5, making it look easy, really, on this uplink on Frost. And we've got some EG fans here in the crowd in the MLG arena.
It's impressive gameplay, to be honest. From what we saw yesterday to now, completely different team. Yes, some shaky plays from them in that uplink, to be honest, but when you have 2 players locking down the map so consistently like Ant, like Havoc is right now, what can Rise do? The answer is nothing.
Yeah, and you can see them trying to discuss exactly what was going wrong for them there. They cannot tilt. They cannot tilt. I was talking to the players up in the Pro Lounge. They were talking about how yesterday, after, in their series earlier, after their uplink loss to Fnatic, how you had Aqua and Vicento really going at it. And they were having to calm them down, keep them focused for game 4 that they still had to play. They need to make sure they keep them in the right mindset now as they go back into another hard point. This time, though, they are down 1-2. EG, they've already won a hard point in this series, but remember, it was at the one hard point EG have actually looked good at this weekend, and that is Scorch. Will not be the same here in game 4.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can replicate that fast, energetic style of play on this map number 4. And speaking to that point of sort of the team banter, I guess if you want to call it that, I mean, it's a good thing, but if two players are having such different opinions on things, maybe that was an issue there. Facento obviously had some success taking the drone on the weak side of the map. Maybe the other players don't feel comfortable doing that. Whatever it was, the middle map control just wasn't quite there for them.
I don't think you can make any argument about who needs to step up more than Felony in this game 4.
Yes.
A very rough first 2 respawns. Now going into another one here. We saw what he was doing against Fnatic. Fnatic couldn't believe the performance he put on when he was like 37 and 21. I don't think he has 37 kills combined in the 2 respawns he's played so far in this one. Can he battle back? For me, he is absolutely the X factor going into game 4. TP, do we see a game 5, or is this series done now?
I think we are going to see a game 5. That was my original prediction.
That is true.
I thought EG was going to come out very hot. They take the first hard point. They play that link really well. But for whatever reason, I think Rise is just going to be a bit better at the rest of the hard point maps. You know, EG has looked good on Scorch, but again, you have to take note of what happened yesterday. They do look like a completely different team today, especially with how Nameless is slaying. But I want to see a game 5 too, Jack.
And I think you do for your predictions as well. Remember, at the start of the series, we did the little battle between Aches and Teep. Who would have the better prediction? Aches just looked at me and said 3-1 EG. As he said at the start of this, there's still potential for it to happen. TP, though, still going with his gut for game 5. I want to see this one go the distance as well, just so we don't have to hear it from Aches for the rest of the evening. There's your maps up to this point. First hard point, so even, 250 to 237. The Crusher Search and Destroy could have gone in EG's favor if they just played a couple rounds differently, mainly that B push that worked out for Rise Nation. And uplink, the slaying power from EG was there. And now Retaliation hardpoint next. What do you think about this map draw?
It's a hell of a good one, to be honest. I think both teams are pretty solid at this one. And the question I have is, are we going to see the sort of EG on Retaliation we saw at Dallas to qualify for Pro League? Or are we going to see the one that kind of struggled yesterday? I'm leaning towards the Dallas one. They look really strong on it overall. Nameless is going to be locking down that top plat, the long sort of alleyways here, especially over towards Bridge on first hard point. So it should be a good one.
Now, this will be the first time I'm sure Nameless is playing this map with the swap from the NV4 to the K-Bar. True. How does it, I mean, I feel like of all maps, switching from a weapon like the NV4 to the K-Bar makes the biggest difference on this. Is that wrong to say? Or does he bring it out here for certain scenarios?
It definitely is the biggest difference. And, you know, this is something that probably Aqua can make note of. I know Aqua's sort of back and forth with the NV4 and K-Bar as well, but it's going to be who's going to be that second player if they do decide to pull out 2 NV4s for certain situations. The hybrid sort of players on each team are very important. And it goes to Fellow. An absolutely terrible series thus far. I hate putting people on blast like that, but if you have to pick out one player that's been the non-difference maker, well, I guess a difference maker in a bad way, it has to be him, unfortunately.
Listen, you don't have to put him on blast. I will. Felony, you need to step it up, my friend. So far, you have looked completely different from your first series. Don't be mad at TP, be mad at me, okay?
What a guy.
We got through that. Now we're ready for game 4. I can see the players dancing around. We got gestures all over the screen. Clayster's biggest thing he was doing in his warm-up today was figuring out his new gesture he's going to stick with.
Oh, that's good.
For the rest of his time in Infinite Warfare. And maybe that's why Fee's got 3 out.
Oh, are you just
too much time gesturing and not enough time warming up?
Are you just roasting everyone right now?
No, seriously, Clayster, I love you. Please
settle down,
my friend. Okay, let's get into it. Nagafen already with a different type of setup off the break of this one. Those are smoke grenades he's got on. He's going to drop them close, look right on through towards top bridge, and you already know Rise Nation, they're shaking their heads at this, and he still gets good!
Well, I guess the thermal didn't matter too much. Facento doesn't even need to see you to kill you, apparently. So a nice 2 to open up from him. Initial control over towards Rise, and look how far those spawns are out. Rise should be getting the next, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds basically uncontested. It's going to be tough for EG to bounce back.
What I love is the 2 times we've seen that play come out. One was Clayster, and now one was actually Nagafen. Both times it just didn't wind up working. Clay actually said it cost his team about 40 seconds when he tried it on Commissary yesterday. Beautiful retake, though, coming in mainly from Havoc's 3-piece. He gets there in top bridge.
Surprised Rise wasn't able to hold that just a little bit better. Havoc opening in, first 3 kills for him on a 3 streak, and something I saw from Havoc yesterday specifically was on this map. His movement is so darn good around this hotel hallway, both sides of the bar, and just over towards this, I guess, broken side of the map. And that's how I think he started off, what, in that map? 17-3, something crazy like that. So starting off well again here.
Could you also put that towards how much he just plays Search and Destroy? I mean, you go towards this area a lot. You know what works, what doesn't work for you, the exact distances of your slide, what corners people don't check. He's got all that sort of information there. I believe that was a Nameless just yelled for Felony, who had a tough gunfight there. His struggles continue. Felony now 1-3 off the start of this match.
Shot just not looking very electric.
Split spawn too from Rise. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks like a pinch should be coming in soon. Some gunfights happening over towards that broken side of the map, and I guess it should be a break coming in. Having a good spot in bedroom, and now he just needs to stay alive. They have numbers now in this situation. They should get this last 20 seconds and focus on rotation. Look how far out Rise is spawning out. They can focus on the rotation and get all this time. Everything's leaning towards EG in this one.
EG on a combined 8 streak now between their entire squad. They don't actually have a lot of pressure towards this top bridge. They are rotating one player here at Study. Should see all the different members of Rise about to push on forward. These first kills on rotation could be the difference between a tie or a huge 100-second lead for EG. There's all 4. EG are about to take a massive lead in this game.
Patrick Price looking like he's going to be right here.
I hate to hear it.
That pains me so much, Jack.
Oh, and the smirk he just put on his face, he's going to talk about it for the rest of the day. EG up by 1 minute. Nagafen trying to push forward. He's getting shot. He's going to have to wait for his HP to come back. And not only that, for his teammates to get here as well. Does challenge a second. Nameless cuts him down, 96-24. What was a 30-second lead going into this hill, now 70. At least a silver lining here for Rise is that they will trade the rest of this time.
Aqua played that really well, staying alive at the tank for so darn long, buying his team time to break in, and they really needed some of that time to get the score a bit back in their favor. Now he's in a pretty clutch situation as well. Going to be getting flanked in just a second, but every time it seems to be an intro for Rise, it is Aqua. Now Fellow stuck in a pretty rough situation. Another 50-50 gunfight. It's not going his way.
2 money hills in a row, right? We always talk about it with Cathedral and Broken. Both times EG get the kills on rotation. They've got some lanes pushed out. Nameless does get cut down. Do we still see a close spawn for EG? No. So because the gunfight went on lower street, Rise now are pushing from all 4 lanes. They need to go now. They have a timing opportunity. Study's the only one here. They fully know that. They've got to cut him down. There it is from Felony. Beautiful break from Rise yet again.
Yeah, that's huge. Nice 2-piece from Fellow to break in, and should get the last 30 seconds or so, but Nameless,
Dude.
Oh my goodness. The shot's over towards that back truck. Can't pick up the third, but nonetheless opens the door for his team. And a nade coming in from Stud. That's going to be time going out of their hands.
Study now dead again to Felony, or does get the kill on Felony, sorry, as Felony currently sitting at 8-8, while Looney this time around has taken his poor performance from game 1 that Felony had and brought it into this game 4. Looney 2-11. Need to see him get more involved in the slaying. Rise keeping this game within 40.
It's a good job from Rise, just keeping this game close. They know that first rotation did not go in their favor whatsoever, and now they're getting a lot of intro here at Hallway. EG is trying to set up this push, and it's just an unfortunate setup, I guess, from Rise. You can't just be getting picked off that easily. Time going back and forth, and looks like another 3 dead back and forth. So 4 there, more time over towards Rise. This game could be tied.
This now, though, is where things can get interesting. Aqua, you saw right there, he was 100 points off the Trinity. A teammate was about to push it and take the hill. He called out, no, let me get it. I will earn my streak. So he does at least get 1. Unfortunately, can't find the bombardment, but either way, does have some tools to work with, and that could be a major momentum shifter as this game goes on. 27 seconds between these 2 squads. Absolutely still winnable for Rise Nation, but again, look at Looney, 3-13, -10 at the moment, -11.
Not going well for Danny in this one. Some intro kills being won over towards Bridge as well. Fellow picking up a lot of huge gunfights with the MB4. Got to give him props. Got to get the third. Oh, we're pretty close on that. So need to keep an eye on these streaks. If they're going to come into play on Bridge, I really expect them to, or maybe over towards Cathedral. That's going to be the game.
Havoc snapping right now. He's 15-9 as well. Trying to match the performance of Nameless. Either way, all the roles filling in quite nicely for EG. Unfortunately, the pinch about to come in, so they will get wiped out. Rise Nation recover.
Good stuff, and didn't have to burn the Trinity either, so they're definitely saving it.
They have 2 Trinities.
Yeah.
Aqua with one of his own as well.
That's going to come in absolutely huge on retaliation. Looney needs to pick it up, though. 4-15 is not the way you want to start a game. Nameless, 19 kills already in this one. Huge gunfights coming in from Fellow. Oh, just crazy gunfights going back and forth, Jack.
And you think, do we see these Trinities come into play on the next Cathedral hardpoint? Depending on how this time goes for this lower street hardpoint, you absolutely could.
Yeah, two, so might as well.
Yeah, bring him out at some point. Facento on the verge of potentially doubling up here if he can keep the streak going. Now 50 points away, does get it as well. 1 assist off the bombardment.
Crazy shots there. Look, fortunately, he had some help from his teammates. And
look, they're leaving the hill. They're letting him go to the hill. Just run to the hill. Beautiful play. Nice job by him.
Nice.
See someone, instead just ducks, gets to the hard point. TP, little things like that Facento's been doing all series.
Streaks are so darn important. I wish we saw teams do that a bit more often, especially juggling the hill, things like that that can earn you those streaks so quickly. And look how far the lead shift finally goes into Rise's favor. They have them spawning out so far across the map. They have the streaks, all the utility pointing towards Rise winning this game.
And they're also closer to payloads. Aqua already with his to use. Do we see the FTL jump come into play? A big challenge towards the top plat side, but Looney's there, gets the flank, cuts 2 of them down. Rise Nation not only get majority of the time on lower street, get streaks for now to break whenever they need it in a dire situation, but they're here set up for the Cathedral.
It's such a tiny play Facento just made too. He just booked it out of the hill. He knew he had to get to his teammate. This rotation is just so much more important than that little bit of time.
Okay.
But EG groups up, gets these initial gunfights, but has the streaks to worry about.
I think it's Trinity time to come on in. Here it comes from Facento, definitely the best streak you want to use here. 2 kills. Did he headshot Nameless with one?
Yes, he did.
He headshotted Nameless with a Trinity rocket. You're going to have a headache for a while.
That's a rocket hitting your face. That doesn't feel very nice, but Rise uses those streaks perfectly. You just don't have any sort of cover. EG able to get that break, but they had to try and get this time if possible. Now, 32 seconds left in this hard point. Rise has complete control. EG only has probably 1 shot left, maybe at the kill, and they have more streaks to use going over towards Broken. It's looking bad for EG here.
Aches is squirming right now. His 3-1 prediction for EG is slipping away second by second. 3 kills again for Rise. And now is the chance for EG to begin to come back. It will have to happen at Broken. The big thing to take note of, if we get swapped to Facento for a second, I'm sure he still has the bombardment. He will get close near this bottom bridge side and then potentially call it on in.
Yeah, might want to try and use it to pick up this first intro kill of
Here it comes.
Yep, decides to call it in. Gonna make those players from EG move around, but 2 kills don't go in their favor. That's a huge mistake. He does pick up that player at bridge, though, so this gives him the opening to wrap back around. That player in the hill is going to have to be forced to back up and fight Facento here. He's in a very good spot. He could win the game right here, just needs to stay alive.
Study is weakened. Facento just waiting things out. Havoc for EG doing a great job of covering bridge. He's gotten 2 kills already. Still putting pressure on the 3rd from Havoc. It's little plays like that that now make all the difference. He's 24-17. Facento still being a nuisance. Down to a 35-second game. Rise Nation with 3 kills. Again, Facento, the difference maker in the back of the map.
MVP for this series, 100% for me, making so many huge plays in that first hard point. Yes, they lose it, but just plays like that, it's nothing crazy. Just needs to make the right fundamental play at the right time. He's able to do it. They break and get a bunch of time.
The rotation towards Hotel could be the last hill of this game unless EG completely turn it around. They get 3 kills on rotation. It's all falling apart now for EG. We could see our first game 5 of the day. Fellow with the 2-piece. They're doing what they can. Aches' call is going to be wrong, and I couldn't be happier. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. EG back in the hard point. Felony and crew get the kills. We are going to a game 5. Rise Nation not done yet.
Fantastic map of hardpoint from both teams, to be honest. Those streaks were really the game changer. They used them at the best time. Facento's getting headshots with Trinity rockets. And, you know, you get 3 rockets, you got 3 kills. Perfect.
I would say that streaks on retaliation are more important than almost any other map and mode combination. I think that's something you could definitely make an argument for. Finally, we get to see a game 5. I'm hyped. I know you are, because your prediction still potentially there. It's looking good right now.
Holding strong. But Facento,
don't jinx it.
If you want to learn how to use streaks, opportune times perfectly. Facento gets around the back, stays alive for, what was that sequence? 20, 30 seconds, allows his team, and most importantly, blocks the good spawn. So great plays from Rise, and that's why we are going to this map 5.
And even the difference to use the Trinity Rocket at Cathedral and save the bombardment for something like a Broken makes all the difference, folks. Do not go anywhere. Tweet out the stream, mlg.tv/Call of Duty. The CWL Global Pro League Blue Group matchup between EG and Rise Nation is going to Game 5.
Rich here with another Top 5. Today we take a look at Rise Nation's Top 5 plays in Infinite Warfare. Coming in at number 5, we have Facento's hectic camo versus camo moment from the CWL Dallas Open.
Chance Magcat answers back on the flank. Facento still trying to find the kill into Bike. He pops the camo. Camo on camo. Where did he go? Where did he go? He's to your level. He's right there. He gets him. Facento finds the kill.
At number 4, Aqua takes matters into his own hands during the CWL Vegas Open Grand Final and clutches up for Rise Nation.
In the Grand Finals, first challenge comes in. Aqua still playing the corner, gets out with his life as well. This should not be happening.
Did he not call him out in that corner? He walks into it.
Aqua wins the 1v2.
Halfway through the top 5, we have Aqua's heads-up FTL jump to secure the uplink map win against Infused.
Well, 2-possession game going down. Felony. For me now, Rise, they just need a 1-point play. They need to make it a 2-possession game. Facento just used his ability. I'm not sure what it was there, but was shut down instantly in Aqua with the double kill. Oh, FTL jumps straight into number 1.
That's what I'm talking about.
Coming in at number 2, we have another awesome FTL play. This time it's going to be Looney to clutch up and search and destroy.
See how this one does go. Proto does have him one shot. Is he going to be able to clean up this kill? Looney just doing everything.
Oh, FTL jump.
The FTL jump is going to come in. The shockwave is going to come out. And Looney is going to come out on top on that one.
Our number 1 Rise Nation play so far this season is Felony, picking up the ace in Game 5 against Europe's best back at the CWL Dallas Open.
He's done a tremendous job locking down the hotel hallway. He's just so fast. The third. Picks up another.
Give him the ace. That might have been all 4.
He just keeps going.
The stage is set. Rise Nation, who destroyed EG yesterday 3-0, are now going to Game 5 against that same squad due to the double round robin format of the CWL Global Pro League. I love the adjustments that have been made, TP. It is why it was set up this way, to have moments like this come to fruition.
Oh, it's awesome just to see these teams play back-to-back in a short period of time. You can see the sort of mistakes being changed up, the map sets being changed up, to see which teams are better at certain types. It's really cool to see.
Well, we're now ready for game number 5, which will be S&D on throwback, and you immediately said how you think that this favors EG going into this one. Why is that?
I just think they're so darn consistent on the map. I think it just largely goes back, I know we talk about Dallas a lot, but you see so many games in a short period of time, especially when they have a loser bracket run like that. And every time they're playing the map, it was largely due to how much of a presence Nameless just has. He was using an NV4 at the time, so we're gonna see if he's gonna switch it up or not. But the thing for me, I'm scared about it, is it sort of worked out at times on Crusher, but how long is Nagafen gonna keep the sniper out?
And Rise Nation know where to expect Nagafen to go with the sniper. That's the thing. Especially on this map, when someone hits that underpass snipe, you can easily pre-aim that with a couple NV4s and kill the guy if you're accurate with your bullets, which these are pro players. They should be for the most part. What EG do we see? Do we see the one that looked like they had no idea what was going on yesterday? Do we see the squad that has gotten this far to force the Game 5? Either way, folks, get involved in the conversation on Twitter. Use the hashtag CWL Pro League. Tweet out the stream. Get everybody in here. It's prime time for a reason. It's throwback S&D. TP, at the start of this, you said EG win the series 3-2. I'm going to go with you. Yeah, I'm going to say EG win this series. They win the map. The round count's going to be 6-3, and the game's going to be won off the back of a clutch 1v2 by Nagafen.
You love Nagafen. You're biased.
I'm
just kidding.
I'm not biased. I honestly, if anything, I would be biased against Nagafen right now because I haven't heard from the kid in weeks.
Oh, wow. You sound sad.
I am. Just like his gun skill.
I think I'm sticking with Vicento. I think if Rise has a chance in this one, he's had a hell of a series. I already said he's my MVP for just those plays he's consistently making in hardpoint. But now, we're on board. This round number 1, Nagafen trying to open up with a quick snipe over towards this lime side.
Where's it going? He's flying right up this side of the map. And he has cleared out this lane for a moment, watching over his teammate. Objective will go down. It's going to have to be a 4v4 retake by Rise Nation.
Some good timing there for Fellow. Going up towards this train tracks, but should get graded out soon. Study taking his time, picks out the first. Can he get the second? Yes, some nice shots. Evens this out to a 2 versus 2 jab.
He's going to get pushed and cleaned up. Nagafen, I'm sure there's possibly something wrong for him right now. We'll have to find out, or he's just knowing something that I don't about looking at the ground, which is a unique strategy to have. One player chasing, does check this objective, nothing there as of yet. Still cleans up one, gets out with his life, and he makes it in the top window. Oh no, he's doing the gesture. That's not right. Nagafen knows the timing. He's clutched the round, mid-gesture. Oh, the snipe would have been nice, but either way, EG will strike first off the back of a huge clutch from Nagafen.
Some huge plays overall, and I don't know how he won that gunfight. Nagafen has been the guy that's probably the best player with a pistol for years now. So it's not surprising, but man, it's a huge 1v1 to win.
The trigger finger pistol clutch from Nagafen. Little things like that make all the difference, but while Nagafen did do great, credit where credit's due, Study's 2-piece in middle map made that all possible.
Yeah, he took his time, spotted out 2 players, set up the play for himself, and hit some pretty nice shots as well. Vicento gonna try and answer back with a snipe of his own, but Nagafen seems to have the better of it in this one. First blood for Rise, though.
Nice job, though, by Nameless to at least stop the bomb planter from getting the objective down. So EG can now kind of change positions off of this. Did Aqua spot the push through middle? I do believe so. As he's going to try to trail this player, does put some shots in. And uh-oh, this could get awkward here quite quick. Thankfully, he does clean it on up.
Nameless answers back with a second, though. So 2 versus 2 situation. 50 seconds left here in round number 2. They have to try and get to this bomb as well. So Nameless did pick up that kill. I'm not sure if they know where the bomb is or was in this situation. Wonder if they're going to try and go for a plant or what, but it looks like EG's in a pretty good spot.
Nameless still playing far from his teammate, but I think it's the right decision. At a time like this, try to catch him before they get in their power positions. Oh, he gave away his spot. The trigger discipline not there for a second, but Aqua slow peeks it. And now we just got to wait for the help of his teammate. Vicento gets cut down. EG up 2-0, clutching up when they need to, TP.
Oh, Nameless with 3 big kills in that round and got a little bit fortunate there. The player slow peeked around the corner, able to get that pre-fire off, and I thought things were going to go pretty bad when he shot those initial bullets over towards the train, but I guess it worked out for him.
Aqua tries to peek through the window, and Nameless just uses the timing to his advantage. Really wipes him off the map quite quickly. And already EG up to a 2-0 round count lead, and I'm sure because of where they are, Nagafed, yeah, he could still use this sniper rifle, the tool to get the first bloods for his team.
Just can lock down and gain so much information on the left side and middle of the map. Looney getting aggressive towards middle with an ERAD at 2 for him, so nice push, and that's exactly what you need to do against a good sniper like Nagafen. Just take advantage of that, use the middle map. Looney going for the ace now. Already 6 kills on this map. Nagafen picks up one with a pistol, though.
And here comes Looney for that ace. Does get it. Nice job, Looney. Tells his team, boys, calm down. I've got this. Commands middle map control and really plays it quite perfectly. There's the final cleanup kill. Does get some help from Felony, but in the end, it is the ace from Looney to bring Rise back within 1.
It's beautiful. You know, EG's going to be playing that slow sort of pick style with a sniper, so just take an ERAD, get up towards those middle train tracks, and wreak some havoc. He's able to do it. 7-2 for him. And look at what type of player he is. He's the camo guy. Look how close he is already. 50 away from his Scarab as well.
Looney does toss out the tactical. So close to camo already, and it's just round 4. 7 of his team's 9 kills. Nagaven has actually swapped over to the normal scope from the thermal. And first blood will be this time onto Looney, but a good trade from Felony to even things back out.
Just waiting for that trade, and then Aqua obviously making that call out to his team. They don't see anything over to this side of the map. And Aqua getting in a pretty dangerous situation if they decide to go over for this plant.
Aqua just going to hold the back Granny's angle. Still Rise. They haven't focused on the objective, but it's because they have no one watching the middle lane near train. So they've got to kind of reposition, figure out where they can find an opening. And right now, they haven't seemed to find it.
Weird round developing in this one, and the offensive team in Rise needs to try and make a play pretty quickly here. Only 30 seconds left. I'm not sure if they know what they want to do. Communication seems a bit weird. Nameless is sort of trying to sniff out this push to see where these people are located. May have saw Fellow get towards this middle underpass, but the bomb going over towards B.
Good cleanup from Vicento on to study, who was the player for EG near that bomb. Aqua shuts down Nagafen. The NV4 does tag up Aqua, but it's not going to be enough to clean up the kill, and now it's Nameless all by himself in the 1 versus 2. Does have the Scarab. Another thing to point out, though, he's the camo player. Even a kill here will help him immensely towards earning that payload.
Working over towards the bomb site now, taking more bullets. Expects a flank to come in, but realizes he just has to make a play at this point. Shots going down, decides to drop towards the bomb site. Has 2 players to worry about with just not enough time, and a fairly easy round for Rise. And it's a weird strategy overall.
Yeah.
They get the trade towards middle, and they have map control over towards A. They decide to push through, sort of give that up, and create sort of a random round situation, but they clutch.
2-2. It's only right with how the series has gone so far. The only reason why it's even in this point was because of 2 clutch scenario wins for EG in the first couple rounds. Outside of that, though, it very well could be a 4-0 round count lead for Rise Nation. Nagafen, sniper now gone, should tell you how EG is going to play this round.
Both camo players doing really well. You can see those payload meters getting up very quickly. Study, I'm surprised able to win that one. Some solid trades from Rise. Every single time they do a team push, they are going to get that trade if they do get taken out. But EG not wasting any time to get this bomb down towards B. A good old-fashioned 3v3 retake situation.
And there's so much on the line here for this series. So put both teams at 2-2. Aqua now spotted by Havoc. Looney doing what he can to try to chase this kill down. He knows he's somewhere here in top food, and there it is. Camo now earned. Nameless all by himself.
Nice gunfight on the bomb pipe.
Camo. Oh,
no. To pop it. I'm not sure if it's going to pay off for him.
There it goes. And maybe that's a testament to how close Rise Nation normally plays a team for a quick trade. It doesn't even have to check this bomb, though. It doesn't appear so. Ludi's not even up. So, I mean, we know more than he does. Nameless does clutch it. But obviously, we're not that hyped because he did pop the camo in that scenario.
Right. So, you know, I don't necessarily blame the play. This is an absolutely huge round. So he really expects, especially with the way Rise has played this Search and Destroy early on, they are going for those trades extremely fast. So you can't really knock him for it. He does get the round. Not the worst play, right?
No, I don't think so. Either way, moving on, he could still earn it again if he keeps a good performance up. We're only in the 6th round of this game. So EG do have a 1-round lead yet again. And look at the FTL jump play towards the bomb. They're trying to catch a great timing for a quick plant. I don't think it paid off. They just kind of overwhelmed Study, who was there by himself.
Yeah, kind of a weird FTL play. Havoc answering back in 3v3 once again. Sort of a mirror round of last time. Payload ability. Looks like Looney decided to, I don't know if he got that camo off or not.
Beautiful job by Felony. That was the only presence that EG had towards their side of the map now near Lemon. So from a 3v3 down to a 2v3, and look at the time ticking on the bomb down to just 24 seconds. Nameless now dead, 3-3. Rise Nation staying in this.
Nameless continuing to be put in those clutch scenarios. I'm not sure if his other teammates towards middle are challenging a bit too much. I feel like the later these rounds go on, Nameless is going to be the one to benefit, right? Maybe his teammates need to slow down just a little bit, help support Nameless a bit more, because when he is in those situations, it's a really good spot for him.
Oh, he's been dominating when it comes down to it, but 3-3. How do you play this? I mean, you've tried all sorts of things. We haven't really been seeing any target towards B. Can't really blame the teams as well, as they're just more comfortable towards the side of the map. Remember, Looney, though, with the advantage with camo, but now he's dead already. Nagafen with first blood. And FTL jump about to be earned.
Both teams not playing towards this B site very well. Bello gets a kill on Nameless towards train tracks, answered back again. So 2 versus 3 situation. Rise is trying to retake, gets the first one, and they have a shot here.
Really surprised that they have no other presence toward middle map, but I do get it. You got bowling, you got someone on bomb. It's really all you need to see. Nagafen worried about where potentially these players can come from because Rise haven't shown their face in the last 12 seconds. And I do love this. Study playing close in bowling. How rare is this to see a player hiding in this area of the map? They have no clue. Rise have given up that area. Nagafen just dancing around, buying time. Study's got watch of the bomb. Doesn't need to peek it, doesn't need to peek it. Now check on out. Beautiful clutch from Study. EG back up 4-3.
Rise just taking way too much time to execute that flank. They're dancing around at middle, not gaining any sort of information towards mid. You just gotta go, Jack. Like, if you're gonna give up and play a retake, you just have to fly at him, honestly.
And think, if they went with their actual speed, they would have killed Study before he got into bowling. But it became such a long time. You saw someone on EG called it out. Study hides in bowling.
Yeah.
Nagafen starts dancing on the other side of the bomb. Makes it way more awkward as they've got to invest so much to go kill him. They can't even think about Study. A big round for the side of EG.
Very quick push over towards middle for Rise now. Switching up the strategy just a bit. Fellow with a huge first blood on a Havoc, and that really seemed to be the battle in this one. Trades happening. Rise just doing a better job of trading over towards middle map. 2 versus 2 situation. Now 1 versus 2. Percent to the last one. EG wipes him out.
And who is it that swings the trade in EG's favor? Nameless again. It's been that way the entire day. Nagafen cleans him on up. EG now 1 round away from going 2-0 on day 2. I didn't think I was ever going to say that.
I feel like I'm sort of calling this, Jack. I don't know. Nameless just an absolute monster, though. How many 2-pieces has he had? Can we get a stat guy just to count them all up in the kill feed? It's impressive stuff. 8 and 5. And Looney, he's kind of forced to use this camo now.
That's at the point you're at. And we talked about how Nameless, if this does go to around 11, Nameless can absolutely earn a second camo in this S&D. Both teams playing a little bit more passively. But at the same time, Nameless does get a play. I didn't even notice he was on the bomb. Wow. So Rise Nation give that up. You've got to pop it if you're Looney. Yep. Here we go.
Spotted one player hopping up towards that bus. Gonna try and clear at the bomb site if possible, but looks like Nameless and Havoc, they both get away. The camo doesn't get anything. Nagafen picks him up in the back, and now such a tough situation. 2 versus 3. It looks like EG is gonna take this.
Vicento, he's caught in a terrible spot. He's got Felony trying to help from middle. Thankfully, they have spotted both players. He knows where they are. Cleans him up there. Does have the Centurion as well. Don't think that's what you want to have in this scenario. Here we go. Does he check it in time? Study now rotating on over. This should be a quick cleanup. EG! They get it done 6-3. Win the series 3-2. And I guess you could just say prove TP smarter than Aches. Nailed it. Aches is still shaking his head. Nice prediction from TP. Either way, we have storylines for days now, folks. EG and Rise Nation, both 2-2. You've obviously got FaZe versus Fnatic up next. If Fnatic can upset FaZe, we will have a 4-way 2-2 breakdown going into day 3.
It's awesome. I think we all wanted to see this. EG coming alive at the perfect time here at week 2 of the Global Pro League. It's awesome to see. And just on that map, I'm sure analysis will break it down quite well, but you can't be put in a spot where you're forced to use your payload. It's never going to work out well.
And even there, you saw the awkward timing where he just kind of drops down, 2 players in front of him, they just get around the corner. It was one where if you're Looney, you're like, if I was maybe 2 steps faster, I have an easy 2-piece. Instead, it doesn't actually play out like that. Either way, congratulations to EG and props them too. They go 0-6 on maps in day 1 to bounce back with a 2-0 day, exactly what they needed. I know we have Maven on stage with Nameless, the captain of EG.
Nameless, I know you're not the biggest fan of interviews, but after that series, man, you guys were wheeling. You were playing amazing, but I want to rewind a little bit, buddy. So talk to me about last night. You guys struggled a lot. You were horrendous yesterday. What was the team talk about tonight? What did you guys spend last night chatting about?
Basically, I was running an NV4, and that's kind of like a slower roll. And for our team, we didn't have a player who was like aggressive. That's like in all the like right spots, just being that annoying nuisance. So today, when we woke up, we talked about it, and it was like, I'm gonna run a K-bar and just play aggressive.
And not only the K-bar, but you guys changed around some of the payloads. Talk me through that, because we noticed some big differences versus what you did yesterday.
I switched to the Centurion because you can take a nade. So when I'm running around, nobody can like throw a cluster at me or a nade or a jammer. And it was like easy pickings when I switched. I could just run around and slay and not get hurt by any ton of tacticals.
Well, it was incredible, man. You guys turned up specifically on Scorch Hardpoint. Obviously, you got that in both series today. You, in particular, were brilliant. I heard Aches talking about the fact that that is one of your stronger hardpoint maps. What is it there that makes you such a great player?
I can run around and slay and out-react people. That's like what I like to do ever since like back in the day. And in these last few games, I've been a slower AR, so it's kind of fun to have my team let me do that.
Well, day 1 struggle, day 2 you pick it up, you get the 2 much-needed wins, representing Evil Geniuses in a big way. Buddy, how much are you looking forward to Sunday? This has been a great day for y'all.
I got to bring the same energy tomorrow, you know, go hard and win that. But yeah, just keep doing the same thing. We got momentum now.
Hey, great stuff, dude. Proud of you. Evil Geniuses get it done on day 2. One more day of action for them, but for now, we'll break down the series with Ben and the gang.
Thank you very much, Clint. As you said, for EG, a fantastic day. 2 very, very much-needed wins. I think coming into the day, no one really pegged EG having a 2-0 day. All right, one person. No. You said 3-1. It wasn't.
Should have been a 3-1. That is not my fault. They hit that retail in the bag and threw it away. So.
Well, obviously, we'll touch on that in just a few. But let's start at the very, very beginning. Map number 1, the first hard point. And again, drill for EG, Matt. That's the really big storyline. We have a stat here. The EG outscored both FaZe and Rise in the 2 maps that we saw, 153 to 27.
It's weird that that is the one hard point that they take a ton of time on. I mean, we've seen it like in numerous matchups and whatnot, but they just seem to excel at getting from hangar over to drill and locking it down for a very long time.
I don't think it's weird. I personally don't think it's weird. I think there's a reason why, and they're very good at that specific reason, and I think they're the best team here at it, and maybe in the whole GPL.
Well, in terms of the difference for you, Momo, what would you say has been the big kind of shift for Evil Geniuses?
Yesterday, I think Nameless kind of said it there himself. He was playing a much slower role. It was that whole MV4. And it's not just the weapon. He said it himself as well. He's using not only a different weapon, but he's rocking that Centurion. Obviously, he's got his little trophy deflect and everything, and he's just free to slay. He doesn't have to worry about any tacticals coming into the equation. He can just outgun, and simply that's what he loves to do, and it's what he's been excelling at for so many years.
Vintage 2014 COD champs, Nameless. They start off really rough. Yeah. They go in that loser bracket, and then Nameless erupts the whole entire loser bracket. Best player by far.
I think you can even say, go back and look at previous events for Evil Geniuses. We made that point earlier on in the day. When their backs are against the wall, they seem to just flourish for some reason. It's the added pressure, which makes it interesting to think, all right, well, how are they going to do tomorrow? I mean, at 2-2, does that mean they're going to be slow start tomorrow?
Might just be Nameless in general.
But I mean, outside of Nameless super performing, Havoc's been playing really well. Yeah. Naga's doing well. Studies, there's some maps and you're going 50-50, but for the most part, all of them are really doing really good, and that's surprising to see from yesterday.
Obviously, it almost looked towards the end of that first hard point, and the EG could have maybe thrown it away. We were obviously up in the green room watching with some of the other players here this weekend, and everyone was like, oh, a couple of wasted camos, et cetera, but EG do close it out. Then we go over to a map number 2. This is where Rise sprung back to life, a 6-4 victory for them, and that was... it was an interesting one. Again, more wasted payloads, Aches. That really has been the story of today.
Wasted payloads and just really weird rounds. Like, it was a very strange S&D in general, I feel like. There was a lot of rounds the other team should have won that the other team ended up winning, and then a lot of rounds thrown away. That was a weird search for me to watch, but they came out on top. They clutched up. That's really what the story was, clutching those rounds out.
I mean, Rise in general have had some weird S&D plays today. I can think of the one back in the series against Fnatic where I believe it's Tommy on the defensive end, it's Rise on the offensive end, and then they're just sitting 3 guys in Tommy's spawn. It was just like some weird strategies. We saw it in Game 5 kind of come out as well from Rise Nation.
It's interesting to note as well, there was a moment mid-cast where I think Jack actually said, oh, Nameless has used his camo. It was almost as if Rise baited it out. Actually heard the guys at Rise say, he's used his camo, back away, stay alive. So really, maybe smart play, obviously, coming up from the boys of Rise. But it just seemed like there was, again, a couple of those mistakes coming through. So series, of course, tied at 1-1. Then we head over to map number 3, 4-1 victory for EG. And it was impressive nevertheless, but it still looked, Aches, as if EG were giving up a couple of points that maybe they could have made that even bigger score lead.
Right. The weird thing is for me is Bryce, he's run the overdrives for them, but that's 2 uplinks now in a row. The precinct before when he played, I think, FaZe, or maybe it was Fnatic earlier, like, he just didn't use it, and it got down to the end where it just had no opportunity to use it. It's kind of like forcing the payloads, and they did the same thing in the search. It's like, why put yourself in a position where you don't have the opportune moment to use it and you just force it randomly?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes people just wait for that like perfect time to use an ability, and overdrive I feel like is one of them. You're like, okay, I'm waiting to get the drone, let's get it set up. And the next thing you know, it's like 30 seconds left, you just use your overdrive, go to the middle of the map, and you just die. Like,
I want to see the decisiveness.
Yeah,
that's the one thing I want to see out of Rise is the decisiveness. That's what makes him so good, and it wasn't there.
I felt exactly the same. The decisiveness, which we saw yesterday. We saw that in them. That's why they were coming out. They're the one that committed, that pushed together, and the ones that kind of didn't really hesitate with the payloads. And that's where I thought today, I don't necessarily think that they played or underperformed today. I just think the competition that they played against, obviously EG, they're just a brand new team. And yesterday, again, I was saying which Rise turns up, which EG. It's just so back and forth, but for me, it just means this Sunday is going to be even more so important. I don't really know how to call this one. This group now is just insane.
It could be very, very intense, especially if Fnatic was to beat FaZe. In a final game, you'd have everyone in the group at 2-2. So, yeah, Sunday definitely is going to be an interesting one. But moving forward, of course, EG then 2-1 up in the series. We head over to map number 4. This is where Aches got a little bit mad, I think it's fair to say, because... They had it. They had it in the bag. What went wrong, Aches?
They just started falling apart. I think Nameless, he did really well this map, but there was a lot of situations like hill time, 24 seconds in the hill. There was a lot of opportunities where he could have got with his team, coordinated, set up a good setup on a specific hill. I think it was broken twice, I think. I felt like they were going to win it, and they let Facento be super nuisance in the back, just kind of avoided him. I just didn't see the hill play. That's what they weren't focused on. They started strong and then just fell apart at the end.
I mean, you had both Facento himself, slaying, but the big difference was streaks. Facento doubles up his streaks, and streaks on that map are huge.
Yeah, I mean, with just how wide open, Graveyard is, when you have streaks going over the hill like that, or you have them for the lower market, like streaks, I imagine, you're a pro player, streaks just change that map crazy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just Grave. Grave is the hill, especially Grave and Broken, like those 2 rotations back to back, like streaks blow that open. You could turn getting 60'd into getting a 60 just off one bombardment.
And even we've seen it like so many times, like when it comes down, like if it did come down, like that final like bridge hardpoint, like a team will just like hover a missile over it, let another player fly in.
You saw me do that at Vegas Finals this round.
Yeah. Did you guys win that map?
We did. I went 42-19, remember? Thanks, bud.
No problem, bud.
One thing I want to say is touching on that one. I was up in the pro lounge and speaking to Tommy from Fnatic. They were like going into this, and it was like, Rise smoked us on this. It shouldn't be, a close game. I do think the whole EG and the way Nameless is trying to kind of change that role overnight, not necessarily his role, but what he's using, the weapon he's using, that does take its toll. You know, that's not something that straight away it's like, oh, it works perfectly. You're going to have those rotations where like, oh, I thought you were doing this, or, oh, no, you usually do that. So I think that did kind of come into a little bit, and that's why Facento and Rise were able to break a few of the hard points. But I do think it was, you know, a deserving. I know the streaks kind of came into a little bit, but I think on that map in particular, the better team won.
I think you're exactly right. On that retail, Nameless is usually the MV4 player for EG, who's playing that slow, you know, I'm going to back up, rotate first type of thing. It benefits them on Scorch with his switch, but on retail, it put a lot of pressure on Naga, a lot of pressure on Study, and both of them had really poor performances on that game 4.
Yeah, but I mean, if Naga's going to be the guy who wants to run the NV4, like, he has to excel on that map.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. With such a fast change, like, it made it last night, right? Like, he didn't have time to prepare for retail specifically.
Yeah.
You saw them benefit on Scorch a lot, but retail, they hurt him.
Then, of course, we go to a good old-fashioned game 5, and it kicked off in interesting fashion. Let's just say that. It was a 4 versus 2 situation in favor of Rise, but yet somehow EG won that first round, and I feel like that was a really, really big momentum shift.
Looney started 7-2 in that SND. Got his camo ability, I think, round 3 or 4, right?
Yeah.
Round 3?
Round
yeah.
3.
And
he gets the ace in round 3.
It goes round 9, and he kind of just forced to use it. Like, Looney, if you're starting off so good, man, keep that momentum in your favor. Use that payload aggressively.
It's the same thing we talk about with Overdrive, like an uplink. It's like, you know how important it is in S&D that you're just waiting for like this perfect opportunity to use it. When, you know, maybe you see a guy, you can spot him out, you can go push it out real quick, you know, maybe pick up a second one. I know Nameless uses his camo, doesn't get anything for it, but I think I saw Cap. I was checking my phone. Like, Cap made a pretty good point. It's like, well, you know, with how close Rise is playing to each other, you expected that second player to come challenge right away when he picks up one. If that second player does come and challenge, Nameless wins that round. I mean, he still wins the round regardless.
I think the most interesting point is I don't think Rise had any idea he used his camo. So you think like there's 4 more rounds, 5 more rounds left in the game. They're still thinking Nameless has his camo. They can see it on the scoreboard. He has that many points, but they're playing around it. In reality, he didn't have it at all.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that one kind of panned out. But again, I feel like that's been the topic of conversation throughout week 1 and even week 2. Is just you know, how teams are using those payloads and whether they're using them effectively enough. But congratulations to Evil Geniuses, a very, very good day for them. 2-0 with a Game 5 victory, of course, over Rise. Moving forward, though, we should talk a little bit about Score Streak, one of our favorite games over on the Enhanced Viewing Experience. We were asking a couple of questions. We can now go over the answers, and I believe as well today we actually have a leaderboard. So for any of you guys out there doing well, getting your predictions in, obviously trying to beat Aches in your majestic prediction.
I voted once or twice on my phone earlier.
Did you? Your name's just going to be at the top of the leaderboard, and I was like, really? Really? Well, take a look at what question number 1 was. I believe it was, how many points will the winning team win by in map number 1? And you can see there now on your screens. I believe the answer was A, 34%, voted 30 or less, 13 points. Is that what you would have gone with, Aches?
No, I think I would have voted B because it should have been more than 30, right? I think EG kind of let them back in that game, right? The whole second turbine hill, they gave them so much time that they could have easily held and then clutched up on the hangar hill.
All right, let's take a look at question number 2 then that was asked throughout that series. Will any Rise players have 10+ kills was the question, of course, in terms of the search and destroy. Facento finished actually with 10. 44% said yes. Is that surprising to you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, you take the odds with this one. I would have said no. But I mean, evidently there's some people at home who are just kind of gambling free money here. They're like, yeah, sure, I'll go 10 kills. He's playing well, but I mean, would you have predicted? I don't even want to ask you because I know what you're going to say.
Of course you would.
You needed someone to step up on Rise.
Oh, come on.
Anyone, it's going to be Facento. That is, you can't deny that.
No.
If it's going to be someone on Rise to step up, it's Bryce. And Felony had a, kind of poor series. You need more out of Fellow that series. So
very true.
Definitely had to be Bryce.
I'll give you that.
Take a look at the final question that was asked throughout the series. I believe it was how many players will have 15 kills plus in the first half? There was a couple of options. 0, 3%. Savage. 32% was going over towards D. 3 or more. Nameless, Nagafen, and Havoc all finished there with that amount of kills. So impressive. We'll see now the leaderboard. This is what I'm excited about. Just because I want to see, Aches' name obviously is going to be at the top.
In.
Yeah, there might just be some kind of typo where your name didn't make it towards the top. But for everyone playing at home, here is a look at the official leaderboard. Highest streak 10 coming in from Broomy Graphics. Shout out to you. A 10 streak, that's pretty impressive, right?
I mean, to get 10 in a row, it says something, and he's the only one who's doing it. So, you know, he's leading by example there. Of course, got a lot of 6s going down the line, but...
Who's got the best name out of all of these people on this list? That's what's really...
name?
I know the streak, the 10, that's phenomenal. But I'm looking at Anthony G. Baby 1514. Pretty awesome.
I'm going with Pele in the making.
Pele in the making? I'm a fan of that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's heading up
they're
to the
American.
top 10.
They don't understand.
Legs 11 with a Z. That's kind of...
Legs 11 with a Z.
Creative.
Yeah.
Of course, MLG primetime right now, and the day not over just yet. Still one more matchup to show, and it's going to be a good one. We could potentially have all teams finishing the day at 2-2 in the groups. Coming up next, FaZe Clan versus Fnatic.
When we play FaZe, I mean, I'm hoping we can come out with a win. I believe we can.
What makes Fnatic a good team is definitely their search and destroy. I just feel like that search and destroy is very, very good. They play very consistently and very well with each other. They have good chemistry on that.
FaZe is such a good team because they've been teaming for so long. I mean, 2 years now. Longest standing team within Call of Duty as a collective 4.
So I think if we can just play our game in the respawns and just kind of control the pace of the game and win those, then kind of going with some momentum into the search and destroy match, I think we could take that as well. And once we do that, I think we'll have the series pretty locked down.
Beating FaZe will actually give us a big boost coming out of the group because not many people, as I say, are expecting us to beat them. So if you chalk up games and say we should beat these here and lose there, getting a win against FaZe would be quite big because then it would give us that extra win that we didn't really think we'd have.
It's the final game of the day here at day 2, week 2 of the GPL. Coming up next on the main stage, FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. Of course, we've already seen this series once this weekend, and it was a pretty close one. FaZe, obviously, they did take it 3-1, but that first hard point to kick off the entire weekend was a 5-pointer, 250 to 245. And that makes the interesting question I want to ask you, Merc. If, and this is a big if Fnatic was to win, every single team would be 2-2 in the group. Are you a believer?
Am I? Ah, man.
It's a tough one.
Tough. I don't know, because I think FaZe, losing that first game, they're going to come out with a lot of energy. I expect Clay to be super loud. I expect those guys to be focused. It's going to be very tough for them. However, Fnatic, I mean, they could do it, but FaZe is a very difficult team to do it against.
I feel like the thing is, like, it's going to come out to that first map, right? Like, if FaZe come out with a ton of energy, win that first map, I see it being a close, or like not a close series, 3-0 probably. But if Fnatic win that first map, FaZe are going to complete tilt, fall, crumble. Fnatic's going to win it 3-2.
It would be crazy to think that FaZe could potentially go 0-2 today, Teep. I mean, I don't think many people would have predicted that going into today.
It's quite odd. I really don't expect it to happen, but Pat brings up a good point. Like, FaZe wasn't expecting to lose probably a series at all here, and they get absolutely smoked by, quote-unquote, the worst team here.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not.
Right? After a fantastic performance today, things definitely changing in terms of our group leaderboard. Here, a look at the maps, though. Scorch, Hardpoint, Crusher Search, Frost Uplink, Retail Hardpoint, and a Throwback Search and Destroy that goes the distance. Aches, you've been my go-to in terms of predictions today, and you've been right pretty much for the majority of it.
He's going to be wrong this one.
I think Fnatic can win the most searches, but, man, I don't know if they can pull out any of those respawns. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, we watched Fnatic play Scorch Hardpoint earlier, and they played close, but they gave up a lot of time on Hangar Hill. So hopefully they went back, watched that game, and just figured out, okay, we have to rotate. Those are important kills, and you know these North American teams know how to rack up a ton of time on that hill.
And then you think, can they beat FaZe on Frost Uplink? Like, we know Fnatic's a good uplink team, but Frost, like the slaying power FaZe has, the E-Rads FaZe has, that's tough.
I think that kind of well, it doesn't play into their favor, but Sunny B, he's sort of the difference maker on uplink, and that's a submachine on map. So expect that RPR Evo. Maybe he'll make some plays, but a lot of pressure on him to perform well.
Either way, this is going to be a fantastic series to close out the day here at MLG Primetime. I believe it's about to get underway. FaZe versus Fnatic, brought to you by the wonderful Mr. X and, of course, Maven.
The series that kicked off day 1 is going to close out day 2.
I'm wonderful, and you're just Maven.
Benson's very mean. He's a spiteful little ginger.
He's a great guy.
He is. Quite classy. Yeah. But now this is going to be fun. Now, I know as casters we are supposed to be biased, but I would be lying if there's not a large part of me that is pulling for Fnatic here just because...
I thought you said we're supposed to be biased.
Oh, no, we're supposed to be unbiased.
That's definitely what you said. We're supposed to be biased. Well, now we know where all the formal stuff comes from. Evidently, that's our job.
Crap.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be unbiased.
So now yep.
And here, I got to say, a big part of me though is pulling for Fnatic, just because I know we all want to see the 2-2. Tomorrow, all 4 teams would be 2-2. It'd be pretty incredible stuff. But it is Scorch Hardpoint to kick it off, and you heard the guys talk about their struggles there.
Well, it's interesting. When I spoke to Fnatic the other day, one of my questions was like, hey, if you guys beat FaZe, like, how do you feel, like, just in terms of your standing in the group and whatnot? And they're like, oh, if we get 1 win against FaZe, like, we feel great. Like, I think we definitely have a great chance to qualify for playoffs at that point. It's like, at this point, they need to win this to just stay in the hunt. Like, I mean, this is it's a really big match for Fnatic.
Yeah.
A team who has played so well, the only European team here this weekend in this group. This first hard point, I think, is going to be a difficult one for them to win. I feel like this one definitely plays in FaZe's favor.
Well, it is the final match of the day and the final match of prime time. FaZe going up against Fnatic. If we could get our swap to the top right here. Sorry, we'll get that switch. FaZe and Fnatic will be flipped for just a moment, but the action hot and heavy here early at Bridge.
Yeah, so it's going to be Fnatic that jumps out and gets control of that center hard point early. And I will go on board with Attach as he's trying to get towards the mid-map. His team is starting to rack up some points as well.
All right, let's watch Attach for the opening here. Looking for anyone pushing over. Lava Pick and a shift back to Hangar, and he's going to get gunned. That's Sunny B winning the up-close and personal fight. Now, what was going wrong with him in Hangar? I know we're not quite there yet, but Fnatic really struggled early in the series.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you saw Fnatic get over towards Hangar, just were not able to really get those breaks. I think You know, what you're going to need to see, and it's just a sign of great teams, is being able to break into these hard points where you don't get on that rotation early. Fnatic was just going one by one down the bridge, and that's just not going to work. They have a big lead now. We expect FaZe to turn it up later in this game. They will not go down easy in this game one, but Fnatic does have control of Turbine here as well. So this first wave of kills goes in their favor. It's looking pretty good, and they just picked up 2.
Well, they're going to try and come through on the break. Attach, waiting for his teammate. Here they go. 1 at the back, Turbine. Such a power position. It's Scraps. 4 in a row. Can we please get to his POV? He actually just dropped, but you see Sunny and Tommy also making plays.
Yes, Scraps was on that streak. He's going to fall. Sunny Beat was on a 3 streak. He drops as well. Attach trying to go around the outside here. Everybody for Fnatic set up inside of the hard point. It's going to be FaZe trying to break in here, maybe, but you see it. You know, Attach gets tagged, has no teammate there to trade it out. It's going to be very difficult for them to break on through as Wuskin picks up a big 2-piece.
And you got to think about the fact, let's go to Wuskin right now. He's on a 5 streak. He's 9 in 3. Can we please see Wuskin's POV?
I like watching Attach.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're not going to see Wuskin right now. He'll continue to crush, but we will be on Attach. Apologies, maybe we were on the wrong POV. I'm not entirely sure, but Attach looking to try and break in here. I know we have our individual POVs for the stream. Are we by chance seeing that feed right now? Because typically Brian Saint very good at swapping over to Wuskin for me.
Yeah, I would love to see Wuskin if he's on a 5 streak right now.
Lots of Attach, you know, great player.
I love Attach.
Unfortunately, you've only seen 2 kills.
Yeah, he's only got 2 to his name right now. So obviously, they're not playing his best. He picks up.
There we go. All right, baby, Attach eating up.
Don't leave Attach now. It just goes on a 4 streak. Well, we're not.
Fnatic once again. I believe that we are probably on the individual POV. That's right. So if you are an Attach fan, you're going to get a hell of a lot of Attach, at least for the beginning of this hard point, as he dies again.
Yep. So it is 91 to 52 in favor of Fnatic. And okay, so we've switched to somebody else.
There we go. All right.
So now we're on board with Scraps. But he's not playing as good as when we wanted to go on board with him.
Let's see what Scraps can continue to do, though. He is going to pull out the Scarab for just a moment. Now look to challenge. But we're on with Tommy. The assist does come through. Sunny B finding a couple kills. Tommy wraps the edge. They win the gunfight now. Fnatic, the first to crack the 100-point marker. And with 40 seconds left on drill, they are looking so good. But with the spawn coming in for FaZe on hangar side, Tommy's got to wrap back and help the squad.
Yeah, you got to wonder, man. I mean, with FaZe losing that series to EG in the fashion they did, saw the guys upstairs, you know, they did not look happy. That is a very nice way of putting it. They were not happy with the EG match. And you got to think, I mean, look, they looked pretty down when I saw them upstairs. Fnatic, you know, they're hanging out, they're having chat, they're laughing. Now, they felt pretty good coming into this matchup. You're seeing it pay off here in at least the beginning of this game. Obviously, FaZe is the team that kind of really starts to heat up, like you're seeing Zuma right now on a 4 streak. He picks up 1 more, make it 5, but no, Fnatic, very good first half of this game.
I'll tell you the one thing I'm curious about. You know, I spoke with Clay a little bit after the loss to EG, and for multiple reasons, he was heated. He was pissed, not happy with that loss. It was to the point I wonder if maybe it tilted affected him enough that it may carry over into this map. It'll be interesting to see because FaZe is a team that we've seen usually come out to leads early in hard points, and then maybe they give them up at times. Right now, they've been trailing most of the game. Fnatic doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and I mean, you look, the one thing we were worried about with Fnatic coming into this matchup was the slaying. I mean, Zuma right now, 11 and 12, leading FaZe. I mean, you know, the other 3, not over 10 kills. Attach just hits 10. They're still in this game, which is crazy to kind of think about because they were getting outslayed so heavily. But Fnatic, you know, if they can slay with FaZe throughout the remainder of this series, we could go into tomorrow with all teams tied at 2.
And what's interesting to talk about is, remember the first game of day 1, the one that was really back and forth, a very close game between these 2 teams. Wuskin started really slow. When he actually turned up and started getting into a rhythm, they almost fought back and won that game. Wuskin's been electric in the first half of this game. He's 16-9 on a 3 streak right now. He's been playing phenomenal. If there's going to be someone that's going to slay with this talented FaZe team, the youngster Wuskin's the one I'm looking at.
I think all 3 of the young guys on Fnatic are more than capable. I think it's just a lot of confidence. Like, you know, these guys have not played in huge matches, really. I mean, a lot of these guys, when I talked to them the other day, their first events in North America were this year. I mean, not too long ago. I mean, these guys have not been on the big stage before. I think it's just, you know, getting more comfortable, getting more experience. You see the skill they have. Wuskin on a 4 streak right now. They're capable of playing with anybody. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, Wuskin's streak continuing here, Matt. He's also doing a great job in the objective. Got a solid minute 14 to work with here, and he's pushing out towards Hanger, almost turned, and snaps onto Clayster with that slide, but not able to do so. So this next Hanger hardpoint, so this is perfect. FaZe is set up. We talked about Fnatic's problems. What they weren't doing is hitting from both sides. They weren't hitting through rocks. They weren't trying to hit through lava pits as well. Now they're going to try two-pronged attack. Let's see how this break goes. Scraps gets the entry. Wuskin coming in the back. Attach set up there on cover, and so far looks like a good hold for FaZe.
Right now, Scrap's going to try and slide in, kills the player inside of the hard point, and then just needs to stay alive. Nice second kill there from Scraps. Has an opportunity to finish off another one. They have not challenged him. His brother Wuskin comes in, cleans up 2. That is the break that Fnatic needed.
That's beautiful stuff. The twins getting it done together. But now, Enable and FaZe looking to crack in the backside. Enable finds the first. Attach finds the second, and that's now Control. There's only one player here. I think it's Scraps. He's got to be safe. He's calling in a Scarab on the mini-map, but he actually kills himself with the Scarab.
We don't catch that. He calls. All we saw is his arrow. Just call it in. The icon comes up, and then he just disappears.
Well, what I was going to say is he has to stay alive because he's waiting on his teammates to get there.
You were so hyped. You were hyping it up. Well, here comes the Scarab.
Takes himself out, and that's team kills, or I guess the assisted suicides. They've plagued this Fnatic team. They've had a couple key plays that have hurt them, but right now, Matt, up 70. They need 30 more points. It's Wuskin making plays, fighting here inside Drill Control, doing such a good job. Fnatic looking to close the game out here.
And FaZe cannot just pick up a kill right now. I mean, in a match where you thought that FaZe would come in heavily favored in the slaying department, Fnatic is just keeping them away from the hill with relative ease right now, Maeve.
And you know how I said with their EG match versus FaZe, EG had to win the map 1. They got it done. I felt the same way with Fnatic, and right now they're looking poised. But FaZe, they are a team that is certainly capable of miraculous comebacks.
This would be one.
They do it here. They're trailing by what, about 100 points?
Fnatic need 9 seconds to win the game. This would be an insane comeback. I mean, so unlikely that FaZe makes this comeback, but there was one team to do it here this weekend. It would certainly be them. Tommy gets into the hill, though. Picks up 1 kill, grabs the second, uses his FTL jump there just to try and stay alive for a little bit longer. This looks like the end.
Yeah, they've got a nice setup here. They should be able to pinch. Good job. Zuma, though, able to contest for a moment. 2 seconds remaining. Fnatic and Europe's squad get it done. What a big win that is. We are 1 step closer to all teams being tied up 2-2 going into Sunday.
And I think FaZe just may have, well, I think it kind of works both ways, right? I think Fnatic, they come in, they know this is a must-win game. Obviously, FaZe, they're a little upset after the last loss. I'm upstairs with both of these teams watching that last series. Maybe like game 4, Clay was like, all right, let's go warm up. Tommy and the guys on Fnatic, they're sitting around, they're eating some cookies, they're hanging out, they're watching the end of that game. Just so relaxed. Like, the FaZe guys just seemed like really tense going into this one. Like,
oh yeah,
they needed to warm up, they were super serious. Like, Fnatic was just having such a great time. Like, they come in here, they're not worried about warming up, they knew they were shooting well. And it kind of those positive vibes just carry over in that game 1.
And think about it. If you're FaZe, you come in winning 100% of your hard points in day 1. You come in here, you've dropped basically all of them. You dropped the Scorch twice.
Lost both today.
Yeah, you lose the Scorch twice here. That's a map that they apparently need to work on because they struggle versus EG. They struggle now versus Fnatic.
I don't know if I'd say that. I think it's just on a day thing.
Yeah, I mean look at EG. Yesterday couldn't win a map. Today they come out and win both their matches.
I mean, look, in the 4 maps we've seen from FaZe, they just have not looked great.
That's true.
I mean, obviously a lot to go in the rest of the series, we think. But I mean, I think it's just they were so hot yesterday, FaZe. They came out on fire. Clay was screaming, getting the guys hype. And today they've just come out and really kind of flatlined.
Now, here's one thing worth talking about. So, remember the first time Rise beat EG on throwback uplink, they beat them, what, 20-0? Yeah. They play on Frost uplink, EG then able to win it. Fnatic beat them, 7-0 on uplink the first time through? Now maybe a chance to flip the fortune as well.
105-0 on the second hard point.
That's good.
So, we'll break this down for you guys at home. If you were wondering where the game was decided, It was that second hill.
This isn't golf. You don't want to see a 0.
No, the 0 is definitely not good. We actually saw 0 last week, I believe, on this map as well. I think it was against Cloud9. Cloud9 with the 0.
I guess golf you would see an E for even, so that was just stupid. But 105 to 0.
I don't know how golf is scored. So
yeah, that was dumb.
Nobody watches.
But FaZe, man, they get rolled, and that's typically a team that's very good at rotating early and winning those fights. They do not do it there. It's discipline that gets it done for Fnatic. Can they keep it going down the search and destroy? So, again, the group blue. We talk so much about S&D, how specialization for a lot of these teams, that's where they excel. It's been the uplink, though, that's been a beauty for Fnatic as well. But, man, if they can get the 2-0 edge here, you feel good.
And I tell you what's kind of scary. It's like really kind of underlining here. Fnatic obviously very good in S&D. If FaZe were to get 3-0 twice in a day, they're the only team outside of EG who's gotten that bad at the map count. And then all the teams are tied 2-2. Now, they do have the head-to-head against some teams, but the map count then starts to get pretty scary for FaZe.
Yeah, and yesterday it's not like they were flawless. They go, 6-2, so they drop a couple of maps yesterday. Yeah, I mean, the pressure, it's funny because it felt like at the end of the day yesterday and coming into today, there was 0 pressure on FaZe.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly, it feels like there's a whole lot raining down on Clayster and crew. They've got to clutch up. They've got to fight back, and it needs to start now on Crusher, Search, and Destroy. Who you picking for this one?
I'm going to go with Fnatic. They've been so good throughout the year. I mean, they really get to this point, like the Global Pro League, by being so good in S&D. Recently, their uplink's been phenomenal, but I think their S&D is really what carried the team early.
Absolutely. I'm going Fnatic too. Wuskin, 13 kills.
Oh, okay. So,
call me Patty P.
I don't see Wuskin's getting 13 kills, but into each their own. As we will see Fnatic start out on the offensive side. And jump on board with them, see what they're going to pull out first.
Pat did say 6-3 for Fnatic. Let's start with Wuskin, though. I mean, we have to. I say he's going to get 13 kills. Obviously, 3 are going to come in this round. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is vintage Maven, just throwing out numbers.
Yes, it is. But here we go. On board with Wuskin. He gets eyes on a few. There's the first kill. Wuskin be able to trade it back, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Flying through, it's going to be still on Wuskin. He's going to be at a 2 versus 3. Not able to win that gunfight. Zuma, that's one he probably should have won, but Zuma with the slide, able to pick it up.
It's such a difficult fight in that scenario. K-Bar versus Erad. The Erad is so good in that U area of the map where you see everybody on FaZe just stack it up right now.
All right, well, Bomb in Scraps' his hand. He's got just under 50 seconds to work with here in round 1. He might be, might be able to catch one outside, but you can see on X-ray, you got 2 players in by the A site. He's able to look in and snap. Zuma wins 2 great gunfights there in U. I mean, he's the difference maker as that was kind of tied up down the stretch.
Yep, Erad in his hands against 2 K-Bar players. Relatively easy fights there for Zuma, as it's going to be FaZe taking the first round here in map number 2.
Aches thinking 6-3 for Fnatic. That was the prediction we saw. 1 round already on the board for FaZe. And let's see what Clayster can do. He's going to bring out the sniper here in round number 2 on offense. Checking mid-map, and there it is. Hits the first shot. Wuskin deleted early.
So he's well on his way to 13 kills.
Hey.
Scrap's going to pick up 1 there in U to even up the odds. 3 players apiece, and now that Clay's getting into a dangerous area there with the sniper rifle.
And this is going to be another situation where you're going to deal with Zuma inside of U. They decide to just go over the top. They've flown in through the backside. We'll watch Clay for the moment. See, now they're going to realize everybody's pushed through. They should be ready for the backside. Unable, though, the first one to get vision on. He'll be your bomb carrier as well. Tags up 1 for the moment. Still in a 3v3. 45 seconds to go.
And I don't think FaZe has any idea if Fnatic is inside the site, if they've rotated out. You see how cautious they're playing. I don't know if I agree with having your sniper rifle player just kind of push this out, lead the way, but that's what they're going to try and do. I mean, Clay with a pistol in his hand right now. I mean, if he were to push out the back, I mean, he's dead if there's an assault rifle player back there. But fortunate for FaZe Clan, Fnatic rotates all the way towards B. We're going to have to go all the way back across the map, try and get the A site.
And it looks like they're just using him kind of as a spotter here, maybe make a play with the pistol if it was at a close corner. As he flies forward, he gets favorable timing on one, but not on Tommy, who's in from behind with the headshot. Enable, close gunfight. Tommy gets a second. It's just attached now. 1 versus 1. Up against Tommy. He peeks him. He jumps out. He tags him, but Tommy with 3 big ones and enough time on the clock for the defuse.
That was a huge round there from Tommy. I wish you guys could see Maven. He's doing some kind of
if people wonder why I look sweaty on camera all the time, I am by far the most animated caster of our bunch. Like, I'm basically dancing, swinging my arms around. I look like an idiot.
Yep.
But Teep gets to laugh because he's got a good view of the...
Yeah, well, I was completely distracted. I was like, that's a fantastic play by Tommy. But the person directly to my right is swinging his arms like an idiot.
All right, but it's back to offense for Fnatic, tied up at 1-1. It's Tommy's turn with the sniper. We got to stick with him, too, because he's got 3 kills in a row. And can he peek the player at the back? Not able to snap. And that was Clayster he saw for just a moment.
Yeah, but look at this push coming in, though. It's going to be Attach and Zuma coming around the outside. Now they know they're there. So you see Sunny B going to be able to take out Attach with a nade. We'll see how Fnatic decides to play this. They know players from FaZe are on both sides of the map. It's going to be Sunny B able to pick up yet another kill there. They just have 1 player watching bomb, 2 players dedicated to watching the back. It's going to be Clay, though, opening up the bomb side. This could be a good pinch attempt for FaZe.
And this is a round you thought was in Fnatic's hand. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Clay spotted him. I don't think Sunny B actually saw him.
See Clay running through the middle. He's going to get gunned. Sunny B there with the ace. 2-1 in favor of Fnatic.
What a big round and clutch from Sunny B. Phenomenal stuff as he takes out Clayster. Fnatic still looking strong.
Some big plays there from Sunny B. Nade kill. 3 kills with the ERAD that round. 4-2 for Sunny B. All of his kills come in that round. See what FaZe does here on offense. Looks like they're favoring more towards the B site. You see the stack coming in from Fnatic. It's just whether they push this and get aggressive or they play further back, but they're going to get aggressive on the map.
It's Wuskin finding a kill, Scraps, his twin, finding 1 as well. Attach, a lot of work to do. Able to kill a couple shots in. He should be shot from the rear in just a moment. Tries to turn and snap, but Tommy is there. And now Clayster in a 1v3, another solid round from Fnatic.
I mean, the position that Clay's in, there's nothing he can do. I mean, he has to cross almost 2 lanes of the map to get back closer to Fnatic, closer to his teammates. He falls in the end. Sunny B with yet another kill here as he has really started to heat up.
Sunny B going off for Fnatic, and they're taking a nice edge in this series thus far. Shot of Clayster there. He needs to get the guys going. All right, offense now. For Fnatic, you have FTL available for Tommy. We're going to be watching Sunny B as he has had an incredible streak here over the past couple of rounds. I believe he spotted 1, tagged him with a jammer, but Scraps and Wuskin again with the first 2 kills. The Twins doing damage here in rounds 4 and 5.
And with the way Fnatic plays S&D, once they get the man advantage, they're so good at trading these kills out. As I say that, Attach slides in, and there's nobody there to trade the kill out. So it's going to be a 2v2. This Tommy does have his payload abilities. Sunny B still on a streak. It's going to be a kill, though, for Tommy. They'll be Enable, the only one up. He's coming behind 1. Going to be able to take out Sunny B.
Another 1 versus 1. 20 seconds on the clock. Enable versus Tommy. He's just trying to defend it here. They're going to meet up in you, and he gets the shots and the melee, the defuse coming through. Tommy, with the E right there, you think maybe he's going to win that, but the quick reaction from Enable with the melee. Sick stuff.
Woo. It's a big round for FaZe, man. I mean, if Fnatic goes up 4-1, like they have a ton of momentum. They're starting to get some of their payload abilities. We'll have to check Sunny B. Potentially may have like a Scarab or some form of a streak. I believe he's on like a 5 or 6 streak, I think I finished at. But it's a big round there for FaZe. They're going to have any chance of taking this game number 2.
Well, FaZe just had a solid round, headed into round 6. Can they tie it up? Let's go into a team chat with FaZe Clan.
I jammed it, he might camo.
One shot.
I jammed him.
Nice
I jammed the camo, maybe.
I'm absolute, you've naded me.
I'm hitting that guy, that truck.
He's there still. I'm watching you.
Still on me, that truck.
Oh, you?
Yeah, he's close. I dipset. I don't know where the fuck he went.
I'm in the back row base, Tommy.
Yeah, I'm in the back row base, yeah.
You could flank all the way around.
Where? I got him.
Nice. Is that him?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it was.
Just under A. Tommy's just under A right now. 3v3.
Wait, I'm in the back of our spawn right now.
Come to B. We're going B. Let's go.
Coming. Tommy, just play a corner maybe?
Trying to. Might play a cornerback guy.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
One's back. One's top A. He's in middle map weak.
Or is he pushing their side?
He was on our semi. He could be.
I'm gonna plan instantly.
Go. Try and watch over you.
Tommy's
what do we do at this?
Let's push you. Let's push you.
Yeah, Tommy's gonna meet you there in a sec. Looks like they're all on our side. Looks like they're all.
We didn't plan for this side, guys.
I know. I'm going balcony.
Get confused.
No, he's top out. Wow, top out. He went to L wall, bottom L wall. Sunny B's L wall. Yo, Sunny B's up. Stay alive.
Nice.
One shot middle map. One shot.
It's planted for you, Clay, here on the right.
He was one hit, bro.
Okay. Fuck.
Almost fucking turned on him, man.
Yeah, good try, Tommy. That would have been sick.
Working on his camo. Other guys halfway or 3/4 kinetic.
We still have camo though. We're good.
B hit.
B hit.
Yeah, B hit.
Okay. I'll watch your guys' wall. You two look crazy. You look far left, Clay.
Yeah. We're going through.
Through?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I can camo through as well.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna sit our crates and just watch our B from our flank.
Let's go.
I'm just gonna run through. I'm just gonna run through middle to bomb. I should go all the way around.
I'm going through middle.
The ground.
Yeah.
My high warning B. Like we're hitting it, right?
Yeah, you're going left side with Ian. I'll look your wall.
Yeah, how much stay low?
He's sniping it.
Yeah, one stay low.
It's the first kills coming in. Enable, Clay, finding two. They have the 3v2 advantage. Enable doesn't have to use the camo, but he has it if it comes down to the wire. Almost a 1v1, but it's Enable finding the kill.
It's a good round there from FaZe. They flood over towards B. They talked about, you heard Enable, he had the camo to use if they wanted to invest it into that round. No need, he picks up the final 2 kills. FaZe 1 round away from tying this one up.
So that was 3 kills for him, right? He got the first kill as well,
I believe so.
Him and Clay. So 3 kills for Enable in that one. They're trying to come back into this. All right, let's see the minimap. It looks to be a strong B hit again, but you've got more players here from the FaZe side. FaZe soaring forward. It's Wuskin with 2. He dominates, gets cleaned up with the grenade. He's got 8 right now, Matt. You getting nervous?
No, not really. Do you see? Attaching Clay, rotating towards the opposite side of the map, but you will have Enable, who still, I believe, has the camo, did not use it there. Clay's gonna have the FTL, but look, Tommy, Sunny B, and Scraps, all very close to their payload abilities too. So Fnatic going to have a lot to invest into these later rounds.
Absolutely, and they close it there. Attach the last one to drop. You can hear the crowd getting into it. You can hear Fnatic. They're loud, man. And what was it? What did Ake say? 6'3"? He said 6'3" Fnatic. He is some kind of wizard.
He doesn't know anything. So now I think you almost have to use the camo of Enable. You kind of hate to use it this round actually on the defensive end. But with how many abilities that the side of Fnatic has, it's like you would take a trade, right? Like if you know that Fnatic invests 2 of these abilities into the round, you see Sunny B just use his, and then you use the camo and you end up winning it, you'll take that trade in abilities 2-1, right?
Absolutely, but look at FaZe starting to layer the map. They've got 2 hitting the flank, they've got 2 waiting kind of in the back hanger, waiting for things to develop. They've got complete map control. They know obviously exactly where they are, such as the bomb. But Enable hit camo. Let's go to Enable's POV real quick. He uses the camo. He's trying to chase down one, trying to follow him. It's camo on camo. Enable hasn't won it yet, able to get the assisted suicide, and there's one more at the edge. Enable still up. It's 2 versus 3. Scraps now using his payload on the outside. It's now all on Zuma. He's dropped. It's 2-0 Fnatic. It's 6-3 Fnatic in the game 2. And now you're looking at the risk of FaZe not winning a single map. All right, Aches, I see your arms in the air. You called the 6-3, buddy.
The hell is going on today?
I don't know.
I got it. Cloud9. They don't win a map. Aches played for EG. They don't win a map. Aches played for FaZe at one time. will they not win a map as well?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. All the teams that Pat's ever played for.
That's true. Yeah, they fail. No, we're kidding. But prediction for him comes true. They take it 6-3. Fnatic, man. And what was at times a back and forth search and destroy. Now look poised to win in the uplink. Now remember, they won 7-0 throwback uplink
They've been
on
great
day one.
in uplink.
They have been very, very solid. But Frost, it's about as different as it can possibly be in terms of uplink from throwback.
But I mean, you could get I think Pat brought it up on the analysis desk, or I think it was Tyler. You can get Sunny B with the SMG in his hands. You have Wuskin and Scraps with the SMG in their hands as well. I believe we saw Fnatic. I think I've seen Fnatic in the past. They've run 4 SMGs on this map. Everybody running ERADs or Sunny B with the EFO. So maybe you see something like that come out of Fnatic here on this one. It should be crazy to think about FaZe losing this map.
FaZe, do or die here for this series. What looked so good in day one, not looking strong in day 2. Their hopes continue on uplink after this quick break. It is time for the G Fuel key player matchup for FaZe versus Fnatic. Attach versus Sunny B. Matt, break it down for me, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you see Attach, he's been very strong in all the game modes, specifically uplink with a 1.09 uplink KD. We take a look at Sunny B. Could be the X factor for Fnatic in this matchup. Very aggressive with the RPK Evo in his hands. We'll see if he can make it work.
And that is it for your G Fuel key player matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you want to get into map number 3. A lot of Fnatic fans back home thinking, can they do it? The next game is coming up, is Uplink. Fnatic, they've been pretty strong, 75% at Dallas, and so far have beaten every single team here at this game mode. We're going to be going into Frost, and before anything, I want to break this down a little bit and really tell you how Fnatic will need to take down FaZe. Now, going into this, there's a couple of things that you will want to control. Not only locations, you want to diverse people to where they're spawning, but it's all about moving that drone up at the right time and at the right pace. Now, the reason why we've seen Fnatic so successful is not only their slaying ability, but it's when they move that drone and really deciding when and where to do that. So getting into this, Frost itself obviously is quite a close quarter map, and what you'll be seeing is, I'm going to go from Fnatic's point of view. So straight away, you're going to be able to push towards the drone, as simple as it may seem, and the locations that you do want to control in this area will be down at ship. Now, the reason that this is so important is you'll be influencing the spawns of FaZe. FaZe, if you are taken down, will be spawning in research around this area. And further from this, what you will need to do is not only make your first wave of kills around the drone, but Frost being Frost, that close quarter combat, you're going to need to make your second wave of kills in the desired location. In doing so, you will be able to score that 1 or 2 point play. And roles reversed, of course, you will, of course, need to do the same down at Robo. I believe this is the side where Fnatic is spawning. If not, ignore everything I just said. Flip the map on its side. Back to you, Maven and Mr. X. Let's see if they can do it.
Great stuff, Momo. All right, so it's going to be heading now to the uplink. We want a Momo for one more second.
Yeah, we want to see him there.
He's a dashing British man, but okay, headed into this, Fnatic, like he said, has beat just about everyone. When it comes to uplink, they've looked very good. But I was talking with Benson, talking to Merc. They've been crunching the numbers for that 2-2 scenario. If everyone ends up there. If Fnatic were to 3-0, Fnatic would then go into first place overall based on map count, and Fnatic would, or FaZe would drop to 3rd. So think about the change.
I told
of
you, man,
today.
like you cannot have an 0-2 day, and even worse, an 0-6 day. Like that is just killer. I mean, and especially like because of your FaZe, right? Like the one team you would have expected to lose to coming in probably would have been Rise. You would have 2 losses, both of them to EG and Fnatic. Like potentially, like they have another match against Rise. Like who knows what happens in that one? I mean. Very scary situation for FaZe Clan.
Well, here we go. It's game 3. Fnatic looking for the 3-0. We're kicking things off with Wuskin. Watching him now, able to find a first kill, going up over the top, tagging up 1 in research as well. You see what Momo was talking about, flooding into mid-map, trying to win around the drone, but it's actually Tommy at home that has to clear it.
Yeah, he has 1 player from FaZe who's getting very aggressive towards him. That is Clay Surf. Clay picks up that kill. Tommy doesn't make that play. That's a 2-point score for FaZe.
Well, let's take a look here. In mid-map, Wuskin found a few before dropping. It's not going to fall to Tommy. Enable the only one up. The rest of the FaZe clan is coming in off spawn. He sees the nades out, waiting for a teammate to locate a kill so he can try to make a play. Has to slow down. You see those arrows coming in behind.
Yeah, and if you just been paying attention to the kill feed, you can see everybody from Fnatic running SMG. So I talked a little bit about that in the pregame. We've seen them do this in previous matches on Frost Uplink. Just very aggressive, 4 ERADs up in your face, constantly flying at you.
And we saw Splice do this a little bit, I think, in week 1, where they actually pulled out 4 ERADs on this map. A lot of times, you know, there's not always a lot of control. It's super back and forth. The action incredibly frantic. But let's see whose favor it plays to. Is Scraps finds 2 mid-map. FaZe players now coming off a spawn. They've been playing out of their base for most of this, Matt.
Yeah, and the 2 players we highlighted before this match, it was Sunny B and Attach. Attach and Sunny B right now, no, not getting off to the hottest starts for their teams. Clayser, though, with the assault rifle in hand, just mowing down players, just jumping at him. He's going to have 1 directly in front of him, not going to win that ERAD versus K-Bar. But on the other side of things, Scraps getting off to a very good start. Scraps and Wuskin have been very good in this series.
And that just kind of shows the submachine pressure that Fnatic's playing. You know, Clayster picks up all those kills. He might have only moved forward about 5 feet because they're just soaring across the map. They're playing so fast that FaZe still hasn't had a chance to really push out. Now it's going to be another opportunity here for Fnatic, but they have to reset as 2 players do end up dropping. Wuskin gets to a nice power position, top mid, finds a couple of kills, and now you have an opportunity. Sunny B gonna grab the drone in the back, and things start to progress.
Yep, it's going to be a 4 dead in favor of Fnatic. You see players coming off the spawn for FaZe. 2 kills go in favor of Fnatic. This is going to be points. It's going to be a 1 as Sunny B throws it on through. Tommy picks up some more kills. And now FaZe needs to decide. Do they want to wrap back to their base? Do they want to go on the OE? Seems like they have everybody deciding to wrap back towards their base.
Well, Sunny B is still going to be a key player here as he's the guy in front. Scraps does find the opening kill. A one-on-one will be huge. Almost kills Clayster, but not able to finish it. And, talk to me. What do you think's going wrong with Enable right now? He's at 1 in 10. Is the pace of the game a little bit too fast for his playstyle?
I mean, you see it right there. I mean, Scrap's able to take him out. Enable's just kind of sprinting, and sometimes you get caught in timings like this. Like when the game is so fast, you come off the spawn, and you don't know where players are, you don't know where your teammates are. Very difficult. Enable 2 and 12 right now. Another 2-point play. That was actually Scraps on a 6 streak that opened that up for Fnatic.
Yeah, we switch over to the drone carrier to show the toss, but Scraps was on a tear. He has 18 kills. Sunny B had 1 until a second ago, but now FaZe, they have 3 down. Wuskin the man on defense, but all that matters is Wuskin's the man with the drone, so he's actually going to take it out, take it to the top side of the mini-map, and it slows things down.
Well, I mean, Zuma's doing a fantastic job, right? Slaying over in Robo, slaying by the drone. But there's nobody else picking up any kills for FaZe to follow it up. I mean, he's the only one on that side of the map. Goes on a 4 streak, picking up kills, putting a lot of pressure on. Where are the teammates? Where is the follow-up?
So we're almost to 15 minutes of uplink gameplay between these two teams this weekend, and FaZe yet to score a point. FaZe really hasn't had any offensive opportunities. They didn't on throwback yesterday. They haven't here. Fnatic totally looks like the superior team in uplink.
I mean, Scraps, he's about to get his 20th kill here probably shortly. I mean, he's going to have 20 kills in 5 minutes. That's a crazy start to a game. But for us uplink, obviously very fast pace. You can force the engagements with the SMGs. You see where FaZe is on the minimap. This is probably their best chance to score. You see the Scarab coming in, though. It's going to go in a robo. They're going to get rid of it. Enable picks up 1. These are big kills that FaZe needs. They're not coming up with them.
It's the last man, though, does get the toss through. So Zuma able to get a point on the board again. That's the first point for FaZe in this Fnatic matchup. Maybe something to work with, a little positivity heading into the second side. You think, hey, guys, we can actually score against this team.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to get in position for 2, just not set up entirely. And Zuma on yet another streak on the Fnatic side of the map. Make it 4. A nice drop shot. Zuma on a tear here. Knows there's one more player by helipad. 3 seconds left. His teammates, though, get cut down at the hands of Sunny B. It'll be 2-1 Fnatic. They need just another good 5 minutes to take a 3-0 over FaZe Clan, putting themselves #1 in the group going into the final day, and putting FaZe down in 3rd.
What in the hell happened those last 10 to 15 seconds? We're watching Zuma's POV. I was just waiting for the game to be tied. He's just, 4 or 5 kills in a row there, basically right outside the base of Fnatic?
He went on 2 separate 4 streaks. He got 1 point out of it.
Exactly. How does another score not come through there? Is it phenomenal defense from Fnatic despite the fact you're getting pushed back, or is it a blunder from FaZe?
I think his teammates, they just need to be a little bit faster. Just need to get further up on the map. And you see how aggressive Fnatic is being constantly. I mean, Sunny B, Scraps, Wuskins just keep forcing these engagements on the FaZe side of the map. It's really been impressive to watch. Something we did not note towards the end of the game, and Enable turns it around a little bit. Finishes 9 and 18, considering how poor of a start he got off to. It's a pretty good end to that first half.
Yeah, he starts to pick it up a bit, but it's Scraps that continues to terrorize FaZe. He falls, but he's got 24 kills with still 4 minutes to go in the second half here. They're just 4 minutes away from 3-0ing FaZe Clan. What a performance, what a battle from this Fnatic team.
And it's incredible to watch Scraps knowing that, does not use a scuff, doesn't claw. It's like, how is he able to do that? It's just insane the way he's able to move across the map.
I don't understand it.
Kills being exchanged. Oh, it's just mind-blowing, right? I mean, Tatch drops inside of hangar, throws the drone down. It's going to be on Fnatic's side of the map, but here comes some kills coming out of FaZe Clan. But you see, there again, Zuma up, push up by the drone. Nobody there to trade these kills out and keep moving the drone forward.
And something you can talk about a bit, we highlight it quite often, but when it comes to the camo plays, right? Is a whiff there from Clay. Could it lead to 2? It does not. Fnatic closes the base. But all right, when you have a game like this, it's 2-1, very close. you know, a payload could be the entire difference down the stretch. You think about, you know, Camo on one side with Enable who's really been struggling, and then if you're Fnatic, you have a much better opportunity here to make a play. And if it's one dunk that comes through, ultimately that could decide it. But right now, a chance to get points. Tommy kind of being the bait inside. The 1 pointer going to come around the edge. Sunny B going to look to connect. He wraps behind Cryo. The pick is there, though. FaZe able to hold bar at home.
They're going to get a reset of the drone as well, but it's a great point, Maven. I mean, we'll keep an eye on Enable. Right now, 13 and 22. See if he will earn that active camo. Camo, so powerful, decides so many games in uplink. Search and destroy as well. Now, Scraps does have that camo for Fnatic. We'll see if he can put it to good use. You think he does? They turn that into points. Could be GG.
And yeah, Enable, I mean, he just needs to go on a spree like he is. He has 5 in a row. So he can go off here. He can go streaky. And, like, I don't want to say he needs to play selfish. I mean, definitely don't slow your team down, but he needs to worry about finding kills. He's doing just that. Almost has the Trinity, but it's another interception that comes through.
So Clay and Best overdrive into that as well, and they don't come out with points. So that is the one ability you were really close to getting that could probably make an impact. Completely off the board. So now that puts even more pressure on Enable to get that camo and get a score with it.
He's gone off recently. You know, he started so slow, but he's almost at that 20 kill mark, and he may be able to earn it. But the scary part, if he does get it, it's probably going to be, what, with 20, 30 seconds left of the game. It's going to come down to the wire. So Scraps has an opportunity to kind of put this game away if he can come up with a clutch dunk on his side. Well, as I say that, Scraps drops.
I mean, what FaZe needs right now, I mean, let's put it this way. Okay, so that is actually
another one
for FaZe. I was going to say, if they give up points to somebody that's not Scraps, that is awful, because then you have Scraps who potentially comes off the spawn, picks up the drone again, uses the camo, and puts even more points on the board.
Well, Tommy trying to work possession, a couple down. That's an overdrive, like, partially used as he tried to kind of get out with it, because they're playing the time game, right? They have the advantage now. Now, Enable, look how close he is. Just a couple kills away from maybe having the chance to make a play. But if you're Fnatic, I mean, is this at a point where you can play keep away? Not when you have 3 down, 4 down. Here they go. This is chance for FaZe to take the lead, or FaZe to tie the game. We're on with Enable, leading the way. Here's the drone carrier. Lead for FaZe Clan. Under 60 to go. We got to watch Scraps. Let's get to his POV because he's the camo player. He's at mid-map. He finds a kill. There's a second kill. One more in the back. Scraps has to reload, but this is a good opportunity for them to get forward. And he can't die. They need him to get off spawn and get the action immediately.
It's fine. I mean, you have the reactive of Wuskin. He can lead the charge. You do have 30 seconds left. If you're Fnatic, cannot panic at this moment in time. You have Scraps coming up the spawn now. The drone is in his hands. This is where he needs to make the play.
Let's get over to Scraps. He's got drone. He's got camo, but he's killed. It's Zuma that picks him up from behind. And with 20 seconds left, he's not going to have enough opportunity. Clayster's in the back. They're running the drone, and FaZe gets the W.
Man, such a close game. Enable really turns things around. 24 and 26, doesn't need to use the camo. FaZe staying alive.
I mean, that's an opportunity. We kept talking about the final couple minutes. Scraps has this camo. He has to make the play with it. He doesn't even get to use it.
I believe he does pop it, but he gets cut down right away.
They popped it like as soon as he got shot, basically.
I don't know if that's where I would have used. I would have probably tried to bring it more towards the mid with camo, instead of kind of forcing your way through Robo. Like, I mean, there's so much chaos that goes on in that area, and you see just how crushed Fnatic is right now.
And I think that's exactly, you know, how the desk kind of feels. I mean, I looked over, and Ben, everybody has their hands up in the air. They're like, what's going on? What's the play? I can't wait to hear their thoughts on this particular game, but yeah. Fnatic could have and should have won that game. They let it slip away. It reminds you, it's different, but that they kind of game one of the first series versus FaZe, where they have a very big winnable game. There's a team kill, they throw it. It's just like these little key moments don't go Fnatic way at times.
Well, I mean, that's a choke point where there's a ton of grenades going in, the Scarab coming out. Like, there's so much opportunity for something to just hit him with camo that he's going to die. I mean, even just pre-firing that doorway. I mean, you can just kind of get it on an angle.
Get a couple nades in there, pre-fire.
You're going to hit the guy coming on the cross. Like, I think you could have brought that one like more towards the center, and it maybe would have kind of thrown, because FaZe is loaded up over on Robo Bay. I mean, they have 3 guys over there. Like, if he brings it towards the middle of the map, gets them moving, maybe he baits them into jumping, and they get a 2-point play or at least a 1-point throw attempt. And the really poor it's tough right there at the end.
You know, there's a reason that we talk about camo so much, because it's so powerful. I mean, I can think of Apathy got 1 kill on a camo player last week. It was what the thermal sniper of Nagafin killed Looney when he didn't have cold-blooded. I can think of like 2 times we've seen a camo player be gunned down in the first 2 weeks of the GPL. We talk about it so much because that is how you have to win the game. And that is what you put it in someone's hand that can win the game, someone that can at least earn it in the first place, but then also win the game. Scraps has to get it done, and I know there's a lot of moments in that game that you could talk about for why they lost, but if you have camo in that spot, you gotta win it.
Here's another thing. I mean, he had camo really early into that second half. I mean, they don't use it at all, really. I mean, at some point, like, they get a few kills, just toss in the drone, use camo, and secure yourself a 2-point play. I mean, then you're forcing FaZe to get 2 scores, which puts you in a great position. I mean, that is such a hard thing to decide. Like, it's such a minuscule part of the game, but such a huge part of the game that these pro players have to decide. It's like when to use the ability and then not hold on to it for too long and leave yourself in a situation like this.
What do you think that's part of, you know, you have Scraps who just started competing kind of last year. You have Wuskin who just started competing this year. You have some young players. Is that sometimes a little bit more susceptible maybe to not coming up clutch, not making the play when you don't have the experience of someone like a Tommy or a Clayster?
I don't think so. I mean, really, last year and this year are the 2 games that we've had these powerful abilities in. So it's not like that experience is like, you know, 10 years of experience playing with those type of things. It's like, it's 12 months.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they weren't playing last year as well. I mean, it's just stuff that you got to pick up on.
Well, I like that Zuma and Scraps are the 2 kind of highlighted there, because Zuma's the one that got the key kill. Yes, he had a great map too, but he's the one that killed him, you know, right before he popped camo, whatever that situation was at the end. He's the one that actually comes to that mid-cut and cuts him down. So Zuma with a huge map, a huge clutch kill at the end there, and FaZe staying alive.
Yeah, and I believe speaking with Marky B earlier, he thought that Fnatic, one of their best hardpoint maps was Retaliation. A little bit of a slower team, they can play a little bit further back. So going to a Retaliation hardpoint, Fnatic has to feel pretty good about their chances. You just have to worry with them, Maven. You know, you lose a heartbreaking game, everything's going right for you. How do they bounce back mentally after that loss there?
Well, you know, they had a similar, that's why I brought up the similar game they had in the first series with the first hard point, a game that's kind of thrown away, one they should have finished. If I remember correctly, yeah, FaZe ended up winning the search because it was the uplink that Fnatic took in that series. So can they rebound is the question, or are they on tilt? You saw the shot there of the twin brothers at the end of that game, you know, head and hands, flustered, defeated. Well, you had 3 minutes to get back into this, because it's time for the Game 4 hardpoint. We're to kick things off with FaZe Clan, who are trying to mount the reverse sweep.
We'll see the bridge hardpoint kick things off here. So Naval has the NV4 in his hand, putting down some shots at range, but you see Tommy just a little bit more accurate there. It's going to be 3 kills in favor of Fnatic. Clayster, the only one up for FaZe Clan. It's just going to be players just pushing right at him. But Fnatic getting a lot of good time here early.
And this is one of those maps that maybe we can see Clay take over like he did yesterday. You know, running that hard lane bonus, working towards streaks quickly. We've seen some monster maps for him. This is a map that's going to favor long-range players. He'll be rocking NV4 or K-Bar. It'll be interesting to see what he did. I saw Merc just handed you something. What's he breaking down?
So just to clarify, we talked about, if Fnatic were to 3-0, that would move Fnatic to #1. It would move FaZe Clan down to #3. If Fnatic wins this map, they'll finish second. They'll be in second place, but they'll finish today. If it's a Game 5, there's no way of them win or loss to get second going into the final day.
Interesting. Well, speaking about Fnatic, I want to hear how the team rebounds from that devastating loss in the uplink. Let's check out the team's communication.
Yeah, just wait all the way around. Just wait.
The boy there, what? He's a boy there,
their curve, one shot, one shot. He's going into bar now, he's going in their bar.
One's from bed, one's
enable,
from bed.
enable, weak, nice.
One's from bed.
Stay up, top position. Nice, 2 dead. Just stay up. Mean Tom behind.
One's in bed, one shot in bed, a weak in bed.
I'm going to go for bed.
Down low plat. That's nice. Behind the ticket move. Behind the ticket move.
You've got me, man. I always one shot myself. No, it's good. One more ticket.
One more ticket. Fire one person.
2 there. Stay down, brother.
Me and Matty are rotating.
There's one bed.
Matt, I'm going curve. One's bed.
Back right,
Still in bed.
Back right, yeah.
Yeah, I need off.
Still in bed, challenge you, behind you.
Absolutely. I was one shot. He's pushed up. Two market.
I'm in the hill with you, Smundy.
One's market. Market. Close left on you.
You're on a statue. One shot.
Nice. One more there. One more. Sinclair.
Carefully your bed.
I'm nading my bed door.
Okay, thank.
You got my curve, yeah?
Back right. I'm weak.
Stay alive, mate. I've got your push.
Staying down. Do we need to get anywhere?
No, maybe front.
Gun bridge.
Stay alive, mate.
Fucking beam, team.
I'm gonna check bed door. I'm checking bed. Bed. Dead.
Nice. 3 dead. We're looking
Oh,
for
this guy market.
Where?
Attach market.
I'll mark it, okay.
He's gonna play his life. He's gonna play his life. I'll spawn market. I can flank him.
Yeah, he's coming behind you, so he's still in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna push him now. Absolute, bro. Absolute market attach.
One's going, got curve.
I've spawned Afghan.
Yeah, one's going curve.
I'm gonna hold curve.
Oh, kill me from bedside. He's on tank now. One's gonna be tank on curve. Zoom
I've got the left.
Just one next.
Lads, I'm trying to hold.
Oh, they're absolute. Go next. One's weak when he's on. Right, good time.
That's
good time.
Two more there.
Let's go market. They might be on it next.
Yeah. Is that your nade? Can someone push that ball?
Sonny, turn around. Okay. Two on bridge. One's going. Whoever that is.
Scarf.
Where's he gone, Matt?
He's on Scarf still. Oh, 2 at Warren. This is absolute. 2 Warren.
Solid stuff from Fnatic, and they've got a 44-point advantage, but they lose the end of the graveyard. They lose now the start to the destroyed building, and Attach has got 5 in a row, sitting at 7-5.
Yeah, and Sunny Beat was trying to hide behind enemy lines. He gets cut down, and you do see Zuma in the kill feed as well. So FaZe starting to heat up. Zuma on a 3 streak, Attach on a 5 streak, Enable on a 2 streak. They're starting to get very close to tying this game up. 30 seconds left on this hill. Fnatic nowhere close to breaking it.
And that's part of the reason that FaZe has been, a top team consistently throughout the year. They have the ability to slay like this, to go off as a team. Not everyone can do that. 75 off the bombardment is Zuma. Attach working towards streaks as well. And what do we talk about with this map? More than any other map in mode, streaks, incredibly important. Zuma just got his. Attach may be able to pick him up as well. This combined streak is now up to, 18 kills?
It's been a long time that Fnatic has gotten a kill. Zuma on an 8 streak, Attach on a 6 streak. They both fall here, so Fnatic will get control of Hotel Hallway. But for how good they've been at the beginning of this game, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold on because they obviously have to retake the lead. It's going to be a close game towards the end. And then FaZe, they have the streaks to break over at Graveyard, to break the spawns at Back Broken. We're going to have to see how Fnatic deals with all these score streaks.
You have full streaks for 2 players. Clayster talks about this map, says it's one where you cannot give up streaks early. Well, what do you say? You know when a player's going off and your team's talking, you're like, hey, he's got a couple in a row. He's working towards streaks. Don't feed him kills. What do you even say in the last scenario where 3 out of your 4 players are working towards them? Don't die to anyone?
Yeah, look, you just need to pick up kills. You can't really rotate to the Hotel Hallway. You can't really do that. You just kind of have to gun them off the spawn, I guess. But you see Zuma looks like he's setting up to use one of these streaks potentially, but Wuskin gonna jump out. Now the streak's gonna come down from Zuma.
And he knows there's one coming in from behind. That was Tommy, I think we saw push into Hotel trying to get safe. He's just trying to pre that back curb, maybe find a lucky kill. But it's a good job of getting FaZe set up at bridge as he's gonna keep looking between Hotel Hallway and this bridge hard point.
And even if Fnatic were to break this, FaZe has a lot of streaks to invest back into this if they really want the time on this hard point. So things not looking good for Fnatic. They got off to a tremendous start. Starting to fall apart though as Zuma's really started to heat up the last 2 maps.
Yeah, Zuma was nuts in the uplink. He continues it here. Let's shift focus to Enable. He's able to pick up a couple at the NV4, working towards that camo, a 3rd in the back, but Tommy gets the better of him behind cover. 10 seconds remaining here. Will go to Fnatic as we will start to rotate out. You can see all the yellow arrows on the bottom of the minimap. They're looking to get set up for lower street.
So this is where they can make up a ton of time. You can hold this lower street for a decent period, and then potentially this is not one you're going to burn streaks on, but seems like FaZe Clan have broken it relatively instantly, Maven. It's going to be Scraps. Last one alive. Bobbin and Weavin trying to stay alive. He's going to fall, but so now Fnatic gets control yet again. So it's a big retake there for Fnatic. Sunny B is going to push on through, take out Zuma. They need a lot of this time because this time is going to be a little bit of a buffer when they lose Graveyard and probably lose Broken.
And those one-on-one fights like that, those are the ones that have been going Zuma's way really throughout the entire map. No one's been able to win those on the Fnatic side really outside of Sunny B. You see Sunny B at 18 and 13. He's going toe-to-toe in the slaying department with this FaZe side, and Scraps heating up. 13 and 13, he falls, but the lead back in control of Fnatic is now the big rotation. Tommy gets eyes on one, knows they're set up in the back. He needs a bit of help here. They're going to need to push together. I thought for sure that's the opening kill, but they stack a little bit. His teammates in front. He can't line up the shots. They still have a chance to fly in. There's a bit of a timing here for him.
And FaZe spawns at Market.
Oh, not anymore.
Fnatic spawns very deep on the bridge. They need a clean break here early. They need FaZe to waste a few of the streaks. And then I think if you're Fnatic, you're trying to get them to waste 1 or 2 of these streaks further and then go towards Broken. You're not going to be able to take a ton of time here.
Yeah, that's why, like, it would have been perfect if Fnatic somehow won the battle to get set up here first and you make them use a couple streaks, but it's attached. 2 kills inside, and they keep racking up time, and with the remaining, they'll break the 200-point mark. You get a break and destroy building, and this game is over. And remember, the streaks. You have them for attach. You still have a bombardment for Zuma. So much utility to work with. This is getting incredibly scary for Fnatic.
And FaZe doesn't even look like they're going to invest streaks into getting over towards Broken. I mean, right away, they send 3 players on the rotation. Enable falls. Now attach falls as well. So now that Fnatic has control of this hill, maybe you see them use streaks, but look at Zuma.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in, they even know it. Okay, they finally take him out, but now you maybe see them use some streaks.
So they start to push forward. Tommy spawns out, I think, and actually picks up one as he pushes through bridge. So you're set up nicely to pick up some time. There, attach uses the bombardment. So you bait out one of the streaks at least with some nice control. Tommy gets a second kill pushing across bridge. Maybe a miscommunication for FaZe. Scraps and Wuskin, Sunny B, every one of the kill feed for Fnatic. And this is the time they needed to claw back into this one.
This is best case scenario for Fnatic. They get FaZe to waste the streak. Scrap starting to work towards streaks of his own. If you're Fnatic, the only thing you are worried about is giving up a lot of time here in Hotel Hallway. FaZe using some of those streaks on bridge and ending the game there. If you're Fnatic, all you have to do is focus on not letting FaZe get enough points to end it over in the next hard point. And I mean, regardless, at 2:05, they're going to have that much time. You just need to keep it really low. Like, you want to keep FaZe down to maybe 225, 230 going into that final hill.
Well, they're already picking up some time, trying to contest it. Scraps finds one in the edge, but there's still 2 FaZe players here to work with. Zuma bouncing out to the backside bar, but Tommy, the vet, picking up a couple before it's traded out. Enable now inside with Camo, trying to cover his edge. He'll get shot in behind from Wuskin. You said, what, 225? FaZe is about to break that here momentarily.
I mean, you just don't want to give them enough time where they can just hover missiles above the bridge and just sit inside of the hard point and win the game. That's really what, so you're trying to keep it within, 10, 15 seconds. You do have Fnatic that gets in and breaks, but it's going to be Clayster going back challenging. If you're Tommy, just try and contest. You got to pick up some of these kills, though, if you're Fnatic.
Well, Clayster slides in and picks up a couple dirty ones attached there to back him up as well. And now we rotate out. Remember, you still have the streaks available from Attach and Zuma. What's left? 1 bombardment, 1 Trinity?
Yeah, I believe they have 1 streak each. So here goes the streaks from Attach. He's going to get 1, make it a second. You're going to have FaZe get inside of the hard point. Even if they lose control, you do have more streaks on Zuma. So you see Attach fly into the hard point. The rest of his teammates are there. The Centurion goes down. We are going to go to a game 5.
That is exactly why we talk about how crucial the streaks are on that map. The Trinity, I mean, once they got those 2 kills, you figure the game is over, right? You have 1 more push after that. You have 2 players set up behind cover there on the bridge. They push it to a game 5, baby. This is incredible. We've got 2 amazing matches to close the night.
Fnatic just gave them so much to work with. I mean, on a map like Retaliation, when they go into the final moments, when they have payload abilities and they have score streaks on numerous people, you're just not going to win that game.
No, they can't. It almost felt like you were just watching them slowly die, right? Like, you knew it was going to happen. You never want to call games early, but when you feed streaks that quickly, it's just like you're watching them wither away. They kept it close, though.
And Fnatic got off to a tremendous start. Yeah. I mean, they were able to control the game all the way through. The first Graveyard Hill was really the first broken hardpoint where FaZe took control. They started racking up the streaks.
Well, Game 5 coming up next. Fnatic versus FaZe after this quick break.
To be 100% honest, I think the standout player is going to be Havoc. He's been playing more than I've ever seen him play, and his dedication has become a lot better.
We're all going to play pretty well, but I think Enable is going to do a little bit better because he's been skipping out in the gym recently, playing Call of Duty. So if he doesn't, he's going to get roasted even more. So he better have a good weekend. That's all I'm saying.
Standout player 100% is going to be Cole Havoc. I'm just so proud of the fact that he's been putting in a lot more time than any of us have.
If I had to pick any player from a team who would be the standout player, I'd say Wuskin or Scraps, because they're just a beast and they're just going to kill everything.
Welcome back. It is the CWL Global Pro League. It's week 2, day 2. And we may have all teams tied at 2-2 tomorrow if Fnatic can take this game 5.
I hope so. That would be awesome going into Sunday. I mean, then literally tomorrow, anything could happen. I mean, the matches would just be so important. I mean, regardless, I mean, there's going to be a lot on the line just in terms of, seeding who gets into what spot. Because, I mean, people don't realize, like, I may have not even really kind of realized it a lot last week. Like, I looked at the top 3 and I was like, oh, they're all qualified for champs already.
Yeah. I mean, that's insane. I know we've talked a lot about the fact that you can get, you're getting into Anaheim pool play. Top 8 are going to be also playing for the 500K, but those top 3, you're already in for the prize purse of $1.5 million at the Call of Duty Championship later this year. So much on the line. Now, so if you think back to last week, were there a couple storylines developing going into Sunday? Sure. There was a chance that Cloud9 could pull off a miracle and maybe sneak into the 3rd spot. Envy had an opportunity to take over the 1st spot, which they did. But there were like 2 big talking points last Sunday. No matter what the outcome of this Game 5 is, there's a lot on the line tomorrow.
Without a doubt.
But if Fnatic wins, truly anything is possible, which is pretty exciting stuff.
I mean, because it hurts FaZe's overall map count. Obviously, it would hurt their record. Losing a 2nd game, it would tie everybody. It's just would. I mean, EG has to be watching this and praying Fnatic wins. I mean, if Fnatic wins this, and then EG, I believe EG Fnatic is one we didn't see today, so I believe they have to play for a 2nd time. So you would see that match, and that one would be massive. But throwback S&D, final map in this series. Who do you like in this one, buddy?
I'm going Fnatic, man. I want the 2-2 split across the way. But God, man, Zuma specifically, I think my eyes are on.
Really good the last 2 maps.
Yes, he's been really, really good the past couple of maps. And sometimes in the past, FaZe has sort of lived or died by Zuma in the sense that his aggressive play, he either gets the first blood or he gets first blood. He plays very, very fast. And on a map like Throwback, if you're that aggressive guy playing around those mid-railroad tracks, those opening kills can be crucial. This is, I'm gonna look over to Pat. Pat, I see you on the desk. Who's your player to watch, buddy? He goes Clayster, his day 1 MVP from yesterday.
His best bud all time.
Best of friends, there he is. Clayster on your screen. Pat's been great with the predictions today. Can he keep it rolling? Are you asking me who I liked? I'm going Fnatic. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna say Fnatic as well. I remember back when EU United, they clutched up and won that Game 5. You asked me who I wanted, and I really wanted to say EU United, but I still took Optic. I feel the same kind of way with this one. This time, though, I'm going with my gut. I'm going to go with Fnatic.
I think for Fnatic, the key players for me, I think it was Sunny B and Waskin that did really well in the game too. But Sunny B, I think overall has had a very good series here. He's been one of their more consistent players. Like Tommy's been a bit up and down in the first series of the day. He was pretty abysmal in both of the hard points. But he's a guy that can really take over in search and destroy at times. Can he do it here? But the man we highlighted was Clayster. Let's watch him on defense to kick things off.
We'll open up the mini-map, see what Fnatic decides to do. And I love this call round 1. They're going to go all the way around the outside. Going to try and throw FaZe off a little bit.
But attaches here at the corner. They're not ready for him. He has a couple of kills in front, at least able to find one, trying to dip and dive, but will drop. 3 versus 3 early. Now to Enable's POV on defense. He's trying to find a kill. It is the assist that goes the way of Zuma, lining one up top. He needs one more bullet here. So he doesn't finish the kill. He doesn't finish it, and now it's on Clayster. 1 versus 2, trying to live challenges both, and round 1 goes to Fnatic.
Sunny B, I believe, picks up 3 kills. Comes off the wall run. I mean, he has 0. I mean, we can see the health bar. I mean, there's literally nothing there. Kills Enable, flies through. I don't care about my health. I'll challenge again. Takes out Clay.
That's a kill you have to get on it if you're Enable.
Oh,
that's an easy kill. He's soaring in the air, running in a straight line. He jerks off, just kind of jerks to the left a little bit, doesn't hit the shots there. Tough one.
We see FaZe now on offense. Just playing very slow here towards mid-map. Fnatic spread out on the defensive end. I'll just be up to Sunny B here, watching the A site. Just going to try to poke out. This battle's so difficult between these players. Obviously, does not know where Enable's playing, but Enable drops down, tries to get bombed down. Just kind of that little hide and seek between these 2 players down at the A site.
Very slow play so far. He knows he's got him in this corner, but it's so far to, it's hard to push. You have that player back limit that's going to be looking over him. Kills go back and forth. It's now going to be a 3 versus 3. Now the challenge comes. Again, a trade. It's 2 versus 2. Enable, your bomb carrier.
Set up here on the top track, Zuma inching his way forward. But you see on the minimap, both are going to hit mid-map. They have to shift focus immediately, or they can actually push through. Okay, all right, so they're going to push through, and now, Spot's kind of...
They seem really indecisive right now. It seems like they want to go all the way through, but they're not fully committed to it. I don't know where the players are on Fnatic. Don't know if they're wrapping around, and they've located one. Zuma's going to get tagged with a nade. It's going to be Wuskin, though, taking out Zuma. That's a huge kill. Enable's going to have to get off bomb, and you see the clock dwindling down. He will fall. And I think just FaZe just took way too much time there. I mean, it seems like both players, they rotated through. They wanted to make a move. They didn't know exactly where to go here.
I think, in a way, it was a bit of fortunate timing in the sense that Zuma was inching up, right? If Fnatic was still playing at back lemon, he inches up, Enable hits it with him, and they might be able to win that gunfight. But right as he's inching his way forward, they push through mid-map. Everything seems, they get really indecisive from there. I think they were ready to hit it. It just sort of, Fnatic kind of ran out of it.
And if we can go on board with Tommy right now, he's 3-0. Getting very close to the Scarab. It'll be Scraps getting first blood. Fnatic with the man advantage. This is a huge round for FaZe. I mean, they need to take this round. You see Attach trying to gain some vision. Does not spot the player on the bomb.
Now he saw one, so he knows there's one at back bus, but there's basically always a player at back bus. But Zuma gonna strike first for FaZe Clan. He's got a couple of kills. Attach trying to peek. He's basically playing a little bait here, trying to get the timing in for Zuma. The call is to push forward. You see one soaring into window. They have a 3v2 fight. Now, you highlighted Tommy at the beginning of the game. He's the number 2 on your minimap. He's doing a long flank around the back here. And he's got this secured. So he's got set up at Lime. He's got kind of control of Grandma's there, looking over the backside of Barn. That means that the A side is the B side's completely open. Now they're going to look to get the bomb down.
And as soon as his teammates see action over by Barn, he's going to be able to pick up one kill, and he grabs one now. And now you just see the mini-map. The players on FaZe don't know which way to shift their focus. Where they shift it over towards the bomb or towards the backside where Tommy is. Attach gets one. 1v3 situation for Attach. Picks up another.
Attach, a chance to do it. He already had the 1v4. He's got to work the defuse. And who else is it but the 4-0 Tommy? They meet inside a board and Attach again with the clutch.
Why? Why does that happen for Fnatic? I mean, you have two players that are right on the bomb. You have Tommy rotating all the way around. I mean, the worst possible way he could have went from was probably, I mean, he's got an NV4 coming through Barn here. It's like, he could have went towards mid-rails, poked out and checked it. Let's put it this way. If he would have went towards mid-rails, popped out and checked it, Attach shot him, he could have just ran. He could have ran. At least he knows he's not on bomb. He just got out of there.
It's one of those situations where I think instincts just get the better of him. Like, I think he was trying to be unpredictable, but Attach read him like a book, man. Read him like an absolute book, and Attach with yet another huge play this weekend. I mean, looking at that 2-1 scoreline versus like a 3-0 edge for Fnatic, that is just a massive round.
In terms of just confidence as well.
Yeah.
I mean, really kind of gets FaZe back into this match where it felt like Fnatic was just going to kind of run away with it. Sunny B over the top. Easy first blood here. No follow-up for FaZe, so there'll be another first blood for Fnatic.
Well, Attach should have had the answer there. Needed, I think, one more bullet. Just stopped shooting a little bit short, but also gets away with his life. It's Clay playing the back bus with the sniper. He's getting a little hungry here as he inches his way forward, just trying to maybe see when a lemon peek this close right corner, but his players continue to drop. He knows he has to make a play. Hello, up close and personal there with the pistol, trying to get out of it, not able to do so. Now it's Enable's turn for a 1v3, but his demise looks to be happening very soon as he's in the close corner.
And to think Fnatic could possibly up 4-0. If Tommy checks any other angle than the one he decided to take, I mean, it's a round that they probably end up taking.
Yeah, and it's hard, you know, we don't know what's going through his mind there in a 1v1.
No doubt.
The most high-stress situation likely in Call of Duty is going to be a 1v1 in a Game 5 with this much on the line. I mean, I know we've been talking a lot about it, but man, they're playing for the top 2 to play for $500,000 in just a few short weeks. Fnatic trying to win this Game 5 to set themselves in a nice position for day 3.
I love this call yet again. So many teams go over to stack the A site. Here comes a Fnatic push. They take this entire side of the map from FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan forced to react.
And maybe not the best position to have an NV4 if you're Tommy. Nope. If someone comes soaring out of barn, this is a little bit better. Just in case, you know, you have Zuma or one of the K-Bar players come flying out at him. but he's holding him back for now. He has FTL, maybe some fancy footwork in his future. Wuskin doing a good job staying alive for now. Unfortunately, not able to bait anyone his way. Didn't notice one at the bottom left. He's got two to his right as well. Wuskin doing such a good job. Wuskin keeps rolling, and during that time, he feeds kills to his teammate, but it's Attach versus Tommy. Another 1v1. Tommy spotted in the back, and Attach beams him! Beams him!
That's an Erad versus NV4 there. A casual sip of the water from Attach. Okay. Attach has kept them in this game.
You don't say.
I mean, without Attach, this is looking like it's probably 5-0. And Fnatic is just kind of cruising through game 5, but
they have 2 round wins.
Would be nice if Attach had like a camo or reactive, right?
But 2 round wins for FaZe, and both because of Attach clutching up versus Tommy. I mean, Tommy, if they lose this map, he's gonna have nightmares.
Oh,
he's gonna see Attach in his screens.
Knowing how competitive Tommy is, he's gonna be heated. But see, 3v3 as the bomb does go down. Now Tommy using the Scarab, trying to gain some vision. Sees one mid-map. Going to tag him, gonna get Clayster very weak. His teammate gonna jump out challenge. Very smart play there from Fnatic.
And remember, it's the Tommy flank again. He plays the off-site. He's gonna be able to come in from behind. He may not even be needed, but it's Attach.
Not again.
Yet again, don't let him do it. Attach in a 1v2, there's the first one.
What are they
Attach
doing?
looking to clutch up again. They're coming into the nest, 10 seconds left. He's got FTL, 7.5, doesn't get to it in time. Attach. Yet again, yes, that was a little bit easier of a scenario, but still, ice in that man's veins.
So the rounds that FaZe has won, it's been an Attach 1v3, an Attach 1v2,
well, Attach
1v3, no, 2 1v3s into 1v2. Those are the only rounds that FaZe has on the board. 2 Attach 1v3s and Attach 1v2.
Is this one of the craziest performances you've seen in a game 5 just from like a clutch factor? Like you're lucky if you have 1v3 a tournament, much less.
And he had a 1v4 yesterday.
Attach is nuts, but it's Scraps trying to get the bomb down. It slows down, I think, due to the fact he gets tagged up and the Scarab comes.
So smart play. The nades come in, the Scarab comes over the top. That would have actually killed Scraps right on the bomb. So he backs out as soon as the nades comes in. Here's the Scarab being called. So very smart play there from Fnatic. Now they get bombed down. I would say they should win the round, but Attach still alive.
Yeah, you got the young god still playing. Can he manage to make a play? He finds one before dropping. It's now going to be on Enable. 1 versus 3. Bombs planted. Not a whole lot of time to work with here to find 3 kills.
He's got 2 players jumping up and challenging him, just putting a lot of shots down. Good round there from Fnatic.
Props to Fnatic, right? You know, you've thrown a lot of rounds away and you at least bounce back. I mean, some teams might fold. Some teams might fold.
We're giving props to a team that's won 2 1v3s and a 1v2.
Props in that round, man.
Props for them closing out that round.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, you closed out a 4v2.
Yeah.
You didn't do it a couple times.
Oh,
hey,
man.
You know, it's baby steps, Matt. It's baby steps.
If it was up to you, everybody would get a trophy here in the Global Pro League.
That's not true. I should just...
Pat's waving his hands. He's like, I'll take one.
Yeah, Pat gets a trophy as he's still waiting to get camo. I'm sorry, Pat. But here we go. Back to the action. 4-3 advantage of round count for Fnatic. 4v4 here. Enable. You know, he's got a ways to go for that camel. Thankfully, he has the 2 plants to his name, so he might get it in this series. But the fact that he's 2-7, not going to help him. On the other side, Scraps, the camel player, not really doing a great job either. But it's Zuma finding 2 kills mid-map. Sunny B now with an opportunity to clutch up, but FaZe back on the board. We're tied up at 4-4.
I mean, maybe you could have played around the reactive there, given yourself like a game point scenario. Going now 4-4, all tied up. We'll have to kind of survey the landscape of the game, see who has these payload abilities. I believe Attach still has the Centurion.
Yeah, he's had it since like round 1.
Yep. We see Wuskin does have the reactive armor. I mean, potentially use reactive over the top here, maybe pick up a kill. What nice opening first blood there from Wuskin.
And he's at 11 kills. I said 13 for game 2. Maybe he wants them here. Wuskin, young, talented, and showing what he can do. You know, it's a battle of the youngsters right now. Attach versus Wuskin.
Zuma just checking the site, sees nobody on it. Fnatic is backed so far away. The only thing I'm worried about here, Maeve, is that they back so far away, the clock dwindling down, they're not going to give themselves enough time to really make a good push onto the site. Like, obviously, you get that first blood, you have the advantage, just go trade the kills out. They back all the way down. Zuma picks up a 2-piece here. It'd be very bad for Fnatic.
Like you said, time dwindling. Can Zuma catch a kill in the corner? He's got, look at this on X-ray. You know, one to his left, one to his right. He saw him for just a moment. But Clay's got an angle, finds the kill. It's now going to be down to Wuskin and Tommy in a 2 versus 2. Under 25 seconds to go, and just like you said, time going to be the enemy here.
And I mean, they're still not, I mean, Fnatic has not gotten to the bomb yet. 17 seconds left. Oh! You could not have played that any worse. You could not have played that any worse. I mean, they get first blood, they back all the way out. They give FaZe all the position. They don't try and like, I mean, I would have understood it's like, okay, let's sit a guy on bomb, let's look over him, trying to get it down. They don't do that. They're kind of just standing around. Like, they just wasted so much of the clock there.
Attach continues to
tough
be a monster. As much as Fnatic played it poorly, Attach and Zuma do a phenomenal job. And this is everything for Fnatic. Wuskin, maybe the guy to make the play. He has reactive armor to work with. Who's going to find this opening kill? Attach is going to go ahead and drop it down the backside of the bomb site.
Can they see it, though? Does not look like he'd have to poke out pretty far to be able to see.
Yeah, I don't think you have an angle from Lemon either without getting tagged up, maybe from Bus. Let's see. You can see over here. Could Scrap see it if he looks low? No. So no. He can't get the angle on it unless he really wide peeked, and then you're putting. Oh, actually, he can see a little bit.
You can see the.
Yeah, there he goes. He saw it. And actually, he almost ends up pre-firing Attacher. He actually backs him up unintentionally. He gets the first hits because he's shooting at
the Centurion.
Yeah.
Drilling Attach in the face.
Oh, Attach, that backfired, buddy.
Okay. Well, now, I mean, this is actually, if Fnatic can close this out, I mean, they have reactive, they have camo going into the last round. They have a lot.
I mean, you can use those to get to the round 11 if need be, because Zuma has answered back. He has reactive to go. Wuskin, though, on the board again, 12 and 6. Zuma sees one bar and he's going hunting. He wants to find the kill. He challenges it, not able to find it. It's round 11. We've got reactive on the side of FaZe. On Fnatic, we have reactive, we have camo, and Scraps has made some poor camo plays, or poor decisions with camo over the course of this weekend. There's a lot of pressure on him here.
We'll see what side of the map they get. So if they have offense, do you pop camo, go challenge the guy back bus? On defense, sorry, on offense here, we will see Fnatic. Okay, so they're gonna, this is what Cloud9 tried to do the other day. So they had the Centurion watch the back.
Here he goes.
Push through the front. He needs to get a kill here.
He has to at least find one. He is able to get it and get away with his life, but another team kill. Why do you keep doing this, Fnatic?
In and around, okay. All right, well, they're able to take out the reactive of FaZe. So you do have a 2v2 situation. Wuskin, still alive, does not have his ability. Scraps had used his camo.
Attach has been clutch all of game 5. Can he do it again? He's 13 and 6. Him and Wuskin have been going toe-to-toe, 2v2. 40 seconds remaining here. Bomb going to be in the hand of Wuskin. Enable. Oh, he almost was able to spot one in the back. For now, bouncing around each other. Attach gets tagged, but able to get away. He's challenged, though. Scraps find the kill. Now, Enable. 1 versus 2. 25 seconds to go. Can he stop a potential bomb plant here if he peeks the edge?
What are they doing? There's only 19 seconds
They have to plant the bomb.
Oh, man.
They have to plant the bomb. And Enable only has to find one kill
here. If he gets one here, it's over.
Here he goes. This timing could be perfect for him. It could be perfect for him. But he gets spotted and they get it. Fnatic takes it, baby.
Not textbook play, but Fnatic able to clutch it up. They take that one in round 11, and we go into Sunday with all teams at 2-2. Nobody would have predicted this coming into today.
Fnatic's not good for my blood pressure, man. Some of these rounds, I thought they were just going to plan it today. I guess they were worried maybe Enable does peek and pick them off. It could have happened. They try to run back. That was all down to timing for Enable. I mean,
these rounds are so bizarre, man. I mean, you got team kills round 11. You see Tommy there. team kills in round 11, just players not using abilities.
When after he got the kill with Camo and Sunny B got the team kill, I almost lost my damn mind.
And I don't believe so I believe he actually kills Zuma through reactive, like through the fence. And I believe Wuskins doesn't kill. He just uses reactive. I don't remember him being in the feed at all. So I think they use. I don't know where he used reactive armor, but it definitely happened.
Well,
yeah, it was round 10. Sorry. Joe's yelling at me. He's like, it was round 10.
You saw a shot of Tommy on the stage. He's worn out after that one. We've got him with Jack, buddy.
I am cracking up down here, Maven and Matt. Tommy, I walk up here. They're all freaking out. They're just completely flustered from that round 11. First off, congratulations. That win over FaZe puts all 4 teams in the blue group at 2-2. First things first, Tommy, you're roasting yourself up here. What's going wrong for you? You're saying this is the worst you've ever played. Is that true?
Every respawn, man, I'm letting the team down and it's doing my head in. I'm literally going double neg. I'm not making kills and I'm making it so hard for our team. But thankfully, we just pulled the win there, but I'm a burger.
Hey, no, you're not. No burger would be able to take down FaZe Clan, especially with the leadership you provide to this team. Now, let's look back on this game because, boy, oh boy, yes, the whole series was great. Okay, what was Attach doing to you guys? How are you guys not able to kill him in any of those rounds?
He 1v3'd us twice. And I remember Attach saying something yesterday. Every time he clutches an S&D, they never win. But honestly, I don't even know. Like, I was in the 1v1s twice. I lost both. He absolutely destroyed me in that one with the ERAD. But I don't know, man. We just made that so hard for ourselves. But as I say, it's just, luckily, we got so lucky that last round.
Well, did you get lucky? Because walk me through what happened there. Because I don't know if a lot of people picked up on it. You guys have had some unreal bad luck in certain scenarios. How did the team kill happen in that round 11? And what was the communication like when there was the rotation call to go back to A?
So basically, we made a call to push A. We said, don't blind pop Camo, I'll bait them up, and then you Camo and get a kill. We did that. I was then standing on bomb. Sunny tries running past me to help Scraps. His trophy pops and team kills me, and I'm like, what the hell, not like this. And then we go round, and it was the twins left, and you don't understand what they're like, but there was 16 left. I say, you cannot rotate A, you haven't got time to plan. And they go, let's do it anyway. And I'm like, what are you doing? They run over, and I'm like, you have to find this kill, you've got to find it. And luckily, you jumped mid, and Ian came over, so.
The casters were sure to bring up on that. Final question for you, Tommy. All 4 teams now 2-2. Was there any other expectation for this blue group from you? And what do Fnatic have to do tomorrow to get into the top 2 in this group?
I've just got to play more consistent. Our first map, I was playing well. Second S&D, we did good as a team. And then in that uplink, I let the team down, double neg. Next hard point, again, I think we got outstayed by like maybe 25 kills and we lost by like 27 points. Streaks won in the game, but then again, it's just, if I play well tomorrow in the respawns, I think we're going to have a good chance of getting top 2.
There's a reason why Tommy is one of the winningest players in European history. A great leader knows when he's got to be the one to improve. Fnatic get it done. All 4 teams in the blue group are 2-2. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, our analysts will break down that whole series.